Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the chess.com India's coverage of the 2022 FIDE candidates. And Abhijit, how has it been? How has been the rest day? And how has it been for you, chat? For me, it feels like there was not even a rest day. I'm back here as if time has moved so fast, and I'm excited for the games to resume. How about you, Abhijit?
Yeah, so we were asking Vishy about this. Yeah, how do you spend the rest day during all these important events? So for me, rest day went so fast. It just went like a breeze. I slept, I woke up, had my food, slept again, and already I'm seeing it's already night. Then I slept again because it's a night anyway, and then already by this morning, this afternoon, I was like, okay, now again we have to commentate. So it went very fast for me, and I guess that's why the rest days are there. Yeah, just to rest yourself and to recharge and to come back stronger on the next day. And as you can see, from my shirt, from my t-shirt, that I really like this t-shirt. So kudos to chess.com who sent me all this merch. And if you want your merch, you can go onto this link and order yourself some cool t-shirts from chess.com.
Yes, redwolf.in, and the link will be in the chat. So you can go and order yourself some cool t-shirts of chess.com. And meanwhile, how has things been in the candidates? A little refresher. I even forgot who is leading, so let's bring up the standings once again.
Side effects of rest days, yeah.
Absolutely. And the person who's leading, Jan Nepomniachtchi literally means the one who forgets everything. So he's leading out there. And Fabiano Caruano right there in the second place with 4 out of 6. A 2-horse race, Abhijit. And has it been according to your expectations so far?
Yeah, like we were discussing this earlier, that Jan is the one player, if he starts winning, it's very difficult to stop him because he just gets this sort of momentum. He's more of a confident player. Like if confidence is there, he plays extremely well because you can see he plays very fast, very aggressively, doesn't mind going into sharp lines. But the same thing when he's down, it's I mean, the disaster may struck any moment for him if he's down. So because he is a confident player, the confidence player where the confidence is very important in his playing style. And right now, yeah, he's just proving it. Yeah, he's getting good position, he's converting them, and he's playing fast and confidently. And on the second place, we sort of expected it would be about Caruana would be there among the top. So yeah, all expected. But one result I never expected actually, or one, if you can see the cross table once again, one thing which I never expected was, Rapport drawing all 6 games.
Yes, Abhijit. That we wouldn't have predicted. Some
Yeah.
people calling Rapport dropout, and Anish going on and saying it happens to everyone, not just me. Uh, all these things we would have never thought which would happen before the candidates began. And I also don't think a lot of people expected to see Ali Reza out there at number 8. Ali Reza was so hyped up before the candidates. He was, in fact, the world champion Magnus Carlsen even went on to say something along the lines of him wanting to play the world championship match only if someone like Ali Reza qualifies. And I don't expect that to happen unless there's some kind of a miraculous rearguard action, a miraculous comeback from Ali Reza. And which also brings us to the pairing today. Ali Reza is playing against Ding Lijian, if I remember right. And I think that's one very exciting match, an exciting encounter. Ding with the white pieces. I don't think they're going to keep anything from each other, Abhijit.
Yeah, it's very exciting. All the pairings actually. Also, once you are at this point of the tournament, the 6 rounds has already been over. This is round number 7. You sort of get an idea what this particular opponent has in store, at least in terms of openings. So we know Rapo with Blackie has been consistently going for the same stuff, the same sort of weird Taimano, Paulson kind of stuff. And then once again, we know Nakamura has been playing quite solid. He's going for his Berlins. And Ding, of course, he usually goes for D4. Firouzja is the only guy who's probably changing, in every game. But overall, if you see even Caruana Ratchabo, I predict another Berlin in that board. So after a while, you sort of do understand what these guys have in store in the openings, and it also becomes a little bit easier to prepare, or at least to get a position which you really like.
That's very well put, Abhijit. Once you get into the tournament, you know better what to expect. There are less of surprises and less inclination to change something and find something new. And talking about that, do you think Alireza has been trying a bit too hard in this tournament so far? Do you think that's the reason why he's in the last place right now, struggling a bit?
I don't think so. Like if you just analyze his games, like right from the start, like first round he played against Rajabov, where he had his chances, but these kind of direct play, against this top player never works. You have to wait for the first wave to get over, then go for the second wave, then third wave. Normally these guys, they are no pushover. They are not going to get worse or even get a lost position just only in the first wave. You need to build a continuous pressure to get a point with them. So that was the first round. Then the game he lost yesterday against Fabi, it was, I guess, there was some hole in his preparation, in Alireza's preparation, because if you see, Black simply got a very comfortable position, and we could already sense that Black is taking over. Black was taking over, and we also discussed with Vishy. He felt that at some point Black was just clearly better, although maybe computer didn't was not saying the same, but practically it looked like just Black was simply better after move 15. So that those kind of things after that point, probably someone like Vishy or somebody who's more experienced would have realized that and would have just tried to shut the game off, with white pieces, just to ensure that you get slightly worse, but you should be able to hold that position. But the line Adeliza went for, it was still very sharp, and this kind of things can be, you can say, because he is a little bit inexperienced. He just turned 19 few days back, so he will learn and he will get better for sure. It's only way up for him. So that's what I feel about him. And when you also said that nobody expected him to be at the bottom of the table after round six, yes, I mean nobody did, but it was not a big surprise also because he's just 19 years and he's the least experienced guy in this field.
Right, Abhijit. And for those who are asking in the chat if Vidit will join today, yes, we do expect Vidit to join unless he's late OP as usual. But yeah, we do expect him to join at some point today, and lot of important guests coming in today. So do stay tuned. Do hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't, so more people can tune into this broadcast. And do you want to have a and a big thank you for the 50K subs as well, guys. A big thank you. And shall we have a quick look at the highlights of yesterday before we go into the today's game?
Yeah, for sure. At least let's have a look what happened between Firuze versus Caruana, because that will be more instructive. That at some point, and what is that point where Uh, so this was the final position. Let's go. Probably let's start from Queen D3 in the start and quickly scroll through what happened. So yeah.
Yeah, it was a Catalan. It started with Queen D3. Once again, to remind the viewers, this don't judge the openings based on just the results of one game. It also depends on the player. And Queen D3, C5,
So are you
short
saying
cal.
Adil is a weak player?
He was the weaker player in this game, in this particular day.
Well, against Fabiano, most of the chess players will be weak on that given day.
You said it, Abhijit, not me.
So okay, let's go further. So these are all
C takes D4, knight takes
not known, but
D4.
quite natural what Fabiano did. So knight C6, so CD5 again. Knight D4, Queen D4, Knight D5 looks logical. You don't want to take back with the pawn. And initially, it feels like white could be a bit better because it will be difficult for black to develop this bishop on C8. But I think Fabi played quite accurately here, and he sort of neutralized this bishop very quickly with I guess bishop rook D1, bishop F6. I think he went, and yeah, Queen G4 is again a sort of a move which maybe he had prepared it, maybe not, but it just feels too complicated for me, like for my liking. I would rather have my queen tucked inside, or maybe queen a4, queen b3, where sort of stabilizes this your queen side, and then you can swiftly develop your pieces either to knight to c3, or the main idea is the b2 pawn is protected from the queen, and then the both the bishop and the knight can come out freely. So he went for queen g4, uh, queen e7, I think. Went
No, he started with bishop d7.
He started with bishop d7. Okay, the same thing. And here probably I would already start to worry with white pieces. Yeah, knight d2 is again a move where which you are sort of you just want to play on, but it can get backfire very quickly, especially against a player like Fabi's capabilities.
Right. Right.
So
So the game continued 92, queen e7, knight f3, rook a
yeah,
c8. And here we were wondering what happens for e4, e5, trapping the bishop. But black had this move e5, a discovered attack, attacking the queen. The queen had to move, queen h5,
yeah, probably
knight
already
d4.
about this point when he went with e4, and I'm sure he had seen e5 because that's the only move from black. And if you don't have something here directly, let's say after queen h5, knight b4, as white, then it feels like bad decision just to go for this, because already the main power of your position was bishop on g2, and now this is blocked because of pawn on e4, and black is better developed, and black rook or knight can come to c2 at any moment, and the queen on h5 is sort of literally not doing anything. So I would say e4 is one of the crucial point in the game, where he did not realize how difficult the things can get after this position e4 e5. So yeah, let's go a little bit further maybe. uh, yeah, so after queen h5, knight b4.
Bishop g5 happened, trying to get towards black's king. Bishop into g5, knight into g5, h6, knight f3, knight c6. And at this point, it felt like Ali Reza was slowly getting squeezed out in the game. He was starting to find it difficult. And I think here was the turning point. We should probably ask chat this question. White took rook into d7 here, queen into d7, bishop h3. And here Fabiano had this important move, which was the turning point, which was the difference, and which was probably what Ali Reza missed at this point. So Bishop h3 was played, black to play. Chat, what was this move that Ali Reza potentially missed yesterday?
Yeah, also I would like to point out one thing, that I think maybe he had seen the move which was played in the game, but it's just that he could not really make other things work for white. So maybe it came out of more of a desperation rather than a miss, maybe next move. So already I feel the time for him to make a clear cut draw was probably before e4, when he played e4 as white. So that was a crucial point, I think. And here, let me see if yes. So we have many people predicting the right move. So let's go with it. And after f5, ef5, queen e8 was the key point, that you move the queen with the tempo, attacking white's queen. And in general, if white exchanges the queen, we are just an exchange up, and we should, bishop f5 and queen e8. And in general, if we can exchange the queens with an exchange up, we should be doing quite good. And yeah, I think this was the turning point. And after that, yeah, Fabiano didn't give any chance to Ali Reza.
Absolutely. And this sums up the Fabiano Ali Reza game. And quickly panning out to the end, it was around this point where queen d7 happened, queen c3 check, king g4, queen d2. And after playing queen a4, Ali Reza thought for a few moments and resigned before his opponent could reply. And this is how Fabiano defeated Ali Reza yesterday. And just 4 minutes to the kickoff to the games, Abhijit.
Yeah.
And let's have a before we get into the chess action, let's start with a game of rock paper scissors.
But I have just one question. If what happens if I win?
What do you want?
So the next quest which is going to come, whatever our next case says to you, you're not going to give it back to the guest. You're just going to take it. If I win, and if you win, you can say whatever you want me to say or not to say.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think that's kind of going to happen anyway.
Okay, so let's go for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So how does it, like 1, 2, 3, and go, or how do we?
Yeah, I think we can just go rock,
So let's say
paper,
1, 2,
scissors.
3, and whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you say.
One, two.
No, it's like rock, paper, scissors, and then you show whatever.
Cool.
Right? Okay,
Yeah.
so go on.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, you
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
show anything. You didn't show. It was not in the
Damn, it
screen.
didn't come on camera. It didn't come on camera.
It should
This
be
is so
here.
unfortunate.
Yeah. So put your hands up, no? Like this. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on.
Rock, paper, scissors. Let's just make it a draw of this one. But let's have a look at the actual rock, paper, scissors in the candidates.
Sorry, I would like to take you both. So who's more comfortable waiting? Who's more?
Want to play rock paper scissors first? Alright, one.
1, 2, 3.
Oh.
No, you were wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, you cheated. It's right. Yeah.
Okay. That's 4. 1, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 1. But no, okay.
That's 3. Make it 3 so
Okay,
everybody's used to it.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Does that mean I go first? Or?
Yeah, you go first.
All right, that was a rock, paper, scissors candidates version, and you also saw the chess.com clips channel. So if you're wondering where to get these awesome clips, do check out the chess.com clips channel as well. Meanwhile, do we have kickoff in one of the games? I see a move in the Caruana Rajabo game. Is it an inaugural move or do we have kickoff?
Yeah, I think
let's zoom into the tournament hall.
Yes, exactly. Yes, we do have a kickoff in a couple of games.
Yes, but I think it was the chief guest making the move, and now Fabi and Rajaba are talking about the CEO joining the commentary on chess.com India, or maybe not.
Yeah, they haven't started it yet, but why do I see a move? Or they are just testing?
Yeah, they have. We have first moves on all the games, Abhijit. We have first moves on all the games. Ding has started. I see one c4 in Ding's game.
No, but if you see this Fabi's game, he has played a move, but his clock is also up. Same with Rapo.
Yeah. And
I think they were just testing probably the broadcast thing. Probably.
Yeah, seems so. Testing, but Rajab did he start with the Sicilian?
So E4, E5 has happened. Yes, Rajab started with Sicilian, and I think Nepo started with, probably with Petrov, I guess. E4, E5,
Knight E4, C5, Knight F3, A6, Abhijit. Really?
Yeah.
E4, C5, Knight F3, A6.
Yeah, we can quickly, vote probably at least for this game.
I'm going with Fabiano 1-0 for this one.
Oh, you took my guess.
I know. I got dibs on this one. E4, C5, Knight F3, A6. When was the last time this was seen in any game between a 2700, between two 2700s in a classical game? And that, guys, you can go to chess.com/events and vote for your favorite player or who you think is going to win, and get featured in the scorecard out here. There's someone with 20 correct scores in the candidates. And I think it's some pretty impressive guess, 20 out of 24. You can do this within the first 10 moves. So do get there and get your votes in. And who are you going for in the Ding Alireza game, Abhijit?
I think it's, for both of them, I think it's sort of a do or die game, and especially for Alireza. So I guess because Ding is white, and I just feel that it's a sort of a do or die game for both. I still prefer. I would go with Ding.
Wow, lots of 1-0 predictions from the panel today. And Duda Hikaru, Duda with the white pieces. We have a Nimzo Indian E3.
I think Duda is one guy who can be a little bit of a problem. Like we didn't discuss actually matches for today, but I just feel the style of Duda is sort of a one which contradict Hikaru's style, because Duda is very solid generally with white pieces, and Hikaru also likes to be very solid with black pieces. So I
A
feel
draw?
Draw is a safe result, to be honest. Yeah, I'll go with draw. Also, I want Hikaru to do well in the tournament. So yeah, draw.
See some clear bias there. And the last one between Jan Nepomniachtchi against Richard Rapport. Rapport with the white pieces, but I'd be pretty surprised if Rapport manages to mount any serious problems to Nepo in this matchup against Jans Petrov, which had been prepared for the World Championship match. And here also I'm going for a draw
Also in the
prediction.
candidates, right? He also didn't play a game last in candidates after the break, I think. Like in the second part of the last year's or 2020 candidates.
Yep, he did. And those are our predictions for those are our votes for this round. Chat, you can also get your votes in. You can make your clicks count by going to the chess.com/events, going and choosing the game, going to the vote tab and getting your votes in. And we also have a poll in the YouTube channel. Who will lead candidates at the midway stage? Today's round will mark the end of the first half, and you're free to get your predictions in. Will it be Nepo, Caruana? Will it be a joint lead, both of them at 5 out of 7? Or it cannot be none of the above? It has to be one of these three options.
Right. I just feel that Nepo is just running away with it. Yeah. So, I mean, not to sound very biased about it, but I just want tournament to be more open, in the sense that it should not be just two-way race. It should be more than that. So I would want maybe, of course, Ali Reza and Ding cannot win both because they're playing against each other. But yeah, I mean, maybe make a couple of draws, these guys, and let other guys also catch up, like Hikaru or Rappo. So this game is going to be quite crucial. And yeah, generally in the candidates, we have seen the person who is leading at the halfway point generally wins the candidates. Like back then, it was in 2013, it was probably Carlson, and then next year, 2014, I think it was, or 15.
15.
I think 14.
Yeah, it was 14. Yeah.
2012, then 2014.
Yeah.
Was Vichy. 2016 was the best of the lot, where first I think Fabiano was leading, then Karyakin was leading, then at some point Vichy was leading. It was going back and forth, and that's what we want in this event as well. So yeah, but after that, I think it was always one-way horse. Like if somebody's leading in the first half, usually they are the one who wins the whole entire thing, and it makes sense also. The good start is half your job is done. Yeah, once you have a good start.
Absolutely, a good start is half done. And Abhijit, I also wanted your insights on. I was just wondering, in a tournament with such high-level players and the players so evenly matched up, very little separating them, how do these wins generally happen? How do these mistakes happen? How do they even come in the first place? And how is it that a mistake to one person isn't so obvious to another person when all these players are so close to the top already?
Yeah, very good question actually, Srinath. So I can explain some of the mistakes which has already happened in this tournament. Let's go right at the start, like in the Dings game versus Nepo in the first round. Which we already discussed briefly in the sense that it was the first round, and Ding sort of did everything which he could to first of all qualify to come to the candidates, like playing 26, or I don't remember, but it was a lot of games in a very less number of days. First of all, that, and then simply, uh, he is also very principled, like all of them in general. To reach at such a top level, you have to be quite universal in your playing style. You cannot just have one sort of, let's say, I'll be solid player. It doesn't work like this. You still have to calculate a lot and do all those things. So in that game, probably he was a little bit, in the sense that he just want to get into the tournament, like just take it slowly. And Nepo used it very well. Like, he just was firing all cylinders right from the beginning. And even if you could, if if you remember the 2020 candidates, the first round was between Anish Giri versus Jan Nepomucci, and even there, uh, Anish went for a very sharp line with white pieces, and Nepo was thinking, but he still went for a very sharp line. He didn't, conceded ground. He was not like that. Okay, I'm black. Maybe I'll have slightly worse position, and then try to hold it off. But he went for it, and he sort of found the only moves for, like, let's say, first 20-22 moves, and then Anish sort of crumbled, and Nepo scored a very nice technical win in this queen versus rook endgame. If you remember, some sort of fortresses were there, and it was very important not to take this h4 pawn at the right moment. So yeah, and then that's why maybe that mistake happened. And okay, later on, like in this tournament, if you could see yesterday, or even before that, like Ali Reza, just he was just he just felt like he's a little bit inexperienced in this field, because although he has beaten many players of this strength, and he's quite talented himself, but somehow these kind of events require some other sort of preparation, also another sort of psyche. And sometimes you just have to say that maybe draw is a better result than, to go all out and maybe lose a game for trying for a win. So that's what happened to him, especially against Nepo, the black game, this Naidov game. I mean, I'm not blaming his choice of the opening, but specifically the line he went into, it's sort of, it gives you not a very good impression, because it was him who chose the line, and after a couple of moves, it was him who does not remember what happens, and immediately Nepo got a very good advantage out of the opening. So I mean, I can keep on continuing, about all this, but in general, mistakes does not come for one thing. It has multiple logic. It has multiple issues with it. So again, to beat them just by one mistake, it's not enough. You need to just keep on the pressure, keep on hitting that nail over and over and over again till it goes all the way inside.
Very, very well put there, Abhijit. You have to constantly pile on the pressure. I remember the scene from this movie, of the one of the Rocky movies, about how you have to, it's like chopping the wood. You have to be at it for a very long time, and it just doesn't fall in one shot. It just doesn't fall with one thrust. You have to keep doing it persistently, and then you win your game. And this candidates is very similar. High level chess is very similar. You have to be at it for a consistent and persistent period of time. Meanwhile, what is happening in this Rapport Nepomniachtchi game? We see a lot of moves. The Petrov has it started with a Petrov. Let's take it from the top. Rapport starting with 1e4. Jan being loyal to his Petrov, which he has used for the last 1 year. Knight f3, knight f6, knight into e5, d6. Quickly going through the opening, which we had covered in some of the earlier games. And
I just
d6.
wanted to say another thing about this, like why this Petrov makes a lot of sense for Nepo is, although we all know Petrov is very solid, but if you actually go through the lines, it is not as solid as it looks, because it can get very sharp very quickly. So sometimes people also ask why not, to go for Berlin or, some slow e4, e5 systems. But Nepo is very sharp, very aggressive there. So this sort of also suits him in the way that if, let's say, something happens which he does not know, he can, wiggle his way around, because he sort of enjoys such kind of positions.
That's again very insightful. And once again, chat, yes, Vidit is expected to join today, but Vidit has, he's a very important guest. So let's make a good show before he comes here. Let's try to get those likes past 100 for the beginning, for the start. Let's get it past 100 and keep increasing it until Vidit joins. So do hit that like button and
And before that,
getting
we would even have a more important guest than Vidit coming on the stream. So guys, I mean, you have to keep at it on the like button and just go for it, and we'll bring you more insights and even
entertainment.
better guest and entertainer than both of us, or at least me. I don't know about you, Shri, but
Oh yes, it's the same with me, Abhijit. So knight into e5, d6, knight f3, knight into e4, d4, d5, bishop d3, one of the main lines of Petrov. And here, as we had seen earlier, knight c6 was one of the moves which we saw in one of the games between Hikaru with the white pieces against Nepo with the black pieces. And Nepo was in quite a bit of trouble in that game. In this game, he changes with bishop d6, which is also one of the main moves here. Although not it put Rapport into thought for a few minutes here after bishop d6. He spent a few minutes and short castle, c4. The typical response, challenging the center, trying to target the d5 pawn right away, which is not easy for black to defend. First of all, bishop d6 coming in the way of the queen. And secondly, this knight is also quite far away. So black has to play c6 to protect the d5 pawn. And now queen to b3 is one of the main moves. The other move is queen to c2.
I'm not entirely sure whether actually queen b3 is such a known move, because when I see in the database, like, this position has come approximately 7,000 times, and queen b3 has only played hardly 28 times. So not probably it is known move, but it's not been played so many times at least.
Oh yes, true, Abhijit. True. I just remember having seen queen b3 somewhere, but as you pointed out, not very well extensively played variation. I think something like queen c2 is the main move. Bishop g4,
Yeah.
bishop into e4, d into e4, queen into e4, and
Yeah, so white
we
has
reach.
like many moves at this point. Even besides queen c2 or queen b3, white can play knight c3, rook e1, c takes d5. So white has multiple options here. But I mean, without going too much into the opening, because let's say we understand what Richard wants. Yeah, I mean, even if we don't understand, it's better if we just see what he does, because in general, I feel we both don't understand so much about this particular tabia of what has happened right now. So let us just dive into queen b3, because I see both players are playing relatively fast, and queen b3, bishop g4 has happened, which is again, it's number of games are just cutting down very quickly. From 28 games now, we already only have 8 games in this position, and after bishop e4, d4, knight g5, you only have 4 games. Bishop e7, knight e4, queen d4. Knight e4 has happened or not?
Yeah, it did.
Oh, it has
It
already
did
happened.
happen.
So queen b.
I think we should go before the game ends in a draw.
Yeah.
Knight takes e4, queen into d4, and now white can win
White
the
did
rook.
play this.
Yeah, he did play queen into b7, queen into e4, but after queen into a8, black had this super move. Should we give chat a bit of time to try and figure this out?
Yes.
Black had this very, very nice move. Also, someone in the chat pointing out that this is the Srinath roast stream. I think I also see it coming, guys. I also see it coming. I just hope you guys hold my hand and prepare me for the upcoming whatever is going to happen with the guest joining today. And I'd also put out a clip on my channel about one of the roasts earlier. So I'm expecting full redemption and much more than that. It will be like coming face to face with Arya Stark.
Okay, I didn't get that reference, but Just to
Game of
give this
Thrones?
I haven't seen it.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
It's just that there are too many seasons, and I feel like if I ever start, it's going to take so much time to just get over with it. And yeah, I just wanted to say one thing about this position. The first time this position was played, first of all, it's never come in a over the board classical game, but this particular position after Queen A8. But the first time it came in a correspondence game, can you guess which year it was? Or it?
1994.
Okay, I'll give you a hint. It's way before that.
1988.
I said way before, not like few years before.
But
1928 was the first time this position had come.
wow. But Abhijit, what I can say is this way: this position is. I do expect it to end in a quick draw. Bishop h3, g. It's kind of known. This has happened. G into h3, queen g6 check has happened. Now king h1 is the only move. Queen e4 check.
E4.
And
White wants to continue. There is only one move, which is f3.
Yeah, if Divya was here, she would say it's not a repetition, and she might go f3. But this doesn't really prolong the game for much longer, because black will just go queen d3 here, and after queen d3, the rook is attacked, and if you move the rook out here, then I think it can get dangerous for white. Queen d1 check, queen into c1. These pieces not developed. Bishop c5 incoming. So white will be forced to play.
You're only in exchange down after that as black, and you have a big attack with queen on a8, not really participating in the game. But I can also play knight d2 here. I mean, I understand there is king g2, but I guess king g2 you probably have queen g6 back again, and probably you would have to repeat. So f3
Yes.
knight d2, I'm a little bit puzzled. What is the idea here?
I'm pretty sure this is all in Jan's prep, Abhijit, because here the point is white has to play king g2 and make this repetition with queen g6 check. Because if you do play knight d2, black has this move queen to d7 with the idea of knight a6. And this queen is trapped. So black will get the queen back. And also, you can't, your pawn structure is bad. So king h1 played, queen e4 check, and I do expect a quick repetition and a finish before 7 p.m. or even earlier.
Yes, could be. But are you so sure about this position with queen on d7, the position where you could trap white's queen? Because
yes,
you still have two rooks for the queen. Let's just go a little bit further, maybe. So f3, queen d3. Knight d2, queen d7, and I don't know, let's say knight e4 looks natural to me. So you want to play knight a6, I guess?
Yes.
And so I take on f8.
King, I guess I'll take with the king.
Okay. And so now the position is what? Like I have two rooks for the queen, and the pawns are, okay, I'm a pawn up, but h3 pawn might go anytime soon. So in general, yeah, basically two rooks for the queen, but my king is a little bit weak.
Yes, and why I particularly remember this is because I do remember that everything you have to go for 0.00 or you get worse for white. And against queen b3, as you said, it is a rare move, but I did remember checking this recently at some point, and bishop g4 is perhaps one of the most convincing equalizers against this variation. And at this point, with after bishop e7, knight into e4 is one of the moves. The other option is queen into b7, bishop into g5, queen into e8, and here also there is something related to this after takes. I don't remember which move.
Also, the queen is sort of a little bit uncomfortable on a8. Yeah, I just feel even queen c7 or somewhere queen, and then just trap this queen after knight a6 or knight d7 is possible.
Yeah. But this doesn't. I'm not sure if this is the top choice here, but I don't remember.
Yeah,
but
maybe not, but still, it gives you the perspective that with white pieces, you generally don't want to go here because at least this is like if I'm white, I would see this line and I would be like, okay, maybe somehow, maybe I can make a draw in the long run. But this is not, I'm, striving for, at least in my preparation.
yes. Absolutely, Abhijit. Totally agree with you. Not what white wants, but Queen E4 check, and here Rapport is thinking. And if Rapport, I mean, I'm again very surprised that he went into this variation out of his
Yeah.
own volition with white,
Yeah.
and here he is thinking at this point where he should probably know exactly what
What to do.
happens.
Also, now, chat, you can see that he has been thinking for almost 3 minutes. We can see the timer on the top of the screen. So that is another,
Oh, that's such a cool add-on. I hadn't noticed
yeah,
that. That's
yeah.
just super cool. So next time Aliriza or Hikaru spends an hour after their prep, we'll know that they had spent an hour.
But generally, we know anyway. But this is a good way to also, to the people who has joined and who does not really know how much they've spent is a cool way. So right now, I see move 16 and timer is 3 minutes 28 seconds and going on. And yeah, I mean, what you say is absolutely right in the sense that if you don't know, then you don't enter here. And if you know, then what's the point of thinking anyway? And in
Absolutely.
general, it is quite a.
Unless
Yeah, I
uh,
was about to say, in general, it is quite a surprise because Rapo is kind of a very fighting player, and maybe he missed something in his prep. You never know. I mean, we can only sort of guess what he had in his store, and yeah, you just cannot predict 100% that what he missed, or maybe he just wanted to
yeah,
show
but
the.
when you're playing against the world championship challenger, you have to have something a lot more creative with your opening preparation, I think. Queen b3 is a lesser known move, but it's also not something that less known. And I'm sorry I cut you off, Abhijit, earlier. You were talking about a game in 1928. Really, they played this
But
exact thing in 1928.
I mean, not bishop h3, but they went with bishop d6 in that position.
Ah, okay.
Also, it feels like big compensation, no? Like because the queen is completely out, and it is not entirely clear, yeah, how the queen comes back. And if you see, all black pieces are around white's king. So I'm not
Yeah.
saying this is good or something for black, but it was played back in the day. And
Yeah.
yeah, talking about things about back in the day. So Rakesh Kulkarni is in the chat, and apparently he said that VD will only join if we get at least 200 likes. And then I saw a very nice comment by Yui that are you sure it is only 200 likes, not 200 super chats?
Greedy weedy.
Greedy, greedy.
Yeah, I don't know if Rakesh made an error there.
Mhm.
Do we stick to this? Do we stick to this draw? Do we stick here and watch this end in a draw, or do you also want to make a
I think I'll
quick?
just keep an eye on it. In the meantime, maybe we can go to the other
Yeah,
games
I think
because
we can have the video of Rapport, so we know when he makes a move, but we can have the board play out some of the other moves.
sure, sure.
So the other game where there was a lot of action
Mhm.
is Duda against Hikaru, where Abhijit, it started with 1d4, knight f6, c4,
Mhm.
e6, knight c3, the Nimzo Indian defense,
Yeah.
bishop b4, and now e3, the Rubinstein variation of the Nimzo Indian defense, which is something you also frequent quite a lot, don't you?
Yeah, I've played this quite often, and but like against Nimzo, you were supposed to have all sort of lines because it's such a solid line, and you need to have the surprise effect. Also, this line was played in the last tournament which I played in, which was in Sharjah Masters, and the last round was between our good friend Salim versus uh, Jeek Bogdan, and Salim managed to win a very nice game playing this this move, this line, e3.
Oh, nice. Nice. And
Let's take
the
it.
game. Sorry?
Yeah, let's go further. So
Yeah,
e3.
the game continued with short castle, bishop d3, and c5.
I want to
Knight.
ask you here, Srinath, like, so you play played Nims all your life, I think, with black pieces. So why sometimes people start with c5? Why they sometimes start with d5? Or sometimes they just don't do either of those moves and play b6? So, like, what is the general concept or the logic behind all three moves?
So I think fundamentally the difference is after d5, there are a lot of these variations where white just takes c into d5 into d5. And for example, there is this line with a3 which has been trending quite a bit in recent times. Vidit had it most recently against Hari Krishna in Prague. He had it earlier against Aronian. And I think this is one of the most fundamental differences. Now, this position after d5, one of the most common moves here for white is knight f3, after which, after c5, it just transposes either way. But uh, if d5, then white does have this additional option of c into d5. I think that's a big difference. And on the contrary, if you start with c5, then again, apart from knight f3, the additional option is a3, right? This is something, or is there also another difference here for white?
I think there is also d5. That's what I feel. I mean, I'm not saying it is a great move, but like you said, yeah, with black playing earlier d5, white could either take c d5 or just transpose into the main line with knight f3. So I think d5 is one of the options, and I think a3 you can play whenever you want as white because it transposes to very sharp line with Samish. You can play either after d5, before d5, before bishop d3, after bishop d3. So it, or before even a3, where I've done some some wonderful course after that.
Oh yeah, right.
So yeah, a3 basically you can play any moment in the Nimzo and get over with it, and just basically get a very sharp position where all three results are possible. And yeah, c5. I think the only major difference, I guess, from d5 and c5 is I always felt like only d5 moves the major difference because, like you said, yeah, if knight f3, d5 basically transposes into the line which you can also reach after d5, like first d5 then c5, and probably all other moves are basically the same. We haven't explained the b6 move at all because b6 is also one of the main tabiyas in these kind of positions where black just holds off c5 and d5 and just plays b6.
Yes, but I thought if you want to start with b6, you started with here, no, not after short castle.
Yes, exactly. So the point here, guys, is like if you start with b6 now, so let's say I go bishop d3, just to develop my piece, and after bishop b7, the g2 pawn is attacked, and I would have to play knight f3. And generally, knight on e2 is a little bit more flexible in this kind of position where, because after a3, let's just show the game's position actually. Let's just show with castle, I think the difference here. So instead of c5,
right?
If b6, I go knight e2, and after bishop b7, my g2 pawn is attacked. But now I can simply castle. And now I'm guarding the pawn with my king, and now I want to play a3 next. And somehow this bishop on b4 doesn't really make a lot of sense because if I can take back with the piece on c3, then you sort of not really have done anything because the general idea for black of playing Nimzo Indian is to play bishop into c3 and forces white to play pawn into c3. This is a general concept. And knight on e2 is more flexible also in the way because eventually you want to start advancing this e pawn and f pawn. And then maybe you can put the knight on g3 later on, depending on how the position is. So you're absolutely right. If you want to play b6, bishop b7, you have to start before short castle.
Very, very, very well explained there, Abhijit. And this is the fundamental difference between the nuances of how black challenges white in the center. But Hikaru starting with c5, and here Duda goes for one of the main moves, but not quite the main move. The main move is, I think, knight to f3, and he went for knight to e2. Probably the second most played move in this position. d5, c into d5, c into d4, and now he takes with the e pawn, which is of course the point of going into this variation with knight e2. White gets this isolated queen pawn. Black takes back knight into d5. White gets this isolated queen pawn, but in return, white also gets a lot of initiative against black's king side.
The thing is, this IQP position, this isolated queen pawn, as we like to say it, the main point of, like, let's say both the players are like, black most probably is going to blockade this pawn. So right now you can see just put this knight on d5. Maybe later on, if you get a chance, he'll play knight c6, knight e7, or maybe b6, bishop b7, just to solidify this square. And with white, if you can sort of unisolate this pawn, let's say if black goes somewhere with his knight, if you could play d5, then it gives you so much more freer game. But also you can play around the pawn. Let's say you have isolated pawn, you can maybe try to bring pieces to the king side. You can maybe start with bishop c2, queen d3, because it sort of shields you from all sort of exchanges, this pawn. So you can try to build up an attack, but maybe eventually combined with the attack, you also want to free yourself with d4, d5 at some point with white pieces. And for black, I guess, just stop it. Yeah, just stop d4, d5, and try to control the attack on the black's king. So overall, it is sort of a position where both sides will have chances, and strategically, this is quite a rich opening because white is risking something. Yeah, because d4 pawn will be permanently weak, but he gets this big attack in return. So yeah, I guess that's the major part. I mean, which I tried to cover right now. Can you add something on it, maybe, Srinath?
I think you covered pretty much most of the aspects, Abhijit. The d5 freeing move, and how black plays against the isolated queen pawn, how white tries to get some initiative going. Let's have a look at how the game continued from here on. White castled, normal developing move. Black played the knight to c6, again developing his knight, getting it to e7, as you mentioned, one of the common places to place your pieces in this isolated queen pawn setup. As black, a3 played by white, bishop to d6, and now rook
is actually quite a popular move, and Hikaru himself has played it in multiple times, like in his favorite, this Titled Tuesday streams. He has played it at least 2-3 times, which I can see. So also bishop e7 is popular. It's not like, it's just matter of taste. Yeah, either you put the bishop here, or you try to put the bishop on f6, where it sort of attacks d4, but more or less it covers the square on e5. So you're not able to put anything on e5 with white pieces. He goes for bishop d6, rook e1, and here Hikaru sprung the first surprise, or maybe not a surprise. Maybe he was just felt like maybe this is a playable move. But I'm seeing this knight e7 has been only played once, and also by not very strong players. I mean, it was only played once in correspondence game.
Oh, okay.
So usually they start with rook e1, rook e8, but to be honest, I don't understand the move rook e8, because just
combining
it with
bishop d6.
Yeah.
Because usually rook e8 is played. One of the reasons is to pull it all the way back.
Mm-hmm. So he goes knight e7, which is a little bit strange. Not strange, it is actually natural. But everybody was playing rook e8, so what do I know? So yeah, he goes bishop c2, quite normal. You want to put bishop c2, queen d3 to set up this battery on the king. Do we know actually what it's called, this kind of battery? I mean, I don't know. I want to know. Maybe we can ask in the chat if somebody can figure it out.
No, I have no idea. The Anakin's battery is with the rook on c1, rook c3, queen c2, rook c1. This one I don't know. Someone tells me it's the queen bishop battery.
So like what it is, like what it does, it means we say the same thing. Yeah. Usually it's never the case. it's like you ask, to your girlfriend or to your wife, yeah, how are you? And when they say I'm okay, that usually doesn't mean that they are okay. It has a deeper meaning. So I always used to think, yeah, when I said like Queen this battery, I thought maybe it was like
But I think not all things are complex in life. Maybe sometimes some things are simple. So Duda is sporting a bit of a smile in his face. I wonder why. Let's also go quickly to the live position we have right now. Bishop d7 happened, Queen d3, and f5 also on the board. And this is the live position we have. Meanwhile, we don't have any updates in the Raport Nepomniachtchi game. And Kushi Vidit is sorry to say you did get clickbaited, but Vidit is also expected to join the commentary at an appropriate number of likes. So do get those likes going, subscribe to the channel if you haven't, and Vidit will magically appear here. Before Vidit, we also have some other important guests joining our commentary here. And that's a good point by Anshika as well. The next rest day is Tuesday. And will Hikaru play the early title Tuesday? I think he will. And I don't know about Hikaru, but I'm going to play the next uh, title Tuesday on this channel, Chess.com India. So do subscribe, stay tuned for updates. And f5 is the final move in this position, Queen d3 f5. This is the live position we have. Sorry, Bishop b3 has just been played. Bishop b3 has been played. And what are your impressions about this position, Abhijit?
So Queen d3 f5, Bishop b3 is quite logical. As I said, like this is quite typical for White to try to sort of unisolate this pawn. And right now you can see we are already trying to play, let's say, take twice on d5, so that Black pawns also come to d5, and maybe then play Bishop f4. Maybe let's say just say King h8, maybe in this point, just to make some move.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say just knight d5, Bishop d5, e d5, and we go Bishop f4. And yeah, already you can see this dark square bishop doesn't have too many squares. If you retreat it back, we also have another beautiful square for the bishop to e5. So this is like White's general concept. In general, he doesn't. He wants to do this to isolate this pawn on d5, and also because Black has played f5, it sort of hinders Black, not to get this e5 square in control. So I like this move Bishop b3.
Exerting pressure on the d5 pawn.
Right.
And do you think some bit of pressure here in the Duda game?
Yeah, also if you could see, like he was spending some time and Bishop p3. Probably that's the reason you don't play knight e7 f5. Yeah, just because this gets very soft. Yeah, and you can maybe play rook e8 first. And it's a little bit strange because Hikaru has gotten this position at least 3-4 times, and and he had gone rook e8
after Bishop b3.
No, I mean
in the earlier games.
Yeah. So this is a little bit strange, and yeah. So let's see after Bishop b3 what can he do to avoid this kind of threat. Maybe can I play Queen b6? My idea is fairly simple. Let's just show it maybe. So first of all I'm taking this. So if we do the same plan, let's say knight d5, yes. Bishop d5, sorry, knight into d5, Bishop d5, e d5. If you go Bishop f4 now, then maybe I have Bishop b5 attacking the queen and the knight. Queen f3. Yeah, but this I'm not too scared. Maybe I can just take on e2.
You want to go into the
you could also play
opposite color bishop?
You could also play Queen G3 actually. Maybe that was also stronger than this.
True.
Yeah, I didn't mind so much this particular bishop, but this, because how do you take back? If you take my bishop, then I take it back with the knight, and I get this good knight versus bad bishop position, which I enjoy a lot. And if you take my knight, then probably I take your bishop, and not only attack your bishop on e2, maybe you can show it. Bishop e2, bishop d6. I also attack your rook on f8. And if you go rook e8, protecting both the pieces, then maybe we can ask the chat, yeah, what's
Yeah,
there?
this is a good moment. White to play and win. White to play and win, and how do you do it, chat? And also, chat, what is something that looks different today? Do you notice something different? Not necessarily on the chessboard, but off the chessboard as well. Is there something different? Something which has been consistently happening, but something that has changed today?
Or maybe something which has not been happening, but it's happening today.
Yep, either way.
I'm wearing white t-shirt, which I haven't worn in the first 6 games, so that's one.
True. Although I can't say the same. But yeah, I'm wearing blue, you're wearing white. And
Yeah.
Duda's wearing blue.
Mm-hmm. Also, talking about white, I see there are other white things which I can see somewhere. Somehow, somewhere.
Meanwhile, UV in the chat finding the right move. Bishop e5. Shout out to UV. Bishop e5 is super strong because it attacks the g7 point and also the e2 bishop and wins a piece. So after bishop b3, I think we can conclude that white has a bit of pressure here. And Krish Anand in the chat going with Naka black. That's also true. He's changed his jacket. He's not wearing blue today, but it's also a white shirt. A departure from what he's been wearing the last 3 rounds, is it? Or last 4 rounds?
Yeah, I mean, he has been wearing his blue shirt for a while. And probably for a good reason, yeah, he was getting good position. And as soon as he changed it to white, white is better.
Absolutely. Probably not a good idea there on Hikaru's part. Should we also have a look at the
Other
Caruana Raja book?
Yes, for sure.
Abhijit, this started with 1 e4 c5, knight of 3 a6, and this is a move which hasn't been seen, I think, in top level chess since forever.
Yeah, I mean, it's safe to say that this move hasn't been seen in neither in top level chess or in any level of chess in general for a long time. No.
True. A6 is not your common move. And here, I think white has fundamentally 3 options: c3, c4, and there's also this move with knight to c3, kind of transposing into some of the other popular Sicilians. But here you have this knight on c3 and e6, d4, c into d4, knight into d4. Here you have played this knight to c3, whereas white prefers to have bishop d3 or the pawn to c4 instead of the knight on c3. So that's a more a trick, but not what white wants. c3 is a better version of the c3 Sicilian for white, Alapin. And apart from c3, the other option is c4, which is the Maroczy, also called as the Maroczy bind. And these positions, it tends to kind of suffocate black. Black can get claustrophobic because the pawns on c4 and e4, it controls this d5 and b5 squares, which are the important pawn breaks for white and for black. And without these breaks, it's not so easy for black to find places for their pieces. So c4, knight c6.
And there is just one more thing I would like to add. This what you said about this Maroczy position. If you had to pick one player who is actually very good in such kind of position, who would you pick? And who would you actually suggest chat to probably follow his or her games and to get better in such kind of positions?
With black?
No, with white, I mean.
Oh, with white, Ulf Anderson?
Wolf Anderson, yes, but I think recently, not recently, but let's say last 10, 15 years, Magnus has been quite good with this such kind of positions with e4, c4, get this monarchy kind of structure and somehow rotate his pieces around from the king side to the queen side and then, go back and forth and win quite comfortably. So if you, Chad, if you really want to get deeply into this kind of structure, go and study Magnus games.
Absolutely. In general, studying Magnus games is good for everything related to chess. And he's just incredible. But yeah, knight c6, d4, c into d4, knight into d4. And here black played e5. E5 is, it's also not the move you would expect here, no, Abhijit. It's totally something new. It's something totally new for me.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot say whether it's new.
Once again, we seem to have lost Abhijit for a few seconds. He's frozen. But e5 is a completely new move. And knight f5 happened here. And here, Teemu played the pawn to d5. Once again, it looks like something that he has prepared really well. Knight f5, d5, and has Fabiano tangled in a bit of surprise. Fabiano has spent close to 45 minutes and he has not even completed 10 moves with the white pieces. The point of d5, it strikes directly in the center. White has to take this pawn. It's literally attacked by half of white's pieces, the queen, the pawn, and the pawn. So white has to take one of the pawns, c into d5, bishop into f5, e into f5, and now this knight gets the d4 square. So knight to d4, bishop d3, and now Teimur recaptures the pawn with queen into d5. And it's definitely a new concept. Here white had two options. He could protect the d5 pawn, he could protect the f5 pawn, and he chose to protect the f5 pawn, give up the d5 pawn. Knight c3 was the other option, allowing knight into f5, but now starting to develop his pieces. Bishop d3, short castle, and rook e1. So knight c3 was the other move, but after knight c3, black would have probably not taken on f5, but insisted on taking on d5 anyway. So Fabiano gives it up, bishop d3, and allows black to take it with the queen. And now short castle would be the normal move, but after short castle, long castle is an option. And I think this can get dangerous for white. This can get quite dangerous for white because black has his castle long. He threatens knight f3 check. The pawn structure can get totally out of sync for white. Like, let's look at a sample variation: knight c3, knight f3 check, g into f3, queen into d3, and look at how white's pawn structure is. Equal pawns, but white's pawn structure, white is strategically busted. And if black manages to develop his pieces on time, black can get better. So this is a danger that Fabiano has in this position. But what he probably has in mind here, what you would expect him to play, is knight to c3. Because the point is, if black takes queen into g2, then white can just play bishop e4, attack the queen, support the h1 rook, and the black queen has no good square to go. Queen has to go to h3, and here white should have some queen e4 check or bishop into b7, or a combination of both these moves. Bishop into b7 is what I would play here. Queen a4 check incoming. Black's king out in the center. All his pieces are undeveloped. And after knight c3, black probably has to castle here. Queen into d5, knight c3. And first start with queen d7 here. And then the same ideas with long castle, but white has got a tempo with knight c3 here. So this is the update in the Caruana Red Jabo game. Caruana, Taimur has managed to get in the early surprise. He's done a really good job in this game. We have been talking about how Taimur hasn't had the best of tournaments so far in this candidates. He hasn't shown a lot with white pieces. He hasn't shown a lot with black pieces. He hasn't really created a lot of opportunities. And in these situations where he created some opportunity, this was in round 6 against Richard Rapport, he quickly went for a draw. He kind of bailed out with a draw. He didn't find this move, which was winning him a piece. But he seems to have come with more motivation here, more rejuvenation, and he has done a fantastic job in the opening. Knight c3 on the board. I expect Queen d7 coming in, and after Queen d7, the game's likely to go into an opposite side castling. But Taimur knows what he's doing. He has worked this out. He has prepared deep. He has ambushed Fabiano, whereas Fabiano thinking that, working it out all on the board, and he's incredibly good at it. So this is going to be one interesting, juicy encounter between Fabiano and Rajabo. Meanwhile, a quick overview of all the games for those, especially for those who have just joined in. Let's have a quick overview of the 4 different games which are going on and the positions we have. So to remind the viewers, the one on the left corner, Rapport against Nepomniachtchi. Rapport has spent something like 45 minutes so far, but he has to take a draw. He has to take a repetition or he risks getting worse. So this is like a dream scenario for Jan Nepomniachtchi with the black pieces. He's got perfect preparation. He's got exactly what he wants. And he has a draw in hand and a win in the bush. If Rapport tries to win here, if he tries to deviate, then if he refuses the repetition, it can get dangerous for Rapport. And if he takes the repetition, then it's a very comfortable draw with the black pieces, which will be a big win for Nepomniachtchi. And you always love these low effort draws with the black pieces. You usually can get under pressure. In the Duda Hikaru game, Bishop b3 has just been played, and Hikaru is under a little bit of pressure. This is what we were discussing earlier, how badly things can go wrong for black here, and the potential dangers. So Bishop b3 on the board, and Hikaru under a bit of pressure. We just looked at the Fabiano game against Taimur, in which it has not been updated, but Knight c3 has been played by white. Good preparation, good ambush by Taimur with the black pieces. We've had 2 good preparations by black so far. One in the Nepomniachtchi game, other in the Taimur game. And let's have a look at the Ding Alireza game, which is also a very interesting game. Beginning from the start, 1 c4, e5. And it's always been a bit of paradox for me, because when you start with 1 e4, c5, the Sicilian is known to be a aggressive opening, whereas the English opening has the reputation of being solid. But in actuality, there's a lot of things in common between 1 e4 c5 and 1 c4 e5. But for some reason, 1 e4 c5 is an aggressive opening. 1 c4 e5 is a lot more calmer and stable opening. What do you think of this paradox, Abhijit?
I think it mainly depends, like if you're playing with white or black. I feel it's generally with white you want to go for something safer or solid line, and with black you want to do completely opposite. So yes, I totally agree with you that with white, once you play e4 c5, it is more aggressive for black than for white. But once you play 1 c4, you, because of that extra tempo that you have, it just feels like white is more safer than black again in this kind of position.
Interesting. That is true. And c4, e5, it continued with g3, which is also what Ding played in the first round against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Knight f6, bishop g2, bishop c5. Kind of like the Sicilian position, Abhijit, but black preserves his option of c6, d5, And I had this very funny incident in the 2019 World Rapid when I was playing black against Maxim Matlako, I think. And he started with c4 and with the white pieces. I was black. And I don't exactly remember how it went. But what I do remember is I played this move very quickly. I played
And what was
c4, e5.
Mhm.
And g3, I instantly played the knight to c6 by mistake.
And you think it's a big deal?
Yes, it's a big deal because when you start with knight f6, bishop g2, bishop c5, there is this variation with c6 and d5. Black gets c6 directly and goes d5. So, and this is also what I had prepared.
Just to illustrate, like, so let's say if I go knight c3 here, because I can play knight c3 because now you can no longer, I mean, you can play bishop b4, but that would actually end up, being one move down for you in the normal line.
Right, exactly.
So generally, you want to play knight c3 either once black has committed this bishop, I mean, the bishop square either to e7 or c5, or when do you actually play knight c3 with white pieces?
Knight c6. I'm not. It depends, Abhijit. But in this position, black has this additional option of c6 and d5.
Right.
So you can challenge directly in the center with c6. And I think this was a pretty good equalizer back in that time. Except that there was this very critical variation for white around here. With a piece sacrifice, some knight f3, e4, knight h4, g5, something like this. It's so hard to recollect.
Knight f5.
Black starts with d5. Black starts with d5. C takes d5 and c takes d5, d3. Knight g4 and now g5 comes, I think. Castle and g5. Yeah, right. Castle, g5. And this is chaotic. But in the game, I mean, I had prepared this opening. And then in the game, I quickly played the knight to c6. And then I was like, oh my God, how do I get my pawn to c6 now? My knight is already on c6. What an idiot. What an idiot I am.
But in general, I don't think it is a bad move, just, because you have played it. I think it's a normal move, but I do understand your point that maybe you are prepared with c6, d5, so that's why you wanted to sort of play it later on, maybe, or not play it at all.
Because I wanted to, true. I did manage to win that game later, so it worked out. But the whole time after I played 9c6, I was like, how do I get c6, d5? How do I get c6, d5? How do I get c6, d5? And then finally, I put the knight on e7 and got it going somehow. But
you must be so relieved, finally getting knight e7 on your c6, d5.
Exactly. Chad, do you have any similar instances where you had prepared something, but then you went there and did something else entirely out of your memory? It doesn't have to be chess. It can be from your exams. It can be from something else. But do you have any similar stories to share?
Yeah. Also, if you just go to the current position, I think the both players, probably in I think should be reasonably happy because they've got a position which is not entirely clear, and it could go either way. And this is the reason why. I mean, they would enjoy this kind of position because they are sort of trailing the pack, and it's sort of perfect for both of them, to get a sharp position where all three results are possible.
Absolutely, Abhijit. And this has been Ali Riza's approach all through this tournament as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, before he was doing it, before he had a choice, but I guess from now on, he has to continue the trend because he has already lost a couple of games. He needs to get some wins under his belt to come back in this tournament. Do you think he has any chances to come back in the sense to actually win the event?
I wouldn't totally rule it out. I've seen Ali Riza making all kinds of crazy comebacks and doing unbelievable things that I would have never thought could potentially happen. It's very, very, very unlikely, this being the candidates and the strength of the players. But having said that, I have kind of started expecting great things from Ali Riza
Right. I
based
mean,
on his results so far.
he's quite talented, and I mean, we know for a fact that his future is going to be right up there. So yes, but I think in this particular tournament, uh, I would not give him any chances to win this candidate. I mean, it's safe to say that even in the bookmakers or the odds maker, they would probably his percentage will be less than 1% right now, or even for sure less than 1%. I just want to know that whether it's bigger than 0%.
Generally, these things are, I think, something like 0%. I think so. But having said that, these are the kind of bets that win you big. Exactly why it's called gamble, because it's pretty much not going to happen. But if it happens, then you win big.
Right. So coming back to the position, he has played knight bd7. So how do we play with either colors here?
So bishop d2, knight bd7 has been played. Yeah, true. And I guess the pawn structure is the first thing one of the first things you look at in any position. And here white has the e pawn, black has the d pawn. Apart from that, everything out there is symmetrical. This d6 is a backward pawn, and it would be ideal if white can get some pressure going against it. But white's pieces are also in a tangle. This bishop on f5, pinning the knight on c2. Something like bishop f4 doesn't even threaten bishop into d6 because this bishop is watching this knight on c2. And playing something like e4 can get potentially dangerous because there's also the pressure against the c4 pawn. The c4 pawn can also get soft here. And right now, I don't see any major attacking threats with the discovered, with a potential discovered attack. Knight d5, the queen simply goes back. So I like how black's position is, Abhijit, out here on the queen side. Queen on e5, the pawn on e4. And
I guess if black can stabilize this bishop on c5, then probably he's okay. If white can somehow kick it out, because what it does is it defends this pawn on d6, which is very crucial here. So probably with white, I would want to play maybe b4 directly or b3, one of them, and play takes and eventually get b4 in.
yes, absolutely. That's one way to try and free up, try and get some space. At the very least, the pawn on b3 will protect the pawn on c4, and that will be an important and useful strategic support for white. But having said that, I also think black is not really under much pressure here.
Yeah. I mean, black basically has to play against this b4 and white. So this is how chess is. Yeah, generally you play against for one thing, and your opponent tries to stop it, and in the end you just see who wins that small battles, and eventually by winning those small battles, you in the end you sort of win the bigger battle, the game in the end. Yeah.
Right, absolutely. And talking about this earlier thing I did with knight c6, there is also this instant from a school event where one e4 happened on the board, and black wanted to play the Caro-Kann, but when he played the move, the player playing black, he or she, the pawn slipped and it just fell on c5 instead of c6. So then this player was like, all right, so let's just go Sicilian now.
Mm-hmm. I have a couple of stories like this. So as you know, like Fischer was one of the greatest players of all time, and especially in his generation. So there are a couple of stories about him. So once I remember, I don't know whether this is the exact truth, but I remember somebody was playing against him. I don't remember who it was. So usually Fischer plays e4, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that game but that game he went with c4, and his opponent just resigned. He was like, e4 I prepared for like 4 months, and now he's playing c4 anyway. After e4 I won't have chance. But here he plays c4 for sure. I don't have any chance, so he resigned. I don't know whether it is actually true or not, but I mean, I don't know to be exact. Do you know? Have you heard of this story?
No, I haven't heard of this story. No.
So maybe it was not Fisher, maybe it was somebody else. But I have one Fisher story. Fisher was playing against Tal. So both are very aggressive players, yeah. So in general, so Fisher started with e4, and this was young Fisher and an old Tal. So he, and maybe chat, you can also find this somewhere, on YouTube, some video. I mean, it is there online somewhere if you look hard enough. So he goes e4, and so Tal, he has his hand on the pawn. He goes c6, and he still has his hands on the pawn. And then he looks at Fisher. Fisher looks at him, and then he just pushes that pawn even further, yeah, to c5. Press the clock, smiles and writes down the move, and it goes on like that. And yeah, Fisher was like, okay, so what? And then the game continues, and yeah, just goes on.
That's I exactly. Maharnus Daruwala in the chat also. It was Mikhail Tal who made that gesture of c6 and then c5, and I have heard this story, and I think I even tried to attempt it once, and that's a very interesting story. With that, we'll also have a quick overview of what are going on in the different games before we head into a short break and come back with one of our special guests. Let's have an overview. And there we have it, Abhijit. Rapport, I was predicting that the game will end before 7, but looks like it won't even end before 8 o'clock.
I don't remember when was your last prediction was right. When did you predict that something had actually happened?
Good one. I'll let the chat try and remember that one. Try and recollect that for me.
So, okay. So next game, Firouzja Ding or Ding Firouzja, we were just looking at it. I don't think much has changed since then. It is still a complicated position. And what do you think about Duda Nakamura? Because I'm a little bit biased in this game, because I just feel like, with such a bishop on d7 and with I'm having the knight with exchanging the dark square bishop, I somehow just feel too biased just looking at it. Maybe you can explain it better.
No, White's position certainly looks promising, Abhijit. This bishop on d7, bad bishop blocked by its own pawns, and this e5 square a big gateway, a weakness. But having said that, Hikaru is also, I think, really good at defending these kind of positions. I think we should quickly pan into the Rapport Nepomniachtchi game, because I think we are there for the moment where there is potentially going to be a draw. Queen d3 has been played, and I do expect King g2, Queen g6 check, King h1 to come. Or do you think he's going to take some further time?
I think he will take his sweet time, because he has still 1 hour, and if he wants to make a draw, he'll always take King g2 and make a draw. And why not? But you have given 2 hours, yeah? Yes. So why not to spend at least some time, some safety time, and if you can always come back and rest, because this feels like, at least for Nepo, is a half rest, I guess. So I think he will spend at least 5-10 minutes for sure, and before that we'll be back. So I don't think we are risking much.
Yes, Rapport seems to be not on the board. Maybe he's taking a bit of break, and we'll also be right back after a break. But meanwhile, chat, do get those likes going, because we have this important guest coming up, and you don't want to make that person angry in any way. I have done that.
Or upset, yeah.
Exactly, upset or angry. Believe me, I know what I'm talking about. I have seen it up close, and I've faced that wrath. So I'm just trying to protect you, and don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short little break. And yeah.
So the rules are very simple. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6. And you have to just place 1 second per ball, okay? So teams are Arvind Chidambaram and Rahul VSS versus Grandmaster Arjun Kalyan and woman grandmaster Divya Deshmukh. Okay, let's do a toss. Kim captains Arvind Chidambaram, Divya. Toss. Order even. Who won the toss? So Arvind won the toss, and you would like to ball first. Please come in the frame. So we have a bowler here.
I don't know.
This is one. The game is very simple. Yeah.
You should keep different from him.
Yeah, you have to just try to dodge. Okay, ready?
Get out first. Okay.
Start.
Out.
Duck out. Oh no. All right, we have another batsman here, Arjun Kalyan. 3, 6,
Out.
11. Oh, 6. So the target is 7. And who do we have as a bowler here? Arjun Kalyan.
Okay, here comes the batsman.
Rahul VSS, all rounder. All right. Start. 4. Oh, 2. Okay, 2, 3. Target is 7. 6.
Dang.
You can't duck out. What are you telling me? Can also use bad words. He doesn't mind.
All right.
Video will mind. No.
Win.
Wow.
6 is there. So obviously first match we know Arvind Chidambaram has won. Team Arvind Chidambaram and Rahul VSS. We have second round. Do you want to change teams or keep the same teams?
No, I don't want to be on his team. No one, but why does no one wants to be in his team?
Arjun, don't worry.
Come on, man.
Don't worry, Arjun. What we can do is let's put Arjun and Arvind this time. Rahul and Divya. All right, ready? Okay. Toss time. Arvind versus Divya. Toss. You choose to ball.
Yeah, we choose to.
And Divya.
Start play first.
All right. 7,
Hey, wait. Okay, yes.
10,
From now on, same timing.
Okay.
10, 14, 19, 20, 19. All right, good performance. Next. 25,
Let me count, no?
28.
Out. Very good.
All right, 28. And now, Team Arvind.
I can't even count, no?
All right, start. Arjun is batting. 6. 6.
6 is unlucky number. What?
Target is huge.
Target is
What is the target? 29 plus
28.
28. 29 to win.
28. Yeah, we 29.
1,
So what's the total? 7. 7, huh?
7,
10.
10.
Wait. No, let me think. Okay. Out.
Oh no.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Bye. All right. Thank you, Arvind. Thank you, Arjun. Thank you, Rahul. And thank you, Divya.
Sorry, I would like to take you both. So he's more comfortable waiting. He's more.
Want to play rock, paper, scissors first? Alright, one.
1, 2, 3.
Oh,
I thought you were wrong.
yeah.
Yeah, you cheated. You're doing
Okay, that's 4. 1, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 1. But now, okay.
That's three. Make it three, so
Okay,
everybody's used to it.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Does that mean I go first? Or?
Yeah, you go first.
The FIDE Candidates is the most important tournament in chess. Taking place every 2 years, the Candidates qualifies the victor to challenge the reigning world champion in a World Chess Championship title match. The 2022 Candidates will feature 8 of the world's best chess players. They've all earned their spots through 2 years of fierce competition. They now head to Madrid, Spain, where everything will be settled over the board. One of those 8 spots is always reserved for the previous World Chess Championship challenger. Jan Nepomniachtchi would love nothing more than a second chance at the throne, but he has to get through 7 other great players in Madrid first. 2 spots went to the top finishers of the most prestigious open chess tournament in the world, the FIDE-Chess.com Grand Swiss. Ali Reza Firouzja won the Grand Swiss, turned the heads of everyone in doing so, and has become the youngest player in history to cross the 2,800 ELO rating barrier. He would become the youngest world chess champion of all time, should he win the candidates and ultimately the World Chess Championship match. Fabiano Caruana joined him, taking the other spot from the Grand Swiss. The US #1 and third highest rated player in the history of our game is also the only person to never lose a classical chess game to Magnus Carlsen in a World Chess Championship match. 2 of the spots were claimed by the winners of the dramatic 2022 FIDE Grand Prix cycle. Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura is a former world #2, a blitz and bullet chess legend, and the most popular chess streamer in the world. He was joined by GM Richard Rapport. The Hungarian #1 is one of the most creative and dangerous minds in the game today, and nobody is looking forward to facing him in Madrid. FIDE awarded one of the 8 spots to the wildcard invite, Grandmaster Timur Rajaba. Raja missed the 2021 candidate cycle in consideration of COVID concerns. But as the oldest, most experienced player in the field, he's looking to use that knowledge and punch his ticket to the World Chess Championship title match. And finally, 2 spots go to the top 2 finishers of the world's largest knockout tournament, the absolutely grueling.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Chess.com India's broadcast of the 2022 FIDE candidates. And we have a most special guest, someone who needs no introduction, but I'll just go out and do it anyway. The CEO and
Off. You have to complete the sentence, no, Sheena?
Yeah, complete the sentence. Come on.
That's why maybe your students are not very happy with you. You just say and then you stop and then.
Yeah.
I think that's still to be decided, no? The CEO of what?
Then why do you call me the CEO?
You're just the chief executive. You say stuff and we listen. It becomes a command to the hosts. It becomes a command to the co-commentators, to the chat, to the producers.
I see.
We can also say call her PM, no? So because when PM speak, everybody listens. So I mean, CEO is like too little for that, no? What do you think, Sheena?
God.
I don't know, Vijay. Even that feels a bit too small.
So you don't listen when the PM speak?
I do, but when Divya speaks, I think it goes even higher, no? The reverence.
Could be. I mean, I don't know that much, but I don't know about Divya so much, but I'll take your word for it.
Abhijit, today Rapport and Nepomniachtchi, they started playing, and within 15 minutes, it was pretty much a draw on the board. Let's quickly pan out to that game. But Rapport, in reverence to Divya joining the commentary, waited a whole 1 hour for Divya to join us before playing the final repetition moves. This actually happened. It's a true story. I'm not kidding.
Yeah, I believe you. I mean, I believe you. It's just that your students don't believe you. You should be more concerned about
Can we have it? We have him on camera. Now he's just waiting for that final confirmation of Divya coming on.
I think they just repeated once, right? So King G2, Queen D3. Okay, this position has already come twice. I guess he can still play King G2 and it will not be 3-fold repetition, I think.
Yeah, I think they have to play like 2 more times. So draw on move 24.
Look.
Oh my God.
What? Knight D2, yeah. I told you he's not the guy who does this. And Nepo comes like, oh, am I getting another win before the halfway point? Maybe what do you think about this move and in general about this game?
You're asking me or Divya?
Divya. No, I mean I've already asked you, yeah. So
yeah.
Divya, go on.
Okay, I don't have much of an idea about this game. So, but all I know is that Nepo is in his prep and also in his element. So, yeah, I actually don't know much about this. What will Black play?
He's played Queen D7 already. Queen D7 is on the board. He's threatening Knight A6 to trap the Queen.
Okay, yeah.
And we were looking at it for a brief moment. I was thinking maybe Knight E4 as white.
A6?
Yeah, knight a6, queen f8, and king f8. And if I can consolidate a little bit, maybe put bishop e3, rook d1, then maybe he can play on a little bit. But it just felt like with the king on h1, such a weak king, pawn on h3, it just felt like black will always have enough counterplay. I mean, he could even be better. I don't know, but it just feels like white is risking more than black here.
Yeah, black does look fine.
Yes, I guess we are going to see this most probably, because what else do you do as white?
But suppose white puts the king on g2, knight on g3, stuff like that, gets the bishop out, rook out. What will you do?
So let's
Do you
say.
start with king g2?
Mm-hmm.
Queen. Can I do queen d3?
You
Going
can
for the
do
pawn?
queen d3.
What?
You can also play f5 maybe and see where this knight is going.
Yeah, f5 also I had in mind.
Because my point is f5, knight g3 is a good square, or where else? Yeah.
Yeah, g3 or f2.
Yeah, and also knight g3, g5. I was wondering, because just to shut one side off completely, and you don't have I mean knight g3, g5 for black.
Knight g3, g5.
So bishop I'm stopping sort of bishop e3 with the idea to go f4. And in general, yeah, I think maybe a g5 is not great, because maybe you have f4, and now even my kings become a little bit weak. So
exactly.
So yeah, practically I'm not sure how easy it is. Maybe with computer it is good for knight g3 is such a bad move.
Yeah, and I also think Nepo knows, he knows that this is, for sure he knows that this is not 0.00. It's suboptimal. It's some minus something. He doesn't, maybe he doesn't know the exact way. But he knows that this is a bit better, and he will also have an hour advantage on the clock.
Right. I guess if he had to play on Richard, maybe he could have done it a little bit faster. Because the serious things, where he has to actually think for the whole game, I think it's going to come later on than here. And also, when you take into the account that when Nepo he had like 152 before started to think. So you also take into account, how well your opponent is prepared. Generally, a Nepo is quite well prepared, but also with him, you never know. Even he's surprised, he likes to play fast.
Bluff.
And so Divya, what you would have done as with white pieces? Would you have gone also for this, or?
I am not sure. If I would like have to play for a win, I would have gone for it. But
let's say you're playing in round 5 of some tournament.
Yeah, I would have gone for it. But okay, I like black's position better. I don't like white.
And let's say if you're playing against 2100.
I like black. How does it make a difference if it's a 2100 or a 2500? Player is still like, it's a good player, right? So.
No, what I wanted to ask, like, it doesn't matter about the rating, but let's say your opponent's strong, but the rating is low. So generally, do you see the rating, or do you see like how well they're playing in that particular tournament?
Momentum is a thing, but I think it just mainly depends on how strong a player actually is, no? Like, okay, even a really strong player can be playing bad, and we can't really underestimate them or something.
Right.
I feel so weird because both of you are asking me questions and I have to answer them like I'm some pro or something, which I'm not.
What do you think? Let me ask you an easier question. Would you take with the king or the bishop here?
What?
The queen.
Okay. King.
Why?
Why not?
But how do you explain it to the people?
Why not?
I don't know. The bishop seems fine on e7, and also like on f8 it doesn't look good.
The bishop, yeah?
Yeah, the bishop.
Yeah. But the computer likes bishop f8 more.
Why?
Why not?
No, I like also with the king because it also king on g8 you still will need one move, yeah, to sort of get away from the back rank mate. With king on f8, you know for a fact that you're going to move bishop sooner or later, and then it'll not be such a big deal.
Yeah, but I don't know why. Because when I made bishop f8, it's at minus 1.2, minus 1. And when I make king f8, it falls to 0.8, 0.7.
Yeah, but you cannot see this engine. Yeah, it is kind of very slow. It can also only tell you whether you're winning or losing.
You.
Please come
Sorry,
again.
that was just irresistible. But okay, sorry, go on.
It is like
Why
us.
would you
The
say
engine
that,
is-
Abhijit, Divya?
The engine is like us. This is what she said. I don't know, just to me or to both of us. I
No,
don't
no,
know.
I said it to Srinath now.
Probably to both of us.
No, I said it to
She
just
likes to
you.
say that to old people. I don't know. It's very.
So I said
ageist.
it to you.
Again, you're talking to Abhijit, right?
I said it to you, Srinath now.
Yes.
Anyway.
I guess
yeah.
this is going to go for a while, like this. I mean, not this banter, but this game.
That's been going on since years. So we can just skip to the games.
Yes.
Skip to the good part.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let us go to Caruana's Rajyabha because we haven't looked that game for forever, yeah?
Yeah. So once again, to catch up Divya, it started with 1 e4, c5, knight f3. And now guess black's move.
I have a feeling something is going to come at me. Like, I don't know. Some kind
Just
of.
guess, no? What would you play here as black?
What do I play? Some sort of quick question.
Some sort of?
Okay, I'll tell you. Okay, black went for a6. Timur went for a6. Do you know what is called the line with a6?
I did know it. I forgot it. I didn't know it.
That used to be Srinath's pet line, actually.
When?
Sorry. I mean, the effect, of Divya rubbing on me as well.
What is the name?
I think it's called OK Leaf, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Did you know it before, Divya?
I knew the name, but I didn't remember it now.
Yeah, but in general, Divya is very good with the names of the openings and stuff. You have to ask her these things if you have any doubts.
You mean very good in name calling?
That too.
Okay, so knight f3, a6, c4, knight c6, d4, c into d4, knight into d4, normal stuff. Here, Raja goes for e5, knight f5, and now d5.
Very
straightforward. Just putting the pawn out there, and c into d5, bishop into f5, e into f5, knight d4. And here I think white had a choice. He could start with knight c3, he could go bishop d3. He went with bishop d3. But now after queen into d5, black can castle long. And in fact, he would, I think that's what he would do if white castle short. He would go for long castle. So he started with knight to c3, queen d7, and now castle short. And here, in fact, I was expecting long castle from Raja anyway, because it just felt like the thing to do in this variation after getting this queen to d5, knight to d4, and all these quick moves. But he went knight f6. What do you think of that, Abhijit?
Just to go back a little, if we could go back. So after knight c3, queen d7 is a new move. Like we have a new position after move 10. Queen d7 has never not been played. And I was just seeing a timestamp actually. I think after e5, knight d4, bishop d3. Of course, Fabiano was thinking because I guess he was not aware of all this. And I think Timur was not really, I mean, of course, he was aware of bishop d3, but he was not exactly sure how to proceed after this. So started thing after bishop d3, queen d5 was played a lot of times. After knight c3, there was only one move, bishop d7, which was played. Sorry, bishop d4, which was played earlier, not queen d7.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So who played this?
It was bishop d4 was played by Horvath Peter and Varga Zoltan, both Hungarian players. So yeah, but I guess queen d7 is the best move in the position. Just feels like just going back with the queen and not really parting ways with the bishop. So queen d7, short castle, and you were expecting long castle, yes? Yeah, I mean long castle looks normal, but also it feels white should be still a little bit better. Yeah, if you go long castle, just bishop e3, and somehow f5 pawn controls your attack on the king side. Yes.
True.
And for white, I guess it's so much easier to play. Maybe just you want to give up this pawn on b4 and try to open up some lines on the queen side.
Right.
So he goes for short.
Potentially looks more dangerous for black.
Yeah. Also, I mean, knowing Raja, I mean, did you really expect he would have gone for long castle here?
I think it really depends on what he has prepared, no? What was in
Yeah, I feel like after bishop d3, of course he had prepared, but somehow he could not recollect because he started to spend some time. That's the logic behind my assessment of the situation.
Right.
So let us quickly jump to the current position. Live position is gone rook e1. So the first question first, how do you defend this pawn?
Who do you prefer?
White.
White?
You? Yeah.
White. Srinarayan, you?
Hey,
see, when I'm wearing white t-shirt, I always prefer white. When I'm not wearing white, generally I prefer black.
Yeah,
Okay,
I also
so
prefer
you're
white when I
preferring-
wear blue t-shirt.
So you're preferring Rapo today? Abhijit Bhaiya?
I was, and I mean, yes, I still don't dislike his position so much. Let's just put it this way. Like it with Inchen, it's easier to understand that it's -1. But if I was over the board, if let's say my opponent was thinking for a while with black pieces, then probably I would also go for this line because it's not very obvious to me that why black is so much better.
Yeah, true.
But in this position, how do you defend pawn on e5? It's not an easy way to do it, no? I see.
Knight c6. Just go back.
Yeah, you can take this bishop f6 and just to keep this position, you know, bishop f6, bishop e4. I just feel white is slightly better. I don't know about you guys, but I would actually consider
slightly is fine, but what do you intend to do? Like, if you want knight e5 here, I can just defend with queen d6.
No, I mean, I would, instead of rook e5, let's say I go bishop f6.
Bishop f6,
So bishop e4. Yes, what do you do now?
Let's say rook c8.
Knight d5 and now queen d6.
Queen d6, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying like black is lost, but I just feel so much easier for white to play. I don't know why though.
How would you
Yeah, no.
Yeah, okay, it is a little bit easier, but I think why can't you take the pawn by the way?
No, you could. I just felt this is simpler way to get solid and slightly better position.
Safe.
But yeah, of course you can take the pawn. I mean, why not? Yeah, pawn is a pawn.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's have a look at that. Rook into e5.
Yeah, how do we play now? Maybe rook e8. Yeah, it looks.
Rook e8?
Mm-hmm.
Not so sure. I don't know. It just seems like white is a clear.
Yeah. No, I see your point. It feels like white is better. Two bishop.
Yeah.
Pawn
Now
up.
the same thing with maybe bishop f6 and bishop e4 after taking on e8.
Yeah, but then your bishop is active. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's a big difference. Yeah, you don't have this pawn on e5.
Yeah.
Okay, but if I want to activate my bishop, I could just get the bishop to maybe e7, c5, and that I don't know.
True. I mean, my logic before.
Yeah. Okay, I get you.
Yeah. So just for the chat, like my logic was because this pawn is no longer on e5, I just don't want to give up my bishop pair so easily. And my logic was because after bishop f6, we have this opposite color bishop. So generally the tendency is like whose bishop is active and who can attack
it does
more.
make sense.
Yeah. So with bishop on e4, I sort of neutralize your bishop on f6, and then I can switch back and forth either on the queen side or go maybe queen h5, rook e3 in a good moment.
Yeah.
So coming back to rook e5, how do we play as black?
After rook e5, like you said, rook e8.
Yeah, but again, let's say some move as white. Yeah, I don't know. Or do we want to play h6 then? Like, are we playing h6 with black next to drive?
Does it make a difference? What if I just go back? Bishop h4.
Yeah, I don't know. So what do you play? h3 you play as white, or you just play
after rook e8?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you can go h3.
So let's say h3, I go h6.
Can I? Do I have to play? Can I do some bishop c4 here?
Yes.
Instead of h3?
Yeah.
So let's say I go rook d8.
I don't have any.
Could you take on e7 by any chance?
No.
You could move before, I think. Now.
Just queen into e7, no?
Knight d5. I don't know. Doesn't work. You'll take and then just take on f5.
Just show that.
Also knight d5, queen e5, and I don't see big attack there. But maybe you can go knight d5 directly instead of rook e7.
Yeah, that was my intention when I played bishop c4.
But I still don't see the knockout. So I take on d5 now with black pieces. You take back, I guess, and just move the queen. And my point is, so g5 bishop hangs, and if you start with bishop e7, I mean, if you take my knight, then I probably am going to take your bishop.
Yeah, and I think to explain to the chat, this kind of position black wouldn't mind at all.
What is happening on bishop e7?
I was thinking rook d5.
Takes?
Takes what?
Bishop d5?
Bishop takes, queen e7.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you take the knight, then we have back rank mate. And if you don't, then I feel if I can stabilize my knight on d4, then I don't think black should have any problem in general. Although your pawn up, you may also knight f5 hangs, so I don't know.
Doesn't feel like here, I guess.
Yeah, but generally it doesn't feel like should be enough.
Yeah,
right.
Knight e to knight f4. Yes.
Yeah. Another reason why I didn't want to take e5 pawn.
It definitely feels a lot easier for white to, not take the pawn.
No, I just felt like in general, if I can just keep the position and sort of torture black. Bishop see what happens after rook e5. No, like play becomes very sharp. And if I'm not exactly sure what is happening, then play also becomes sharp, but also easier for black to continue because it's very forcing in the nature. And when there are only one solution, then most of the people, they sort of find it. If there are multiple solutions, maybe slightly worse, slightly better, then that's where they start to ponder around and maybe they go wrong.
Right.
Should we check the games?
Yes.
Sure.
Also, I see in the chat, so Firuza's second has been Cheparinov and Kramnik.
Huh?
Yes, Kramnik.
Huh?
Kramnik, Vladimir Kramnik.
Are you believing the chat? Are you seriously believing the chat?
But I do know this Cheparinov is his second. I am not sure what Kramnik do. So
Cheparino is his second, but Kramnik I don't believe. I mean, I can't believe that because it doesn't.
I mean, he lives in France. Aliza lives in France. Both of them lives in France these days.
Kramnik lives in France?
Yes.
Okay. Might make sense.
Yeah, but the opening choices, like this 5b5 and stuff, I can't believe that
But if
looks
you-
like Kravnik's.
Yes. Also talking about Kramnik, it's his birthday today.
Ooh,
So happy birthday to the
happy
legend.
birthday, Kravnik.
And as I guess it was Swidler or it was Vishy, I don't remember, but one of them had said it that we all play Kramnik's openings.
Berlin
Oh.
Petrov.
Yes.
No, with both colors, like Catalan, maybe you were waiting for me to say. But in general, like his opening becomes a trend. And
Has he ever played B3?
but B3 was never the trend, no? Couple of guys playing
Oh.
B3 is not a trend, yeah.
Oh, I can see which team you're on.
No, I'm saying
He's
top
in the
level.
team of
basically.
chess.
Uh-huh.
I'm a classical player, so for me, when I see B3, I sort of feel happy with black pieces that somebody is trying to, play such kind of line rather than E4, which have been proven the best move by all these legends.
Mm-hmm. Sure. We were supposed to see the other games.
Yeah, so which game CEO, man?
Let's check Hikaru's game.
Hikaru's game is actually quite interesting. Yeah, what are your initial impressions of this question, Divya?
Yes.
This is the last question. Rook e4 has been played. White replied with rook d1. So we have a symmetrical pawn structure. This knight against this bishop, but some counterplane activity for black.
I think I would prefer white.
And why?
I like the knight more than the bishop.
Right.
What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I also initially, I think both I and Abhijit, we preferred white a bit more here, but with the growing passage of time, I feel black need not necessarily have a lot to worry here. There's a lot of counterplay with g5 and stuff coming. So let's say go queen d6 here. We defend d5 and then start going g4.
Yeah, that's makes
But
sense.
queen d6, maybe you just play f3, yeah, and then get the knight to e5.
So, did you say that you like black right now?
I mean, I think black is not doing
What
as
about you,
bad as it
Vidit
looks.
Bhaiya? Black?
No, definitely white. Definitely. But I didn't like his move, this g3, because I want to play f3 at some point in general to cover this square on e4. And g3, f3, somehow it weakens my position a little bit. So I would have probably gone simply queen d2 here, just to also get out of this bishop b5 thing all the time, and also supports my bishop, and then maybe do the same thing. But yeah, after g3, bishop f4, knight f4, I do get your point, Srinath, that black is getting a little bit of a counterplay here. So for example, rook e4, rook d1, what happened in the game. Now bishop a4, you would have to go bishop rook d2 to guard this pawn on d4, and maybe just even bishop b3. And somehow it is little bit uncomfortable for white to somehow regroup everything.
Yes, I agree. But you're still white, right?
I would still prefer to be white, but that's just
I'm not letting.
White
I'm not Yeah, exactly. I'm not letting him disregard that. You have to obey the rules.
But today, anyway, even Rapper's game, I'm going for white pieces. So what do I know? Yeah, because I'm wearing white, so I'm liking whites everywhere.
Yeah.
Guys, but think of it, yeah. I mean, if Nepo, Vikesh in the chat pointing out that Nepo is again winning, and if Nepo manages to do that, 5.5 out of 7, is that like one of the best scores in the candidates after the first half?
I think after the sixth round, he was still the same in the last candidate's Nepo, but 7th round he lost to Maxim Bashir, and then he came to +2 from +3. So if he wins, yes. But I wouldn't still say that he's winning. Maybe he's better, but all to play for, I think, in that position. And we have a question actually, Divya. Maybe you can
Yeah.
take it. In this position, do you think, let's go in the live position, I guess. So do you think
Yeah.
G5 in general is a good move for black because it sort of
This
removes this
position.
knight? Uh,
Okay, this position.
here, okay, D5
Right
also
now,
helps.
so
Yeah.
D5 is hanging, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe here, yeah.
Maybe in this position,
Yeah.
but it's white to play.
I mean, hypothetically, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Or I can add a move.
hypothetically,
Is G5 a good
G5
move in general?
in general, no. Here, probably, but I don't think so because it kind of weakens the king, and I don't know if white can probably exploit it by going knight g2 h4, but it doesn't look that bad. I mean, I
Okay.
wouldn't play it. Maybe g5 for something. If there's something concrete, then maybe I would go for it. But if there isn't, then there's no need for g5.
Right.
What do you think?
No, I think you are right in the sense that if I cannot follow it up with something like G5 and F4, maybe if black can make it work, then yes, I would consider it. But just G5, I would not really, I would be a little bit uncomfortable just by playing G5. If I don't see anything further after G5.
Meanwhile, guys,
Remember?
if Nepo wins, if he wins and scores 5.5, that would be the best score at the halfway stage in the history of candidates. Magnus and
Wow.
Aronian in 2013 and Caruana in 2018, they had a score of 5 out of 7, but not 5.5 out of 7. And that would be such a spectacular start. And so unexpected too, no?
Yeah. I think the only result which I could feel which was close to this one, if Nepo wins, of course, was I think it was in 2005 when they had this round robin world championship match where 8
San
players were
Luis.
playing San Luis, which Topalo eventually won, but he started with 6.5 out of 7.
I will out. Is it San Luis or is it St. Louis?
San Luis.
No.
San Luis.
Yeah, it's
But
a place in Mexico.
It was Mexico, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's a different one, but I think what you're saying is also right.
You're like 1 or 2 years old when that happened, I think. Divya.
When did it happen?
This was in 2005, right?
She was
Because
not
I was
born,
not born. I was not born.
You were born in 2005, no?
Yeah. So I was born in December now. So
Yeah,
must be
immediately this happens, the World Championship tournament.
what to do?
Tupalo goes 6.5 out of 7.
Yeah.
I made him lose.
He won.
No, he won.
I made him win.
But you were not born.
Magic.
Even without Divya's existence, she could control things, and now you're only saying that she's CEO. So CEO is such a small
understatement.
Exactly.
So what should it be then? What's the right statement?
I'm not opening my mouth.
What is happening in Shiruja's game?
Or maybe you want to quickly go to this one because chat is actually saying that
Nepo is losing, yeah? Sorry,
No,
Rapport is losing.
Rapport is losing, yes.
Yeah, and I also think so. And to be honest, yeah, someone also pointed out that if Rapport wanted to play for a win, Abhijit, if he wanted to avoid repetition, it makes so much sense to go with Bishop G5, no, instead of what he actually did.
Yeah, because I was saying the same thing, yeah. Like Bishop G5 is a move. It is not like because if Queen G5, then simply I go King H1, and okay, I have weak king, everything, but I'm still an exchange of
I think the variation here goes Bishop G5, King H1, Queen D3, Knight C3, Queen D7, ऐसा कुछ. Rook D1, Queen C7.
What difference does it make? Like Bishop D5 or technique something like.
But I can play Knight D5, yeah, Srinath, in this particular.
Yeah, Knight D5 or Knight B5. This is the way to get your queen out, and it's Rook and 2 minor pieces, and lot lesser risk of losing, I think.
Yeah. Also, you would be really uncomfortable with black if you're not make out the exact way how to
Way.
how to go about it in this position, because in the long term white is doing good, but in the short term the king is very weak for white. But
Yeah.
anyway, in the let's see what happened in the game. It took with the bishop actually. I mean, all of us thought that maybe king takes is better. It took with the bishop, and then
Yes. The why not moment.
Yes.
Bishop f4. Queen into h3. Happened. Rook d1. h6. Bishop g3. And now just knight to c5. I think white's moves were kind of natural, yeah. So bishop into f8, h3 was attacked. Maybe king g2 was more natural here. He just went bishop f4, giving up the pawn.
But I didn't like bishop f4 in general, because it's sort of black can manage to bring this a6 knight very quickly after knight c5. So that's why I wanted to put bishop on e3. And in general, with let's say when you're playing against a queen, when you have, let's say, rook or a minor piece or two rooks in this scenario, you want to keep some pieces on. No, I don't know, because with queen it's such a long range. I was saying that queen is such a long range piece that it can always give checks from here and there. So unless if your king is not entirely safe, you would want to keep some pieces to also attack black's king in return.
Probably Rapa just wanted his bishop on g3 instead of knight, and then get the king to g2, something like that. I don't know.
Probably. And we have a beautiful picture actually. Fabi is looking in the background, looking at this game. Fabiano is looking at this position in the background, and
have you seen the memes? Have you seen those memes of Hikaru and Fabi and all those that chess.com keeps posting?
No. Is there anything I can use for my next clip?
I mean, you get enough content out of me. Why do you want to get content out of them?
There's never enough, no?
And you say greedy VD, yeah?
Okay, like a true YouTuber with 20k subs.
What? What?
You can use maybe that for a clip.
Yeah.
I just missed that part. Can you repeat it?
Spoken like a true YouTuber with a 20k sub. You want me to repeat again?
Divya to repeat again.
When people give those late reactions and then everybody laughs at that person. This is what happening right now. Okay, you don't get it. Okay, chalo. Let's go back to the game.
Neil hits it right in the hammer. The nail.
Totally true.
Justice for Shri in the chat, guys.
What?
Shri just getting roasted non-stop.
Okay. Oh, you using
I don't get it. Like Divya, you are about 16, 17?
16.
No? 16, yes. And how old are you, Sheena?
28.
And you are playing the Bichara card, yes?
Obviously is what's surprising about that.
I mean,
times have changed, guys. Times have changed. Now it's the juniors who are the most dangerous, not just on chess, but in everything. And the older people who are
right. And with that statement, I would like to say that your side of things are, going to get better, because we have another guest joining us very soon, and who's not a junior. So.
Oh, so you're including yourself in my side.
No, I'm not. I haven't included myself in any of the side. I'm just trying to be a moderator,
Sure.
But yeah, let's have a quick break and be back with another guest in a couple of minutes.
See you, chat. Bye-bye.
Hey, not bye-bye. Be right back.
Okay, be right back.
3. Oh! Yeah.
I can just.
Hey, we need at least 2 digits, man.
Yeah.
1. 9. Wait. You will think and make a move. How much? 11. How much?
17.
Out.
23. 24. One. How many ones? Out.
Oh, 24. So what is the target?
25. 26. I duck out on the. Okay, I should not get out with the first ball. Lead.
4.
Oh, sorry. I kept this.
Okay. It's played.
Yeah.
Okay. 9. 11.
11 runs.
We won the match. No, Arvind.
Hey, start back.
11.
Come on, Arvind.
11.
Yeah, what's the target?
25.
I have no idea.
25 target.
Okay. 6.
So 17.
Yeah, 17.
How do you feel?
Out it, Allah, brother.
How do you feel?
Good, because he's not in this
No,
team.
no, like normal, nothing to be worried of. Just normal life.
Sorry, I would like to take you both. So he's more comfortable waiting. He's more.
Want to play rock, paper, scissors first? Alright, no. One.
1, 2, 3.
Oh.
Oh, you were wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, you cheated. It's right, yeah.
Okay. That's 4. 1, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
2.
And then 1. But now, okay.
Let's stream. Make it stream so everybody's used to it.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Does that mean I go first? Or?
Yeah, you go first.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Chess.com India's coverage of the 2022 FIDE candidates. And we have not one person, but two persons who comes to the Prime Minister's mind when he thinks of the word chess players. Vidit Gujarati has also joined our stream. So Vidit, how has it been being back to India number 3?
How does it feel to give the same intro and be not
Yeah,
creative at
exactly.
all?
I was going to say the same thing. Every time I come, same intro.
This was for Vidit.
Okay, but you said my name also, so I'm going to take it.
I didn't say your name. I just said we have two people who comes to the Prime Minister's mind.
I think
Yeah,
Srinath
yes.
is going to be in big trouble today with two people bullying him.
Exactly.
And Abhijit being of no help.
So what's the status, guys?
I was muted. But okay, so
So Rapport is
Let's talk about-
losing.
Yeah, I tweeted. Did you see my tweet or not?
No.
I exactly predicted this, that if he tries to play for a win, he is going to regret it. I mean, first of all, I was so surprised that poor preparation. Yeah, this is like, this line has been played by Dominguez, I think Queen B3 stuff. And after Bishop G4, this is like the first line of engine. Literally first line of engine. And I don't know where he stopped. And okay, if you don't know, you have thought for 1 hour and your opponent is blitzing out, this is not the point. Sorry, I'm on Chess.com India. Okay. I am on Chess.com India, but I was in the gym and I was watching Chess.com, commentary, Danny and Hess. In this position, when Rapport tries to play for a win, oh my God, I couldn't bear it that they were praising this decision. And like continuously for 2 straight minutes, Danny and Hess, they're praising this decision. And I decided, okay, that's the cue for me to stop watching. And I took
Did you tweet against them?
Sorry?
Nothing.
No, I didn't tweet. No, I didn't tweet against them. No. Okay. But I thought this was a foolish decision to play on, actually. He's really worse, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's really worse.
Also, the way he continued, it's not entirely like in a good way. Like we were discussing there, after Queen G6, maybe he could have continued with Bishop G5. Maybe it's I don't know how good it is or how good or bad it is, but at least the bar is somewhat in the middle. So he sort of. I mean, you can if Queen G5, King G1, but in any case, Bishop G5.
Yeah, Bishop G5, King H1, Queen D3, Knight C3, Queen D7. I think this was the line.
Wait, in the game he played Knight D2 instead of King G2, right?
Yeah, so that was the point, that if you want to avoid repetition, if you want to carry on anyway, you could do it by just playing the Bishop to G5. Why do you have to play the Knight D2 here?
Yeah, but Bishop G5 looks strange. It's not like it could be like you don't even get 2 rooks for the queen. Yeah, you could still get the queen trapped after giving the bishop. It looks like that, this line.
No, but you're in time, yeah? You're in time here with
he thought for an hour.
Knight B5.
Or Knight D5, something like that.
But why would white be like better for here?
Well, at least white has a lot less risk of losing here.
I mean, the least risk of losing is a repetition of moves. That's the beauty of repetition. Here it is like fighting for draw.
Be original. What is wrong with everybody? Everybody is just using everybody's.
It's called callback, Divya. It's called callback. It's fine.
Callback.
What is callback?
Oh my God.
Something you can't do.
By the way, Vidit, how did you reach here? I heard that it was not an easy trip. And you
nothing is easy while you live in Nasik. Nothing is easy. But in my defense, I was informed about this commentary at 6 o'clock. So I couldn't have been prepared. But I made it on time, professional. So what are the things in other games, by the way? I'm very curious.
So let's have your predictions for all the games. Yeah, this one
I love it. I love to do predictions.
Yeah, let's do it.
So
you didn't see the title. You didn't see the title of the stream.
Of course, I saw it. It was such a clickbait when I was not there for first 2 hours. But no, but I liked it. I approve it.
No, actually, I'm not sure because Divya was here and her name was not in the title, so I'm not sure if we gained viewers or lost them.
How do you feel just using me for content? Like
Chess.com India, you can answer that.
Without any shame.
Chess.com India, again, you can answer that.
He's paid to do that. So I have to predict, right? So this one is easy. I think Nepo will win. White's position looks terrible, no? Like, I mean, I know engine says black is clearly better, but also I can't imagine a scenario where white is even like going to try for something. Like the king is so weak.
Can we make a couple of moves to illustrate how bad white's position is?
Yes.
Like, how do you play with black pieces here?
That's a good question. I'll not play f5. That's what I know. Knight f2 would be wrong way to go.
Yeah, there's no mate in one, otherwise would have played that.
I think rook d3, the point is h4, knight f2, right? Again, you lose the pawn on h4, right?
So that's why he started with queen f5.
I was thinking actually a5. Was it a possibility?
Here?
But to stop b4, yeah? And just
but the point is, I think knight f2, queen f5, rook e5. That's probably what he didn't want to allow. Yeah, so I think black still has to play a little bit. It's not obvious, yeah, how you.
Yeah.
But queen
and
f5 like
not going to slow down, I guess.
How much time does he have? Oh, 1 hour 20
minutes. 20 minutes.
And how many moves left?
10.
Okay. Queen f5 like.
F5, let's say I go b4, like just to make a move. And
can I play a5?
You don't want to go g5, h4 or
no? I like a5.
Instead of a5, maybe you could, now just because of your idea, g5, so maybe I could do it directly. And knight f4 next move if you take.
Yeah, I thought this was the big danger here.
But if you could do it directly also, I think she knows this.
You mean instead of queen f5?
No, instead of g5.
Oh, h4 directly?
Yeah, takes knight f4 and you don't have a good square for the
rook d2.
Queen h3 and then you have bishop g3.
No, I don't think rook d2 works. You just go back knight g6.
Knight g6, yeah. Okay.
I think you'll have to move from there.
No, but I think rook d2 is the only move, no?
Yeah.
And this is bad. Yeah, I like this suggestion.
Yeah.
h4 knight f4, I think concretely, yeah.
So in general, you want to play h4, right? If you can with black pieces.
Yeah, if bishop was on e7, I would play it instantly. But yeah, this tactic works out. Actually, curious, after b4, let's say even if I play bishop e7.
Yeah,
I think the advantage.
You could even play king h7 also. And it's not like I have something there. After queen f5, b4, I think. But yeah, in general.
Srinath, hello.
Sorry.
Does this happen always? That the guy who's supposed to make the moves zones out?
No, it especially happens when Vishy is around. So, but with Vishy, it is like because he goes very fast and he says like 10 moves variation in like 15 seconds. So there it is, a little bit hard to make a move. So I give it to Srinath that that's okay at least. But here, just one move you have to make in 5 minutes, and still the guy is like looking somewhere.
He's offending you. He's like, you don't tell moves only. He's like, you tell one move.
Yeah, because I have to, because I know Srinath's pace, so I have to tone it down. No,
I saw that coming. But you did say king h7, no?
No, I did not. If you had paid attention, you would know. We were saying queen f5, queen f5, b4, bishop e7, and then Bhayu said even king h7. So I wanted to see after bishop e7. Yeah, I think black keeps all the advantage just to play h4 next move. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so this one I predict that Nepo will win.
Let's go to the Raja game because these two are it is sort of a two-way, two-horse race. So
is this the live position?
Yep. Yeah. Raja did go for long castle.
Oh, actually, when I was watching it live, I thought that white will not try to take the e5 pawn and play something else.
Like bishop f6, bishop e4?
Yeah, something along these lines.
Were you watching our stream that time or not?
No, I was getting drenched in the rain that time.
Because I suggested this exact same thing also.
You did,
Not in this position. This was, I guess, if he got castle short, like instead of long.
Right. Oh, so it seems like he played bishop takes f6 in the game.
If you just take, we'll go to d5, yeah?
Yeah, but why is white so better? Like, I wouldn't think that white is so better here after bishop f6.
Just an
Also,
extra pawn, no?
Also, another question is what happens after knight e5 here? Maybe there is a mate or something, but
Yeah, even I was thinking something like knight a4 is coming, but it doesn't seem like that.
I guess bishop e5, queen d3, queen c1.
Queen
like
c1,
that to
yeah, something
parry,
like
yeah,
that.
this kind of.
King d7.
I guess takes on g7 also. Or queen f4 just, huh?
Queen f4, king 8.
Greedy Vidit.
Queen f4, king 8, and then I take on g7. And f6, rook e1, all this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I did not consider knight e5. I just thought bishop f6 will be played. Sounds
Bishop
like
f6.
a Raja move.
But then why go long cast?
Why not? Rook d5, yeah.
Looks more active, no, than the short castle lines that we saw from black.
Queen c7.
No, actually, I would prefer if black had castle short in this position.
He has gone bishop f6, actually.
Yes,
Oh.
yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I would for sure think that white is better. I just didn't know that it's this better, like plus 1.5 or something.
No, but this can be misleading also. It does to us all the time. So sometimes you make a move, it just fluctuates, and when you come back, it actually stays at the same time.
It's just like Srinath's insights, very misleading at times.
Or even him as a person.
I wouldn't go there.
This is why I zone out.
Yeah. No, I mean, I have to defend my co-commentator here. Is that I don't know about chess, but as a person, he's a gem of a person. So
yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Sadly, I agree.
Bishop e4, yeah, here.
Yeah, please like bishop e4.
Yeah, healthy pawn. I was so surprised by Raja's opening choice. Like, I understand why he did it, because they both
only
have
Chuchalov throughout this tournament.
Especially today, because they both have worked with Chuchalov, and now Fabiano is getting helped by Chuchalov, so it's kind of awkward. But still, to go a6, yeah, it's like he had to use Samay Raina's preparation of COB2 in candidates.
I don't think he wants COB2 also with that prep.
You know too well how it happens. And you know too well what happens when you use Samay's prep, yeah?
You have used, yeah?
I think he's referring to me. I guess.
Oh.
Yeah, obviously, with it.
Yeah, so I very strange game. I think Rajabov seems to be totally out in this tournament. So I'm going to be bold here. I mean, it's obvious that white's better, but I feel there are still chances to draw. But I think with the form and everything, Fabi will convert this.
So let us make few moves actually with both the sides. So let's say queen c7, bishop e4.
Yeah.
Let's say I go knight e7, yeah, just to clarify a little bit.
Yeah, I take on d8 and go queen b3.
Queen b3, yeah.
But can I go rook c1? No need, yeah. Simple chess.
And f7 also hangs, yeah. So
yeah, I think
rook d2.
and if I take on f7, your idea is to
rook b2, he wants it.
b2.
But I thought rook c1 maybe.
I mean, rook c1 now also. Yeah?
Queen c3 it doesn't work. Yeah, thank God. Just bishop b1 and it's also check.
But it doesn't work in general for some reason. He has gone queen e7, by the way, not queen c7.
Yeah, also possibility.
To play against bishop e4.
Is it?
But same queen, but then bishop c3, yeah?
Yeah, bishop c3, I was thinking maybe bishop a6, but that's not right.
I guess next few moves are very important. Can I play bishop c4? Looks weird.
So makes sense. Yeah, you cannot go bishop e4, so you want to go bishop c4
Yeah.
and try to get to d5 square as quickly as possible.
Exactly.
If c7, then e4. If e7, then c4.
Yeah.
Can black go?
I guess
bishop
king
d4?
b8. Yeah.
Here?
I want to play king b8 at some point in general.
Making the king set?
You want to say bishop c3, yeah, Divya? What do you
No,
say?
bishop d4.
Bishop d4.
Here?
Uh-huh. I don't think it. I mean, okay, it's fine.
There's no threat here.
Uh,
Yeah. Just queen b3, I guess. Huh? Or somewhere.
Yeah, queen b3 looks like a solid square.
Yeah. In general, I think if I'm black, I would try to probably play king b8 and hope for some knight b4 and to exchange these rooks on the d5. And
Right. Somehow get some opposite color bishop. Try. That's the only hope. Yeah. You cannot play bishop c3, I guess.
And I could not do rook d5 because then you can take with the knight and then it gets.
Then it's very nasty.
Awkward. Yeah.
Very nasty.
Yeah. So yes. So here you are predicting that white is going to win. Yes.
Yeah. I think Fabi is going to do it, especially after looking at Nepo's game. He has to really. Yeah, I mean, otherwise it's like a one-sided race. Like Nepo got a very great chance today.
And he has played h4 by the way, yeah.
In the game?
he has,
He has played h4, yeah. When Divya's here, there's always some h4 going on.
No, also
Bishop
we were
b8, I
discussing
guess.
before the event, before this game, that Nepo is sort of like a momentum player, or like who builds on this, confidence. Like if he is confident enough, then he can play very, very well. And if, let's say, if he loses a game and he's under the pump a little bit, then it can also backfire. His kind of
yeah,
chess.
we saw it in the World Cup.
Divya just roasts everyone.
I mean, I know, right? It's not just me.
It's just like people who are playing, who are not here, who are in here, like just roasting everyone left and right.
I'm not roasting. This is like.
It's facts, yeah?
Yeah, facts.
That look at
Oh my god.
I have another question for Vidit. So let's say if Nepo wins this candidate and Caruana is second, do you think the match will be between Magnus and Nepo, or Nepo versus Caruana?
I find it very hard to imagine a situation where Magnus will let go of the world championship. Maybe it was in the moment statement, it's been such a long time since that. Like, I mean, I've heard Srinath say, I want to become professional so many times emotionally, but then nothing ever.
When did I ever say that?
I mean, professional what?
Professional chess player. So I think and that's my feeling. Like I don't see a situation where he would let it go of his title.
Guys,
especially
but
when he feels
story,
that.
I have heard Vidit say I want to quit chess so many times.
Yes, again,
This
it just proves my point.
Okay,
just proves my point.
that is okay. Okay, every chess player says that.
I think that's much closer to what Magnus said, no?
He did say he wanted to quit.
But there are many chess players who
Quit
have
world
also said
championship,
that
quit chess.
I'm retiring. Yeah, I've retired, but still then come back and win some super tournament. Super tournament, yes, Srinath.
Yeah. And then they say that I'm retired and then use it as an excuse when they don't play well.
Who does that, Divya?
No idea, just heard.
I don't even know who we are talking about anymore.
Yeah, I also have no idea.
I was talking
point.
about Wang Hao and maybe Hikaru to a certain extent.
I thought she was referring to Srinath. She was referring to Srinath.
I was.
But when did I not play well?
Okay, I think we are digressing, guys.
Okay.
Did he play bishop b8? Yeah, he played bishop b8. I mean, he didn't have a choice.
Yeah.
Now what actually? Let's predict Nepo's move and then move on from this game.
Okay.
I mean, I like your bishop e7 in general. Yeah.
But now there's no purpose, no?
I was
Bishop
actually
E7.
thinking of knight g5.
Oh,
They're working.
but I guess you don't want to exchange the knight, no?
I don't want to exchange the knight. I want the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And king G2. Great job, Shinu.
I'm under so much pressure here. Chat justice for Shri.
What justice?
You know, in this team, what Srinath has done.
You want justice?
I'll tell you what Srinath has done in this team. I mean, he's such a nice friend, such a nice guy, nice person also. But in this team, he has done two things. Repeating the same thing, that justice for Srinath, justice for Srinath. And secondly, zoning out, not making moves, or when he's making moves also on the board, making some random moves. Sorry, Srinath, but this is the truth.
For Shri.
Just proving the point.
That is going no. Kasparov was harmed here.
Oh. Instead of knight g5, can I still play a5? Like, I just don't want to give any pawns. Just like break this center.
Yeah.
Why does the engine not like it so much? Like, a5 looks so normal, no?
But generally, what do you do? Let's say I go c5, yeah, not do anything.
Yeah, I guess I take, and then I...
Kind of limits your bishop, no? Kind of.
c5 limits my bishop, or c5 limits
No, black's bishop.
I mean, I don't understand why it says like what it says, but black is better for sure. But it doesn't.
He did go for
like
knight g5.
He did
Probably now white
He
has
did,
the
yeah.
additional option of bishop d6. If you take on d6, he can take with the pawn. Maybe.
Don't you find it odd that the speed with which he's playing, like he has 1 hour 13 minutes,
Nepo?
such a good
But that is
position.
Nepo, no?
Yes, but like compared to other players, like I would definitely think for more time here, try to play a little bit clinically, but yeah, Nepo style is just to put pressure on the clock and play fast. Yeah.
Also,
Yeah,
like
and
this
he's
game,
making good moves. So
I feel like this game is so important in the sense that if he wins, it's like 80% of the time he is going to win for the whole thing if he wins this game.
Hmm.
So it also makes sense, yes, to think for a bit and then play. What,
Wait, Rook E3 was
or what?
played, or Srinath, you made this?
No, it was played.
Yes.
Also fairly quickly.
It was played Rook E3?
But now
Knight
if I
E5 was
take
played?
knight e4, fe4 you have to take, yeah?
Yep.
And you didn't want to do that in general, no?
Queen f2.
no, why would we have to
I
take?
don't know.
This looks lost.
Maybe Vidit will find a move for white.
Bishop E7. But C5, yeah, just.
Oh yeah, c5 is a very nice move, just to block off the bishop.
Yeah. And then, like
Then
your
H3.
rook are stuck, yeah, just C5 is just drawing.
But you mean after h3, rook g1 and c5, right?
No, but H3, rook G1, C5, rook H3.
Yeah, then there's rook h3.
No,
So
I
what do you
think
do
something.
after bishop?
So bishop a7, h3.
Wait. Bishop D6, no? Here.
e5? Takes
Now-
queen f3, h3 is rook e2.
Now I can play H3 and Bishop E5.
But you could do the other way also, no? Like h3 directly or not?
Yeah. The same position, right? H3, rook
Yeah.
G1, Bishop D6. Yes. This is just lost actually. Wow. I should mint my tweet. Where I predicted that it will be painful for Rapport if he goes for this.
I guess that was fairly obvious, no?
Yeah.
No, look at Chesscom commentary where Danny and Hess were
You should have
really
looked at
praising.
Chesscom India's commentary. We
Yeah.
called it out at 6:45.
So it was not fairly obvious is what I mean. Like,
I mean, Sheena gonna call it out. How? Obviously, it has to be fairly obvious.
No, Srinath even predicted this, that he was asking the chat whether it will finish before 7 p.m. in
Oh.
Indian Standard Time.
Wow.
I thought the draw was so obvious that he had to repeat.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's very strange game overall by Richard. Like when you go for this line, if you're preparing Queen B3, you have to check this. I mean, there's just no excuse. And okay, if you did not check it, then you see the position is so dangerous. Your opponent is 1 hour up on the clock. I think, because it's candidates, he decided to play for the win and the tournament situation. Let's say if it was Vikenzi or some other tournament, I'm pretty sure Rich's instinct was to take the draw, and he would have done it.
I think he
100%.
also
probably underestimated the attack.
I feel it was more about tournament situation. Like he felt the need to try.
Yeah, do you think
First
also
half,
these
yeah.
6 draws in a row kind of played
I wanted to bring that up actually. Do you think he was worried that he might do an Anish?
I mean, I doubt that one would be like so like keep that in mind. But I understand the frustration of not winning a game. But I think it just felt like Nepo is running away with the tournament, and you have to like at least try with white. Yeah, it would look really strange after rest day to make a draw with 15 moves. But what to do? Yeah, it's sometimes objectively a better decision. People might praise for you for playing on for in that moment, but objectively it's not a good decision, and the points table in history would say otherwise later on.
But Vidit, how do you stay objective in general, like while playing a game? Let's say you are better. Let's say you are winning at some point, and then you're not winning. Maybe it is a draw, and you do understand it has your advantage has gone down a lot, and but maybe draw is a best option in that situation. Do you make a draw? Do you still curse yourself and then go for a move which can also backfire?
So I've been on both the situations, like where I have lost my objectivity and played on. And sometimes it has worked, sometimes it has backfired. Most of the time it backfires because, I mean, optimism cannot really change the objectivity of the position. But yeah, it's a measured risk. Yeah? I remember I lost to Navara in Prague Masters, where from a completely winning position, I came to draw. I could have taken it. I should have taken it. And yeah, I think from these painful lessons, you realize that sometimes you just have to, shut it down and take a draw when you have it.
But do you think it can only happen through experience, or do you think you can learn from somebody else? Like you're talking about this example against Navara. So let's say somebody in the chat is going through the same situation. Do you think he will look at you and say, okay, maybe Vidit has learned his lesson, so I have learned from him? Or do you think you are still going to fall down once and then probably pick yourself back up and then not make the same mistake again?
The thing is, even when I say it, you might not totally believe in it. You would like have a thought that, yeah, but you should play for a win or something like this. You would have these thoughts. But when it happens to you, that pain would be a good teacher. Then you will not feel that pain in somebody else's game. So that's the thing.
So you have to go through the pain to understand it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
What are the other games, by the way? Other two we did not look at it.
Yeah, let's have a roundup of all the different games. Let's bring on the 4-board screen. And Nepo's winning with black. Fabi is slightly pressing with white. And what are your thoughts on the other 2 boards? With just a quick thought before we dive into it.
Yeah, so if I have to give a prediction, let me think. Duda's position looks slightly preferable, but Naka is very tough. I mean, I can't imagine Duda defeating Naka from this position. So I guess it will be a draw. And the other position is of Ding and Ali Reza, yeah?
Yep.
Ding really needs this win desperately.
So does Ali Reza.
But I mean, looking at the position, I think only person who can play is Ding. I also predict a draw here. I feel it's too little for Ding to do something with it, especially after D5, the last move played. Yeah, so I guess 2 draws, 2 wins.
Right. And let's have a look at the Hikaru game. What's going on here? B4 has just been played by Duda, which the computer actually doesn't like it. This is what chess.com tells me about this one. On my
The
screen.
B4 move.
Yeah,
Okay.
it says the comp says it's a mistake, and apparently instead of B4, the better move to make was
Okay, don't tell.
A-
Don't tell.
A4.
Okay.
Really?
This is the fun. We had to find it.
He said A.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
yeah.
get. I
That's
don't. I
fine.
don't.
I
get
just
the
gave a
word.
clue. You guys are just too smart.
But A4 is a tough move to make. A4, A5. What's the point? B3, yeah, just.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess he wants to stop bishop a4, probably.
Or
Bishop is
just
fine.
restrict the bishop.
Bishop, yeah.
Play against the bishop.
I mean, I would like the queen to come on f6 somehow, but then this a5 pawn could be a bit of a problem, maybe also. Like in the game, I really want the queen to be on f6 now. Maybe play a6 at some point and then reroute the queen to f6. So then I can have this idea of h6, g5.
Right.
You have to get this h6 g5 going, no? As black, you can't just let this knight sit around and
Yeah. So maybe I start with queen d8. Or knight d3 is a problem then. If I go
Oh,
queen
by the
d8.
way, Nepo went for 94.
And queen f2.
Oh, it exactly happened. Yeah, 94 f4 queen f2. So I think we're gonna see a win in this.
Can we see their live face cam if possible? Very curious to see Rich's reaction. And
Someone said Richard looks like Dr. Chase from House.
Yes.
oh yeah,
A bigger version of Dr. Chase, maybe.
No idea.
Dr. Chase with beard. Yes.
Also taller, broader.
So I don't think then he looks like Dr. Chase. If there are so many.
No, hair is similar.
I thought facial characteristics, but okay. Looks like a very, yeah, I don't see how you can even defend this. No chance. I don't even see a trap. h3 or what to play? Will he play h3?
He'll have to, no?
And how do we finish off with black here? Bishop e7.
I'm not so sure if it's quite finished yet. Obviously, black is like really better, but I don't think
Why?
there is a concrete blow or something.
I think there is bishop g5. Like you can't defend, you can't stop the queen from giving a check to f3. Looks like.
Okay, you lose the a3. Yeah.
a3, h3, everything.
h3, yeah.
Bishop
H3
h2,
won't
bishop
lose.
g1. How?
Oh, that's a nice one. Bishop
How will
f2.
you know h3?
After bishop g5, you'll move the rook to e2, queen f3 or something. And then king h2, you want to just keep that.
Yeah.
I thought bishop h2, bishop g1, but it's ugly. If you have to bring bishop h2, bishop g1, it's a sign of things going horribly wrong. Yeah, no, there's just no defense.
Just
So you
looks
anyway
awful.
play bishop g5 and queen f3, queen a3, yeah? Here.
By the way, very cool layout, yeah? You can see the camera, us, and the chessboard. Nice.
Yes.
I honestly don't get why the viewership is so low. Like everything seems perfect. I mean, even Srinathana's videos get much more viewing. Like,
I get reminded of this meme, like it's something like चेहरे हंसदे मतलब तकलीफ नहीं होता.
हंसदे चेहरे ना ये मतलब नहीं होता कि इन्हें कोई तकलीफ नहीं होती है. ये बोलना चाहता है. ये क्या बोल रहा है?
Divya, you have your answer there now.
because of his Hindi, there is no viewership.
And also,
I want that clip where Srinath is trying to say that. And after that, the meme comes, "Maro, mujhe maro." Oh God.
Yeah, that's a meme.
Divya is roasting even the people who are not watching. Like, why are you not watching?
Wow.
Okay, but now I know the reason why they're not watching.
Sure.
Coming back to the to the game. Or you want to stick to this one? Because I guess it's going
No.
to take a while, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, 5 minutes before you, like, whenever Richie makes a move, we can come back, I guess.
Yeah. So I guess let us go to Ding versus Firuza because we haven't looked deeply into that one yet.
Oh, I thought Srinath zoned out again for a second.
Kind of
This
expected,
looks-
no?
Okay, first question, pawn takes or knight takes? I think pawn takes, yeah? Knight takes queen d5 is instant liquidate, simplifying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pawn takes.
Yeah, pawn takes makes more sense.
But now I want to put queen on e6 actually. Like, so queen e7 or something.
And if
Why do you want to put the queen on e6?
Just looks harmonious. Queen e6, knight e5.
Why not?
Or queen e4, even better square actually.
Maybe rook b1?
Yeah, rook b1 makes sense. There is some pressure, little pressure, yeah?
Too little, no?
But wait, can I go?
Some knight e4, knight f2. No, not really.
Knight e4, bishop g7 maybe. Srinath.
Just knight c5.
Yeah.
We should put that one. Knight e4, bishop g7. I guess the variation still goes with knight into f2, but just knight c5 is simpler, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
Rapo
it's
has
so
moved
hard
it
to
actually. Just to sorry to interrupt you guys, but Rapo had played as
h3. Okay, let's predict Nepo's move and how much time he'll take to play the next move. Bishop e7.
definitely under
He's
2 minutes.
drinking
And
water.
Bishop e7 also.
So, a little 5-10 seconds, I guess.
I think he'll
3
play
minutes,
bishop
I
e7
think.
pretty quickly. I mean,
Yeah.
or will he play g6, bishop h6?
I guess not, because why to unnecessarily weaken something, no? Like when you
It's not
need it.
weakening, no?
Well, I don't know. To me, it is little weakening, but bishop, when you can play bishop e7, then why do
Okay.
Yeah.
Who is
About
going
anything
for
else?
bishop e7? Who is going for bishop? He played it. by the time we make a poll, he has played it.
1 minute, 20 seconds.
So I said under 2 minutes, yes.
Nice. So bishop e7. And I don't see what Richie can do here, to be honest. Bishop h2 is so ugly. But
You know, when Vidit was saying who wants to go for bishop e7, I felt like we were all students and he was like a teacher or something.
Which is a good thing or a bad thing?
What do you think?
No, I just asked you why you're reflecting back to me.
okay, so we can go back to the other games.
Yes.
Nakamura
Which one?
played bishop a4.
Okay,
Stopping
let's
A4
go to
maybe,
Naka
yeah?
game.
Okay. Makes sense.
Or maybe okay. Now it makes a lot of sense why computer was saying a4 there. Yeah?
Mm.
But can you
Wait.
take?
Rook d2 was played also. Queens.
Oh, okay.
Can
It
you
was
do
not
what?
possible to take, yeah? 95?
I think it's good to show why it's not, or maybe it is possible.
Knight d5 after what?
After bishop a4.
Queen d8.
Yes. Queen anywhere, yeah? But queen c4.
Queen c4 b5. I think.
Are you sure?
And what? Why is it not working?
Maybe it is working. I don't know.
Oh, maybe you can just take on d1. If you go knight f6, king f8. If you take, I'll take on d4.
Yeah, but it's just
No, before b5.
yeah, queen g8 check is there, yeah, at some point.
Yeah, queen g.
Just queen g8, queen g7, and you don't know what is going on.
Why didn't
No,
you
wait.
take?
Yeah,
Why didn't
probably
you
this
take,
was the move, no? Queen d8. I don't see.
You can also play queen d6, yeah? Why?
But queen
Queen
c5,
c5?
I thought.
Oh, okay. So if I take, you take.
Now just rook d8.
Yeah, and then I thought
Takes and
takes
knight
knight c3, and it should be a draw. I guess
This is what black wants.
I guess that's what Duda wants to keep playing for win. Yeah, that's why I did not play.
No, but he's still a pawn up, no, in that situation.
How?
Wait, what happened? Oh,
How?
This is like dead draw for you, or maybe black can play.
Here I would
pawn
be a
off it.
little bit worried with white here. Suddenly.
Yeah.
With bishop
Yeah.
coming to f3, I would be like, time to put emergency brakes somehow. And
Right. But anyway, in the game, rook d2, queen c6 has already been played.
Queen c6. That's a strange move, don't you think?
but I
Probably
still
was-
don't get why knight d5 is not working. Queen d6, queen c4.
Arey yaar, batao yaar. Chalo.
With it will say. I don't know, king f8. Okay, let's
I moved the king. Yeah.
somewhere. King.
So I'm a pawn up, I guess.
Yes. Congratulations.
Knight c3.
Thank you. Knight c3.
Greedy DD.
Influence.
Can I play rook g4, rook g3?
What?
For king f1, your idea is to. So if you
I was
take
not
f3,
sure.
queen g3 will be perpetual, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, we don't need to take on a4, right? We can just probably go
I
to
guess
d3.
queen f4 in the last position. Also, king on f8 looks a bit. I would have preferred, but queen f4 still holds, yeah. Oh, I see a very nice draw after rook d3.
Bishop c2.
No, queen e4.
What? No, I was. Oh, okay, here.
Yeah, rook g3 and then.
Vidit, how did you get so good at finding draws?
I have
Anywhere, from
an
any
answer,
question.
but I'm not gonna say it.
No, tell Divya.
No,
How
I'm
does-
not going to say it.
No, you should. Come on, tell it. How did
I
I
don't
become
want
so-
tweets out against me.
You don't want what?
I don't want tweets out against me.
Tweets out against me.
You're
Anish
roasted
Giri.
so many people.
You're referring to Anish or what?
After working for Anish, right? Is that the completion of that sentence?
No comments.
Wow. The CEO is scared of someone. I didn't see that coming.
I think I generally tend to find good moves when my position is very close to lost. then I start playing well. But I feel this was not the only way for black. I think there were even queen d8 was fine. It looked like.
Yeah.
Anyways, so this is the position, yeah, queen c6. Now, I think you should take, right, on c6. You have to. And then pawn takes. That's what Naka wants. Very typical Naka.
Defensive
Hikaru's.
constructions.
Yeah,
Concrete.
it's so hard to
Not
defeat
concrete,
him.
but yeah.
He's so good at defense. It's just amazing. He's extremely good.
And these are the kind of constructions which should have been considered like ugly 15 years or 10 years ago, no?
No, still it is ugly, but it's hard to break through.
Yeah, but now it's kind of accepted that if it works, it works. But when we are growing up, I think these kind of things would end with like some plus equal, plus by minus, and some strategic explanation to why.
Yeah, but probably maybe not queen c6. Maybe I can play queen c5 there. just to keep the position.
Yeah, looks like a better move because now after b6 it would be.
Yeah, after b6 we would want to take, yeah. Okay, so
King
go
g2.
somewhere, King g2.
Wait, g2, I was a little bit scared. Queen a6 doesn't really do much. Huh?
The thing is, it
We
goes
could
with a
go
check.
bishop b3.
Yeah, also.
But maybe
When
b5
bishop b3?
rather, instead of queen a6. But I don't think it works.
I can also play somewhere knight d3 and try to kick your rook to see where it goes, because you don't want.
Yeah, bishop b3
my
here
rook
you
to
can just
come-
take and play
come
knight d3, I think.
and the e5. Yeah.
How do you play for after queen c5? Do you need to play rook e1 check?
Not sure actually.
And if I, yeah. Yeah, queen c5 is a good move. Duda should play.
But you can ignore it, yeah. Like you can play bishop b5, maybe, I don't know, or maybe king somewhere, because
Isn't d5 hanging?
Yeah. That's why. But I was not sure whether it goes. You can take it or not.
Why not?
You give rook e. So let's say I make some random move. Let's say I play a6.
e6.
Yeah. Let's just say a6. Not b6, because then you would take.
Focus.
So,
I asked if it is b6 and he said yes.
No,
I heard
a6.
It's that a6.
Oh gosh.
Okay, let's say queen d5, knight d5. You go rook e1.
Take 6, king h2.
And bishop c6.
Do I need to even take with the queen? Can I just take with the knight?
Yeah. I mean, you could, but just to illustrate the point, like.
Huh.
By the way,
all
all our
knight f6 and d5.
Yeah, exactly.
our predictions have come true in Nepo Miniachi game. This bishop did come to g1, and also in Raja game. Bishop g1 and queen d2. Yeah. Now rook moves queen d3. And the funny thing is, after rook e2, rook 1 e2.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do? Where do you put the queen? d4 or
e1 and just take this?
Yeah, just e1. It's terrible. Yeah, this is lost. Maybe we can quickly check Raja's game.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 5 is doing.
Also, I see him walking on the camera, so maybe he has improved his position.
So bishop c4 was played from where we left
Where
off.
are you saying? I can't see him walking.
No,
He
he
left
just
already.
walked past. He just walked.
Okay.
It's like the movie, no? I'm sure you guys must have seen Welcome. वो उसमें होता है ना, that घोड़ा और घास की painting. Or not Welcome, maybe some other movie.
No, that's Welcome.
Okay,
That's
something like where the horse is eating, maybe Dhamal or some movie.
Dhamal,
Yeah,
it's Dhamal. Javed Jafri.
Yeah. ये घास खा के घोड़ा खा गया, अब घास खा के रुकेगा थोड़ी. So king b8 was played also, and now queen d3.
Allowing your knight before idea with a tempo.
Tempting me to go knight b4, but he went queen b4.
So let's see, queen b4, bishop b3. He played.
Looks normal. Knight d4.
Yeah. So how easy it is for white to convert? Doesn't look very easy.
No,
I think a lot of technical problem.
Right.
What would
So,
you play?
so with it again, I have one question regarding any kind of position, but especially here. So how do you go about, calculating lines, or in general, how do you like? Let's say this is the first time you're seeing the position.
Yeah.
And
So
you have what, 20 minutes to make a decision how we will continue for next 10 moves. So how do you go about it?
yeah, so I've not played in a tournament where there is no increment. So for me, it's hard to know what the players are feeling. I guess the pressure is more.
हम आपको increment दे देंगे, कोई बात नहीं.
Yeah, that's usually, I think, for everyone. Like some moves come to your mind naturally, right? Like you would think of rook d8 95, then you realize probably it doesn't work. Then 94, and then you see, does it work? Like it's just, there's no method as such. I would even consider queen c4 here to exchange queens. So it's until I'm satisfied with one of the moves. Usually the main problem is when 2 or 3 moves equally look good, then you don't know which one to play. And it's much easier to play in a position where like rook d8 95 maybe it doesn't work, looks like it, or like, you know, when it's more obvious. Yeah. So what are the options here? Queen c4 or rook d8 95, does it work? No, then knight b3, I don't believe it works. Yeah. So if rook d8 95, knight takes b3. I don't like this.
Yeah, neither does computer.
Yeah. So that's why I thought queen c4 to relieve the pressure.
Can I go knight
queen
e4?
c4 looks a little bit dull. No, takes b5. How do you go about it? Because if you take,
no, but then,
I mean, you can
then I take the pawn.
But
I'll take
first thing he sees is to take the pawn. First thing he sees.
So let's say I take on f5, and I don't know how confident
rook d1, rook d1.
But even this is not much, no?
But what to do? Necessity of position. No? Why it's not much? I'll play, no? King f1, king e2. I mean, compared to the position where it looks like black has pressure, this looks
right.
Is there any alternative?
Maybe we shouldn't give the pawn.
But what? How else?
That's the
Otherwise
trick.
You will be
when
passive,
you stick to the pawn, you get worse. Yes.
Such advices I'm getting today.
But also, like, why only queen c4? We could also play knight e4, yeah. Like.
But I thought I lose a pawn there. After knight b3.
When?
After knight e4, I think.
How?
Yeah.
Takes.
Your point is knight f6, yes? Or what is your point? Srinath?
Yeah, knight f6, and if rook d5, then I get the bishop to d5.
Knight f6, can I play knight a1?
So Srinath, what was your point?
You mean after knight b3? Knight b3, I thought I can just take ab.
But I can play rook d5, bishop b2, or
and
rook
then
d5, rook d8.
Also rook d8.
Yeah, rook d8.
I was waiting for Divya to say something.
Great job. Great job losing a winning position.
It rubs off Divya when commentating with you.
So many mini clips here. I imagine Rakesh. You're enjoying, no? You're in the very good position, no, Abhijit? I think you should be having the most fun here.
You never know. So after all this, I try to bring them back to chess. But suddenly something will happen, and then again, it's like I'm a monitor trying to, control 2 kids.
See, I am actually a kid. You're not a kid.
कोई और बोल ही नहीं सकता इस हिस्ट्री.
जनता बोल सकती है. So I thought what I'll do is, guys, send in some of your questions on Twitter, tag us, and then we'll try to answer it. You can address it to anybody. Or what do you think, guys? So we can take some Janta interaction.
Abhi.
I mean, we'll answer it as the questions come and see.
Hashtag?
Depends on the push. Hashtag we can create our own. Let's create our own.
Hashtag we can create our own. That's the hashtag.
Hashtag Srinath.
No. Let's not get into the wrong trending of Twitter.
He's gone queen c4, by the way, with your move.
He has, yeah. I mean, I didn't see anything better than queen c4, actually, to be honest.
Yeah, I played it.
Yeah. And looks like Nepo has wiped up all the pawns from the chessboard. And 40 moves have been done, but I don't think it really helps Richie. Is that bar malfunctioned or? Oh, okay. It's minus 7.7. just like crazy.
Yeah.
Just take A3. Like, I think I should retweet my own tweet, which I did 2 hours ago. Let's go to Firuza's game. I think it looks like something.
He has gone for
Queen
different
H.
plan.
I mean, I like
Yeah.
actually Black's position more now, somehow. Don't you think, like, with the loose pawns on the king side, some sack could come at any moment if not careful?
So how do you go?
Yeah.
You want to play what here as black?
Problem is, I don't see something clear cut.
Neither do I. Srinath, what do you think?
Oh, we can have this hashtag. Ask VADS.
Vads.
Yeah.
Fine.
Ask VADS. You can put it on the chat, chess.com.
Chat also in chat also they are saying, "Arey hashtags to batao."
Are you paid
I think VADS is fine. I think VADS is.
Do we
Yeah, I
really
mean, it's
need that?
okay. It's one of the rare things where V comes first.
Oh. Nice.
So I guess we should have it.
No, it always comes
Good one.
before S.
Good one.
Yeah, good one. What did you say? What did you say?
It reminds me of that Russian cable car conversation. What's your rank? 20, huh? 20. What's your rank? 20.
But Srinath, are you 20? Are you number 20?
Right now I'm 21, but someone is losing rating, so I'll be 20 in June.
Are you
Next
21?
Huh?
Are you 21?
Yes. In rankings.
Yeah, I didn't question
Also,
your age anyways.
Negi might be inactive, no? So,
Who?
Parimarjan.
Oh, a lot of people are inactive. A lot of people are inactive. Which is why I'm able to stay there.
By the way, how many moves does Firuza have to make before time control?
16 moves.
16?
Yes, 1-6, yes.
Okay, so almost a move per minute, yeah? Almost like.
Also, like, Fabi has to make 20 moves in 21 minutes. So, it's going to
Wow.
be tight in both the games.
So I think this is like a exciting part of the day, yeah? Chat, don't leave us. This is going to be fun now. Some flagging.
Yeah, we apologize for Srinath not being here, but it's okay. We got you.
Thank you for covering that, Divya.
You're welcome.
Queen takes C3. Srinath, yeah. And now what to do actually? How do you put the pieces? Knight, where do you put? C5? Like, it looks like the best square in general, yeah, to protect B7. Stuff.
Yeah.
Just I don't like the queen on H5 now after G4. It's a bit annoying. But queen G6 and you should be fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Like, so knight
Just to
E5,
show the
knight E5.
chat what's wrong with queen into E2.
Yeah. Let's show it.
You start with rook E1, right?
I thought rook D2, rook D1. That
But
way, yeah.
first we have to figure out, no? Because I
Yeah,
haven't
this
figured
wins,
it
no?
out yet.
I thought rook
No,
D2,
in the end
rook
there
D1.
is F6.
This is rook D2, rook D1. That's why keep it simple. Just pin the knight, pin it to win it.
Yes. Also, we have discussed
Yeah.
this, no? Pin is a win. Like, this is, we have been taught the first rule of chess.
Yeah. This is simple.
By the way, guys, if you're sending questions, tag us also. So it's easier to find it in the mentions tab on Twitter.
I am actually turning on all my notifications because everything was off.
Why everyone trolls Srinath is the first question.
Is it a question?
Yeah, I mean,
is
Actual
Why is
question.
it a
It is
question?
an actual question. I'm not messing with
I have
anybody.
no idea why this is a question.
I actually did hashtag VADS and some crypto is coming in with that hashtag. Whose suggestion was this?
Yours.
No, it was mine, but
Yours?
yes, told by our producer. So
Okay.
also another question is,
Tag us, please. Otherwise, I can't
Yes,
see.
please tag us.
no, it has been tagged to all of you.
Huh?
Tell us
All of us.
about your first tournament story. Oh, let's
Tag
go
your
with
tags.
No, I think this is one of the things I had mentioned in one of the streams. That first tournament I went outside to play. In the first game, it was like some Italian, and then after 6 moves, I'm playing Italian since then. Huh? And after 6 moves, I was like, I cannot see my dad anywhere around, and I was getting very nervous. So I told my opponent resigns. And yeah, I just wanted to leave. And he was like, no, you can't resign. It's against the rules. I'm like, I want to resign. He's like, no, you can't. You have to play. Then I called the arbiter and I said, I want to resign. He's not allowing me to resign. First.
it reminds me of Vishy versus Mohamed Dario in this tournament.
Yeah. So eventually I did end up resigning. And that was my
After
first
6 moves, yes or not?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't have any stories like that in particular.
Yeah, actually, I don't have a first tournament story. I do remember one game of mine where I was like playing, and I thought I saw like what was that mate called Japan Knight Aata King is in the corner. I forgot the name.
It's a scholar mate, no?
No.
She's Knight F7.
Knight F7.
Modern mate.
Yes,
Modern
Mate. I played it, okay, and then in the end I'm realizing that the F7 thing is protected. So I'm like, can I please take my move back? That's all I remember.
Did you oblige?
No.
Okay.
This happened to me a couple of times actually. So there is this line in classical after knight c6, you go, I think bishop e3, knight g4, bishop g5, queen b6, and few people have taken knight into c6 and
Queen f2 checkmate.
Queen f2 checkmate, and it has happened like at least 2-3 times where they were like that. ठीक है वापस लगा, like let me take back and continue.
Nepo won.
Oh, Nepo is over.
I mean, it's not a news, but it's still like has to be mentioned. He did not even take a3. He's like, I'll just go for checkmate here. Oh my god!
And he wins the game with 2 hours remaining in his clock. I think that's also some kind of maybe it's some kind of a record. The maximum time you have in a candidate's game, winning with 2 hours remaining in the clock, and Jan moves to 5.5 out of 7, which is also the highest score after the first half of the candidates.
Yeah, I just don't remember anybody having +4 any moment in the candidate, like in any of the candidates, which I could recall, like last few.
Now it's like +4. Yeah, he's 5.5 out of 7. It's insane.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there we have it. The standings 5.5 out of 7. Caruana is the nearest competitor with 4 out of 6. Let's again have an overview of what's going on in the different games and see how his competitors are trying to catch up. So once again, an update. Nepo has won. Queen c5 has happened in Duda, Hikaru.
Right. So Duda is pressing a little bit. Yeah, I mean, at least that's the impression I get. I feel Ding Alireza, it's too little. I can't just too little.
Do you see any danger of White, in fact, losing the plot in Ding Alireza?
No.
And what do you think? What are the chances of Fabiano, in this game against Radjabu?
I think
how often do you think White is winning this, and how often do you think Black is making draws in such kind of positions?
It's hard to give a number, but I think it's a very pleasant position to have, right? With White, like no risk and you're just pressing.
Right.
But I know what you mean. Like Black clearly has drawing chances because of opposite color bishop and limited material. But I think the point with white here is to put pressure, like not to give a draw without torturing him for a very long time. If he manages to do that, then okay, it's okay, something. If black managed to make a draw easily, then I think Fabi will be disappointed that he had chances, but he couldn't really add too much pressure to him. So that's the key rather than the result, I feel.
So
And
basically, just
in
to
the
put
second half,
as much pressure as you can with white pieces, and then hope for the best. Yeah.
Sorry?
So basically, you just want to put as much pressure as you
Yeah.
can with white and hope for the best, I guess.
Especially in this position, I mean, like when you're better.
rook stayed on the board, by the way. Also, Fabi has white against Nepo in the second half. So
Still too much pressure on one game, yeah? Like Nepo is
but if he's
taking
within half or 1 point distance, then he's still in the reckoning, yeah?
Yeah, but like I was thinking about this. You imagine this World Championship match where there are like 12 games, but there's like only 1 or 2 wins. And here you expect the person to win on demand in just one game with white, which is so hard if you look at it in that perspective.
True.
Few people have done that in the past in the World Championship. Also, talking about that, we have a similar question, like your opinion on any candidate, your best candidate match, which you remember from your memory, any game or something. For all of you, Divya also for you.
I didn't get the question.
So any game from any candidates that has a very profound memory or like some profound influence on you. Okay, I'll answer it first, maybe.
I remember one game which was like, I mean, it might seem not very impressive, but I remember Carlson playing Bogo Indian against Rajabov with black pieces and winning a game in 100 moves or something in candidates.
In London. I
thought that was a very cool game, but it will never come into like, flashy or something like that. But it was very impressive.
Right. I remember Fischer's, when he was playing the candidates, like his score especially
6-0,
like 6-0, 6-0 and stuff. And there were some games, I don't remember who was his opponent, but he was always getting this bishop versus knight endgame. The same opponent, Taimanov. Yeah, that was Taimanov. So some of those games also.
Yeah.
For me, at least, it was. I learned a lot from those.
Bishop versus knight was played perfect game against Taimanov. That it was just, I think, one of the best
2-3 games with bishop versus knight. Yes, not only one in that match.
Probably, but the iconic one which I'm talking about, it was, I think, played to like precision, surgical precision.
Right. Divya?
What about you, Srinadana?
This is like school, yeah? It's like totally like school. The teacher asks something and she's like, what about you? But
no, I'm just giving you respect because you're elder. So
yeah, sure. If only the DMs lead. No, I can't. There's really no particular game from the candidates which sticks out in my memory.
Same.
There's one more question by Vaibhav.
Honestly,
it's like in an exam, Divya is sitting at the back. So सामने जिसका भी कॉपी दिख जाता है उसका आंसर आ जाता है.
But okay, in Divya's defense, a lot of these things happened before she was born. So
true.
So one question.
You were saying something, yeah?
Yeah, there's one question by Vaibhav. Do you feel that the entire World Championship cycle needs to be revamped? At the moment, it is heavily favored for the defending champ, whereas the challenger has to take part in a grueling cycle.
We'll go with Divya first.
He was answering out of respect.
He answered. He already answered. No, he answered yes.
Yes, Age.
Can
you please repeat the question?
So
do you think the current World Championship cycle, there should be any change?
I honestly haven't thought about this.
By the way, while we answer, we can put the overview layout so that people get to see all the games, right? At the same point. Do we have that?
Yes, but then they can't see you with it.
They can't see all of us then.
It's fine. No? Like
It's fine
because they'll
for
see
you.
some progress.
Oh, by the way, there is some progress in this game, no? This Duda's Hikaru's.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh. Okay,
And
he
also
went for
Ali Reza
45.
game. I actually like a lot what Ali Reza did. Just went B5.
Yeah.
He's just aiming for the job, yeah?
Yeah, I mean clarity hai na abhi.
Yeah.
Amal, even if you lose this pawn after CB, this B pawn, you are not risking too much here with black pieces.
Yeah, he'll draw that.
CB, I thought queen B5. Wait. Queen.
Oh, even
take
further.
with the queen. Yeah, I thought take with the queen. Then knight D5 and just exchange everything. I think this will be a draw, so we'll not have to spend a lot of time here in Ting Ali Reza. Hikaru's game still has some venom in it.
Timur went for in Timur's game, Fabi went for the queen exchange. Now I'm not sure.
Yeah, that happened, and then Rook C8 happened.
Yeah, Rook C8 and then Knight C6.
Yeah, and then this knight bishop.
So eventually the bishop came to E4, which we were thinking long time ago. I like actually bishop on E4, and then we go F3 if required. Just very solid.
Did he just give a? Okay, no, he did not.
I think Raja misplayed in the last 2-3 moves. That's my feeling.
But what do you play now with black?
Rook C7.
Rook D8
or Rook E8. I don't know. Rook E8, F3, Knight E5.
Rook C7 seems fine. Or even,
Knight
okay,
E5 is a good
any move seems fine. Okay, but Knight E5, where will you put the knight next? Like if you go Knight C4, there is always a chance of Rook D7 maybe.
Yeah, you have to worry about also B2. I can also play Rook E7 or Rook C7 first, maybe, and then decide what
that
I do.
makes sense.
I guess white is better, but somehow doesn't feel like so much all of a sudden, no?
After 95, right?
I mean, in general, because before we were getting this pawn on F7, but now we are not getting anything.
I actually want to play Rook D1 and Knight D5. Looks very weird.
Oh,
but
this Rook DD1, yeah?
Yeah.
Right.
No, here I thought Rook D7.
Oh my god, you're giving the pawn? So shocked.
Rook D1 seems a bit excessive, yeah? Though. Let's play well. No, I mean.
No, but a previous move. Yeah, you can maybe not. You can play something else because after Knight C4 also you get the same position.
So
I mean,
it's
instead of
not
Rook D1,
so
instead of Rook D1, maybe instead of Rook D1, maybe some other useful move. Because after Knight C4, anyway you go Rook D7, I guess, with white.
Yeah. But I wanted to like force you to
to go Knight C4. But what else can I do also with black? Maybe Rook C7? Or...
Yeah, you prepare Knight C4. I didn't want you to give that.
When Knight C4? Rook C7.
It's okay, Srinath. It's fine.
Yeah, it's okay. We understand, we empathize.
No, Divya, when Rook C7?
Maybe Rook B1 here, yeah?
What?
Like prophylaxis to the core.
Rook B1 or Rook E1, maybe to go Knight D1, maybe.
These are not prophylaxis, okay? You just want to save the pawn.
That is prophylaxis. No?
But okay, you're materialistic.
He's attacking my pawn. I'm defending it. Depending against opponent's ideas. I think Rook B1 is a genius move. Is it the best move, Srinath?
Seems so. The computers are also materialistic.
Yeah.
And Knight D4? Sorry, Knight
No,
C4?
it's not the best move. There's something better.
Okay, let's go Rook B1, Knight C4, and then what happens?
Okay, let's find the best move, no? Rook B1. I thought it was very clear. Rook D7.
You mean after Knight C4?
After knight c4, right?
No,
I think he meant it
Srinath,
here.
yeah, Srinath is saying there is even better move than rook b1 here.
Oh.
I
Not
was
too
wondering
many moves.
what
Yeah,
it
rook c1 is there. I already mentioned rook e1.
So rook c1, rook c2 you want to defend?
I don't know.
But that does not defend.
I liked your rook b1. I liked your rook b1 to be honest. But
Yeah.
if that is not the best move, then I'm just wondering what it.
Actually, they're all around the same.
Arey, what is this? And
Somehow
then you
Srinath
and then you say justice for Srinath.
Justice for Srinath.
Yeah.
Justice for Srinath hona hi chahiye. No, but the move is rook e1.
Rook e1 is so tough.
No, rook e1 is also very right. I want to play knight d1 at some point and
It's the same idea. Knight c4, you want to play rook e2. But first you play rook d7, you eliminate this rook, and then you play this. But I think this is also pretty equalish.
I like how Srinath always rationalizes in the end the Indians' moves, as if it was very obvious.
But you have to play rook d7, rook e7, no? That is the line in all the variations.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, we
Rook
didn't
b1 or
answer
rook
that
c1.
question yet of the
Which
World Championship.
We did, no? क्या था question?
Yeah, you didn't.
क्या था question? What?
Do you think the format is
I
too
answered.
favorable for the World
I
Championship?
answered.
Or
I
do
don't
you
have
think-
much of an idea about this, so
No comments.
But still,
Yeah.
you still have more idea than people who are asking these questions. So
I feel actually that this candidates, like to qualify to candidates, is such a
yeah, I also feel
Such a
exactly the
journey.
same. It's like
one
first
of the
to get into
toughest.
the candidates, it's a big thing, and then you have to win that to go.
Yeah, it's a
But,
very narrow path, like super narrow path to the World Championship. That's why we have so little World Championship. Also, there are so many problems right now. Like in tennis, for example, if you don't play, your rating or 2 points go down. Here, you can just have the same rating. Like Topalov did not play for like what 4 or 5 years, and then his rating will be the same. 3-4 years, whatever he has not played, it will still be 27-35 or something.
Yes, but you become inactive after a year. And for the qualification of candidates, you need to play a minimum amount of games to.
No, in general, I'm telling all the problems with the current system. Like if you play one game, you're active with the same rating. So it doesn't consider how much, like in tennis, you're forced to play continuously to maintain, even if you're
Bundesliga weekend, then I'm active again.
Yeah, exactly. You need to, if you're world number 1, you have to maintain that position by continuously playing. Here, there is no incentive. Like, let's say you reach a very high rating, you stop. You will always be that rank and then play one
actually,
Bundesliga
that
game.
is very annoying. Like people just stop after they reach their highest rating, and then it's hard to.
Are you talking about somebody
Srinath.
particular?
Actually, I think I've played more tournaments than
This could be
Divya.
right from
What?
Kasparov to many people.
I think I've played more tournaments than you post 2020.
No.
You played how many tournaments after 2020?
How many have you played?
It's always an question back.
By the way, is this the live position, Srinath?
No, this is the rookie one position, but
Rook E8
Bishop
is
E4,
played.
Rook E8 has been played.
So this, we are predicting the move
No,
actually. Our commentary is not
F3
so bad.
Rook
F3
E7 has.
Rook E7 has been played, not
Yeah.
95.
But rook e7 looks weird. Now I can move the rook and play knight d5.
D3,
I
D2,
know
D1.
what is his idea actually. I think he wants to take on C3 and play F6 and sort of claim that.
But that's risky, right?
Very risky, I think. Especially E5 is not even a safe haven.
Wait, so what will white play right now?
Rook D1.
Which rook?
You don't ask Srinath. He's the one with engine. All of us are without engine.
I don't have engine.
What you
Then
don't have?
How did
I
you
don't
know
use
that?
engine.
Then how did you know it was the best move?
Yeah.
At
Rook
that
B1, rook-
particular moment, I put it on because he asked if Rook B1 is the
Sure.
best move.
Sure. We believe you.
Poor Srinath getting pulled left and right.
At
Yeah,
one
but
point I
just to make it
started
clear, we
bad
don't
with
use
it.
engines.
We just see the bar, what you see on the left.
Yeah, whatever you see is the same thing.
Yeah.
Sounds like a politician's speech. Like
Like after they say all the controversial comments, then they're like, no, they are good only. Just to be on the safe side.
Will you play Rook D1? What is the alternative? Is Rook D2?
Srinath, I have one question for you actually. Although they are the guest in this, but I have one question. Are you getting paid enough for this? Don't say justice for Srinath in the chat 1 second.
Well, what can I say?
Earlier he used to get roasted for free. Now he's at least getting paid.
Divya has to have fun somewhere.
Yes.
Oh my God, Divya.
What? What?
You're on fire, I'm saying. Like, roast after roast after roast.
I have one other question actually for both of you, Vidit and Divya. This is actually an interesting one. When you spend time on chess every day, how much of time do you spend with engines, database, finding some lines?
This is a question to Divya.
Do you do this before any particular tournament, or do you do this every day? Or like in general, what is your routine when you're working on chess in general? Or does it changes between, let's say, if you're playing some tournament, or if you're going to play some tournament, or let's say, you are home and not have something for a while?
Actually, I sometimes don't like to, use engines because it gets a little bit boring. But I don't see an alternative. Like, you have to use all the modern software because your opponents are using it. So there's simply no alternative. But I do like try to solve or have some off time with engine. But it's just too ingrained in me now that I have to check with it.
Right. Divya?
Recently I've started using engine, a lot of engine to check. I'll just check the openings, but usually apart from that I try to avoid.
I have a follow-up question with this about using engine stuff. So let's say now we are doing this commentary in the stream. For us, it is a little bit difficult to take our eye off from this bar, on the side.
Yeah.
Like whenever you make a move, it just goes up and.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
And so does it also is the same thing for you? Like, because we have seen Vishy. For him, I mean, it doesn't matter so much. Like, he would look, he would not look, he would just make some moves, and then for us, after every move, we'd be looking on the left to see, okay, so is it a good move or not a good move?
I don't know. It's been 50-50. Sometimes I look, sometimes I don't look.
Right.
UPS is on.
Yeah, he'll come.
Maybe electricity is around.
Then light is there.
I guess that's just Vidit's way of plugging in, subtle plug-in. Just walk away, show the wall behind, and
sorry, I had to go. By the way, is this live again?
Yeah, Rukman is live.
Yeah,
it is
always live.
And can we have that overview? Just curious about other boards also. What's happening?
Oh, he has played. Firuja has gone for your line. So Queen B5 and.
Yeah, so I guess it would be a draw, right?
Yeah.
There's no chance that either of them will win this, I feel.
Right.
Okay, black definitely won't win this. But okay, white also.
I'm a little bit getting worried for Duda, no? Like this T-pawn, it looks a bit... Unless he forces some draw immediately, no? What do you think? Like this D4 pawn, how do you defend? He played 96?
He did.
But bishop D7?
98.
Right.
Rook takes D4.
Rook e7.
But then I can play bishop c6.
Okay, but
It's just a draw, no?
Yeah,
At the very least.
Yeah, so I mean, it looked like at some point Duda was playing for something, but apparently not so much.
Just a couple of moves before, actually. Bishop c6 happened, rook e2, rook d1, knight e6. But the thing is, it's all getting forcefully liquidated, yeah? It's all coming by force.
Can I play one with black? I don't know, something.
Where? How?
Here.
Knight e6 happened?
Yeah, I'm thinking. Don't know, to be honest.
It's a good question. Can you play? Because like one or two moves, if you get your king to f6, you would be really
h6 g5, then something. But
Okay,
yeah, it's
how
hard
will
to
you get
say.
your
I can
king
play. I can put
f6?
also. My king is also coming in white pieces. Yeah, king f3, king f4. So maybe not.
right. The question is, what would Naka do here?
Naka would try to play on, but I don't see how. I mean, in general, I would also want to play on, but it's difficult to see how to play on.
Probably a5.
A5. I think that's a good move.
Here?
Huh?
So let's say king f3.
It's not a good move.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, because
King
the king
f4.
just comes in now all the way. So you
King
also have to
f4,
watch
king
out.
a5.
But then what do you do? Like, how do you follow up after a5?
I guess he'll just have to go for the draw with bishop d7.
I guess
He has done
longer
it.
He has played
Done it?
bishop d7.
He has followed the command of the CEO. And with that, let's again have a quick overview of all the different games.
You know, it actually might just be a birthday thing. Because you're born on the same day. So, like, telepathically.
You and Hikaru. Right. So the Ding Alireza game probably liquidating towards a draw. The Duda Hikaru game.
If anyone is better in that game, it has to be black, right? Because of the outside passed pawn.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
it is
also-
not, but
Yeah, exactly. I guess yes, but also to just put it simply, it's going to go towards a draw, right? Easiest way to explain it.
yeah,
Simplest way.
yeah. So I think
And-
knight d8 also played in Duda Hikaru, which we are expecting. And now
So
will he
also
take-
liquidating, right?
yeah, will he play bishop c6 or will he take on d4? Because both are draw, I guess. But rook d4
I think he'll
seems
take on
more
d4.
Yeah, rook d4 seems more natural, more forcing.
Yeah, more forcing, exactly. But Fabi in the second spot, trying to catch up to the lead as much as he can. He has some real chances of catching up.
This is the
And-
most important game.
Yes, this is the most important game. And with that, we'll just be right back after a short little break with more guests.
Why we are taking break?
Welcome back, everyone, to the round 7 of Chess.com India's broadcast of the 2020 FIDE candidates. And we are back with Grandmaster Raunak Sadhwani. Welcome back, Raunak.
Yeah, thanks.
Welcome, Raunak. So apparently we can only have one junior at a time.
Yeah.
Also, thank you to Divya who just joined us, and she just left now. And that was. Were you looking forward to this, or were you enjoying the conversation what you were having before? Srinath?
You're asking me, right? I was looking forward to this. I was waiting for this moment. I was waiting for this moment.
Raunak,
Nepo's waiting for the candidates win.
Were you following the stream?
Yeah, I just returned, so not really.
Oh, first of all, how are you feeling now?
No, now I'm completely fine. I think I recovered completely.
Very nice, very nice. So, without further ado, do you want to go straight into some of the games?
Yeah, let's get an overview of all the positions which is live so far. Once again, for people who has just joined us, Jan Nepomniachtchi in the lead with 5 out of 7, a 1.5 point lead so far. One game more than Fabiano Caruana, who has 4 points out of 6, but he has a better position against Teimur Rajabo. And these are all the live positions we have right now, Raunak. What are your impressions?
Yeah, first of all, I was very upset with what Rappo did today. Like, I think Petrov was kind of expected, but he didn't seem well prepared. I don't know.
Right.
Wouldn't you be happy if he had done the same thing against Hikaru?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so the other two games, what do you think about them?
Hikaru will hold, I felt. Should hold. Firuza's game is actually interesting. I don't know. Should be a draw, but still a game.
Right. I guess in that game, if any one of the players are okay with a draw, I don't think the game is going to last too long.
Yeah.
Right.
So he has a good advantage. So, okay.
I guess we go deeper in the Fabiano Teimur game and stick to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
Also time, they are on move 26 and both of them around 11 minutes to make move 14, 15 moves.
Is it possible to get their like video cam? I think it would be fun to watch with cam, right?
Yep.
Yes.
And there we have it.
Awesome.
Fabiano with the white pieces against Teimur.
Shout out to our producers, who is making all these changes very quickly.
Indeed. Very professional. Unlike us.
And also...
unlike if somebody was here, if our previous guest was here, you know what she would have said? Unlike in our stream.
Yeah. Talking about her, big thank you to Divya for joining us. Unfortunate that she couldn't say bye to you all before leaving. But she'll be back tomorrow. She'll be back, and it's not her last day of commentary for the candidates here. So she'll be right back, chat. And we will look forward to more of that. I'll take more profile access before coming to the streams, but we'll look forward to more of that.
Okay, so what is happening in this? King F2 was played, yes.
No, how many moves they have to make?
14.
So King F2 was 26 moves.
Fabiano has to make 14. Teimur has to make 15.
Wow, this is going to be fun, no?
Do you think they'll make the time control without burning anything? Like, the position or themselves?
That's interesting. Will the evaluation be the same or it will change heavily?
I mean, do you think whether it will be like this or it will be completely dead for black or maybe equal position?
No, I don't think it will go to equal. I think Fab will still be present. Just the question is how big is the advantage would be. So what do you play? 95 or?
Maybe.
Maybe he doesn't want to play allow rook d8.
Right.
When you say he, you mean Stockfish?
No, I mean Raja doesn't want to allow rook d8. That's why he's not playing 95.
Yeah, but 95 also the bar went massively up.
But also 95, I can simply go knight a4 and somehow keep everything in control.
Also. So what do you play with black here?
Can he just play like king a7? Just wait. But then you
King
want rook
A7.
d7 maybe.
Rook d7, yeah.
With the time he's taking, I wonder if he wants to, capture on c3, which Abhijit had suggested that probably it's his idea. It looks
Yeah, but
so.
Just not even enough time to complete the
yeah,
construction.
the whole thing, no? Like
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, because if you start with 95, then I think white can just play f6 here and get in. Okay, never mind.
No, but yeah, it's not easy to see what is happening, to be honest. Why it was bad. Maybe rook c3, rook f6, knight g4.
Where? No. Why 95 is so bad?
No, in that line which you were showing.
Yeah.
So I was thinking maybe rook c3, rook f6, knight g4.
Yeah. I guess this is the problem.
Could be, yeah. So, but the beauty with white's position is that he can always play some moves here and there and still the position will be the same.
He played rook c7, rook c7.
Super.
Now maybe your move with
defensive
it, yeah,
move.
rook d3 or rook d2 and try to bring the knight to d5.
Yeah, rook d3 somehow feels
in the way.
No, because rook
of
d2,
harm?
I don't
Bishop
want to play
c3,
bc. Yeah, for bishop c3 I want rook c3.
Yeah, makes sense.
Knight b4 here.
Check.
Or rook d8.
a7.
a3.
Then bishop c3, knight a2.
Yeah, no, a3 is wrong. Instead of a3, I have to play something.
But I don't
Rook
understand
g8.
why is it like +2. Rook g8, can I take and take on a2?
Yeah. No, I did not like it so much.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, not totally clear. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we look at something other than rook d3?
Rook d2.
I mean, if you're thinking from Fabi's perspective, you see rook d3, knight b4, rook d8, king e7, and then you're like, you look for other options, right?
Yeah. Okay, we can also play a3, yeah. Yes.
Profile access.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, guys, there is the result in the Duda Hikaru game, which has just ended in a draw. And this was the final position, pretty much liquidated and ends in a draw as expected. So, two results. Rapport with the white pieces losing against Jan Nepomniachtchi and Jan Christoph Duda making a draw against Hikaru Nakamura. And once again, for people who has just joined us, Fabiano in the second spot. If he wins this, he stays within a half-point distance of the leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Fabi has just played his rook to d2.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Maybe, but now you can have this construction, yeah, with bishop c3 and knight e5. And also, if you don't play bishop c3, what do you play? Also, is a question. No?
Some moves happened, no, in the game.
Yep.
Yeah, he took and
this
played
has
knight
happened.
e5.
So I think 95 is expected. Yeah, also happened. Also happened, and it's a pretty critical point. Without increment, this is literally like 30 seconds each.
To be honest, I don't see clearly how to play with white.
Yeah.
I like that line with rook d3 more actually now that I look at it somehow. than this.
Because knight on b4 was a little bit out still, yeah.
Yeah, it felt like something also.
Maybe
Couldn't
just
find
like
it.
rook 1 d2.
Also, guys, like in just the Nepo, he did an interview right now, and there he said he was in his prep till move 25. So, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it was
But
so
it's not
silly of
surprising,
Rapport.
no?
It was silly of Rapport to not repeat, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nepo's preparation is not surprising. It's Rapport's preparation which is surprising.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the
I
way,
mean,
the
this is
game
like the
fast-
first line after Queen B3, first line of engine.
Yeah,
Kidding.
yeah.
Some moves have been played, yeah, in the
Yeah, he
game.
played rook c1, f6. Somehow I don't want to play rook c1 in general.
Yeah, me neither.
maybe-
But then what else can
How
you
do you
do?
defend? Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe Vidit can take that one.
No, I don't see something clearly cut, to be honest.
So anyway, rook c1,
Raunak,
f6 has
any
happened. Let's
ideas?
just stick to the game, yeah, at least. Because
Yeah.
we don't have so much time. I mean, these guys don't have so much time. King g3, king f4 can be an idea just to put king advance, or maybe king to h.
King G3, King H4, right?
I was
He
thinking
did play.
f4.
He did play King
Let's-
G3.
King g3 generally is a useful move. Yeah, you just get out of all this knight.
All
G4.
these knight G4 ideas, yeah.
But is it an idea to put the king on H5?
Could be,
Not
no?
now, but maybe let's say you go for the C3 pawn somewhere.
Also, Vidit, do you think in this position, if white exchanges one pair of rook, he has better winning chances?
Not sure.
Mhm.
Because the
Because I
C
thought if you
pawn,
exchange, yeah, if one rook, then maybe we go to h5 and then start
F4 and stuff, yeah.
G4,
But also
H4,
black will
C4.
play B5, king to B6, yeah.
Yeah,
It's very
yeah,
concrete.
Yeah.
I think rook on D2 is the only rook which is active. Like, so I don't want to
Out of all
exchange
the
it.
4 rooks, yeah.
Yeah. No, C7 rook is also good. But
Yeah.
will he play King A7 or will he play B5?
Maybe rook c5, I thought even. Trying to double.
Possible.
Yes. So king h4, let's say.
Rook c7.
King F4 or
But-
H4?
H4. But you can never really take, no? Or you can? Let's say I
At
play
least
king
threaten,
king h5. Do you take or not?
What? Let's see what happens with this.
Takes F4, I
F4,
guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Hmm.
And
Maybe
the
I
rook
give
comes
rook
into
d8 check
D7.
also at some before all this, maybe just in case.
I think Raja will play something like King A7 or B5. That's my feeling.
Right.
Maybe King A7. Because with white, I don't see what is my next move.
Yeah, he's gone for King A7.
By the way, what do you think Raja is drinking here?
I think it looks like
Orange
orange juice,
juice.
no? Yeah, it looks like a very solid answer, orange juice.
What kind of beverages do you drink generally during the games?
Water. I'm so bland.
Just water, eh?
Just water.
Raunak?
Before played instantly.
Rook d4.
Is black's knight better on e5 or c5?
But were you thinking of knight D7?
Yeah.
He's gone rook C5.
Yeah, and probably king h. The same idea. But my problem was with rook c5, you can never really take, yeah. So then
See, the thing with knight going to C5 is you don't stop this king from going to G6, no?
Yeah, and you also don't attack c3 anymore.
Yeah. And rook C5, can you just go this king H4, king H5 again?
He does.
He does.
I think this King G3, King H4 is very good. Because if not this, I did not see how to stop the doubling.
Yeah, and he goes.
So this is the point, yeah. And then the F4 is coming whenever you take. And if you don't take, then it's just free play for white.
Wait, not immediately. Like, I mean, if you go King H5 here, I think it might be a mistake because takes f4 rook c4. Then you take and play king g6, of course.
Yeah.
This would be losing instantly.
Yeah.
Black does not have g6 counterplay as well, so
This is the
Problem
live
is
board,
here,
yeah.
White can play many moves actually here. Like you can also start with g4, king h5.
Let's put king on h5. No, always better. X square.
Yeah.
Yeah, have the king on h5. Make sure that black has no counterplay, and then you can.
Let's say I wait. If you play f4, yeah.
But one feels worried, yeah, when you're putting king on h5. He did. That's why I thought for a few seconds, like, I would be very stupid if I get some pin issues.
Right. I think in general, if he would have had enough time, Fabiano, then I would consider him a very strong favorite to win this. But
no, but I think he had enough time, no.
But he played brilliant last
without
few moves.
increment, yeah. So
but his opponent has even less time than him.
But he anyway has bad position, so you don't care so much when you have bad position.
Okay, now what? Do you go f4?
I can go g4, h4, f4.
No, f4 karte hai na, very clear.
Achha.
And king g6. g4, h4, I don't know what I'm doing.
Also, knight c6, you just want to take, no? Or not? Just not to worry about all this.
Why? Why do I need to take?
Feels simpler, no? Just take.
Knight on e7 is annoying, yeah? You think?
Could be. But generally, just take and push everything. You don't have any counterplay here, yeah? a5, even I can play a3 sometime.
Yeah, this kills the game, no? For black.
f4. I think Fabi will play f4. He's direct player.
He's very
4 minutes for 7 moves.
Yeah, I think he'll make it.
Yeah, he's just cross-checking. Yeah, played f4.
F4, yes.
Very good technique by Fabi. Very good technique. To be honest, I felt like he was playing the best in the tournament. For example, if Hikaru had won against Nepo in that Petrov game, things would have been different. And quality-wise, it looked like Fabi's playing the most consistent in general.
But Fabi always plays well in the candidates. Like I've never seen bad Fabiano, in candidates.
Yeah, true. I just meant in this, like compared to his peers.
So you think Nepo was luckier than Fabi?
That's what I was thinking. But then I realized that when you get chances, you have to take it. Like today, he took it. He took it yesterday. So when he got chances, he took it. So that's
what other choice did he have? I mean, it was just put in his hand, no, today. Like,
but many people might not convert. Yeah, he's very good at converting when he's getting it. So you have to give it.
In that sense, it's true. But also, I think some very bizarre decisions by his opponents.
Like Hikaru had a great position against Nepo, but he could not capitalize on it. Ding had couple of great chances, which he could not capitalize. So, I mean, there were chances. True. He's the one who took it.
Right.
Absolutely true.
So here after knight d7, what do you play as white?
Oh, he has gone knight d7.
Yeah, it's a good move, I think. King g6, knight f8.
Also, I want some knight b6, knight a4.
I can also.
Ronak just wants this pawn. Desperately wants to take this pawn.
Do
you play a4?
Really? I don't know. I was thinking maybe I can put my bishop to e6 also. Just it looks better there.
Oh, nice. I like it. Bishop d5, bishop e6 seems very professional move.
Yeah, somehow it seems to be difficult, for black, and he still maintains that 1.5 minutes advantage on the clock, so that's good for him.
The bishop combined with this pawn on g7, but bishop d5 is a very sophisticated move, to make with.
But not a very difficult move, no? I guess.
Once you spot it, Once you spot it.
Yeah. Also, he has thought for over a minute on this move.
What g4 is?
Please rook c d1.
He did panic a bit, yeah.
Yeah.
You can sense
it was a panicky move.
But okay, they're playing with 30 seconds. 3 minutes for five moves. It's basically with 30 seconds, except you can't stop yourself after that 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Like you can't force yourself to move.
So let's say knight d6, yes.
No, I think
Just king g6.
No, I think he went rook d3.
He wants to exchange one rook, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Makes
this is my
sense.
point also.
Now
Because
knight a4.
king
Now
will
next
be
idea.
so much safer once only one pair of rook is there.
Knight a4 played.
I think this
Also rook
scramble
d8,
is
yeah?
Wait. Rook d8, rook 8?
Yeah, exactly. Rook d8.
king b6. Okay, it's
Rook d6 check.
Yeah, and then rook 8.
King a5.
and knight b6. Okay, somehow defend artificial. Some blitz moves I am playing, but okay, whatever.
Online bullet, yeah?
But maybe it's the only way. Yeah? What
Yeah,
else?
it is the only way. Why not?
You are right. Absolutely, you are right.
But then again, I think Bayu's idea with bishop d5, bishop e6 somewhere. Yeah, I don't know.
But now I also have this king, yeah?
Yeah, you
Okay,
take on
what
c3.
is the
then
live board?
He's played king g6.
6, knight c3.
King g6, knight c3 has happened. No,
It's
this
getting
is
wild.
yeah,
a2 is also going, no? Next move.
yeah.
Wait, does
But
he
I
want
guess
to
I
bishop
guess
f3,
bishop
rook
f3, rook
d7?
d7. Yeah,
That's what.
yeah, feels
But-
like it.
But
No?
bishop f3, knight a2,
Rook
rook
d7.
d7, b4.
I don't like
Rook-
it.
Rook
I don't like it.
d7. What do you
Many more moves.
No, but takes rook f5, not rook g7. You should play king g7 maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Don't give the f5 pawn, एक ही pawn है.
That's why I wanted to push g4, h4 also first, not to commit anything.
Knight into a2 also on the board, guys.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, I just don't like this last few moves, to be honest. I mean, although Bar says it's okay, it feels like it could have gone out of control, yeah?
Yeah, it can, no? Rook d7, b4. You're suggesting rook g7 here, yeah?
I was
King
suggesting
G7.
rook g7, but king g7 is so much better because after rook g7,
Right.
you
But
pick
king
up
g7,
that.
b3.
b3 I take, no, rook c. It's not it's a check, yeah.
But maybe
Some
anyway, yeah?
tricks, yeah. Okay, knight c1 or knight c3. Knight c3, let's say.
Rook d2 and a5 and
This
you
I
know,
would
don't
be
know what is
Not
happening.
clear. Is there some
No
rook
idea
d7 on
what's
the board?
happening.
Yes,
Rook
rook
d7
d7
on
is
the
on the
board.
board. Wow.
It would be so painful to lose from this. This is the game which makes you feel like you want to quit chess if you lose it with white.
Rook
Like
d7
famous-
before, king g7,
Quick
b3, and
chess
this
is
would be the
very-
40th move.
Quick chess is an
If it
understatement.
happens.
Was Sokolo had said,
Knight
"If I don't
c3,
kill
guys.
myself
Knight c3 in the
today,
board.
I would live for 100 years."
Yeah, it's an epic video.
So knight c3,
Knight.
rook g, and king g7. Yeah, you.
Will you play
But-
g4 or?
Okay,
But
one
g4,
more
b4 doesn't help you, no?
No, I want to keep the rook actually. Rook d8.
Uh-huh.
Even here, I would like to play rook d8 to be honest.
So then you
It
could play
feels
rook
weird.
d8 directly.
Yeah,
no? Like,
yeah. But knight, yeah.
Wait, just
yes,
take this pawn, yeah?
Yet he has 36 seconds, 33 going down.
But maybe not so simple.
This is move 39. He has to move one
Last
more
move
move.
has to make. He has taken
Yeah,
king
he's
g7.
played king g7. He's played king g7 and I think b4 now.
Yeah.
Oh, 40 moves. Insane pressure, yeah, with this without increment.
Yeah.
High quality chess by Fabi, I must say.
Still keeps his advantage, yeah. And yeah, probably he'll figure it out what happens.
Now he will, but I was like,
Now he will.
still it looked very scary to go into this. I felt
Absolutely.
lost a bit control.
Maybe go king f6, yeah, now. King f6,
B3?
b3, rook d2.
a5.
Yeah, maybe king somewhere. King g6, I guess.
King can go anywhere, yeah? e6, g6.
Yeah, white is faster.
Yeah, once you have time to understand, then it's fine. But yeah, before move 40, he did not have time to probably cross-check again.
Fab is off the board.
Yes.
Prediction, guys. What do you think?
White wins, yeah.
He will, yeah. He'll figure it out. No tricks.
Also, it is not
Obvious,
very
yeah.
difficult to figure it out. Yeah,
Just push the pawn.
just push the phone. Yeah, and we all know like Fabiano is a great calculator. Do you want to quickly switch to Firuza's game because they've also made the time control, so it's not a big deal, I guess.
King
But do you
E6.
think- Yeah, King E6. I was thinking if I can.
Just take
I
FE5
cannot, yeah.
maybe, yeah. If knight d5, just somehow it should be a draw.
No, I wanted to actually play F5 there.
No, maybe just knight d4, knight b5. Exchange the pawn.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to play for a win with F5 with white, but maybe it is too much. Maybe not. I don't know.
King f6,
King F6,
rook
yes,
d6.
King G5, Rook D7.
Knight e8, okay, he's holding like somehow.
Yeah. And knight comes to F6. If given a chance.
What was the live position?
Life position
It's
was
so knight c6 check.
D5 with king on E. Yeah, knight.
Okay. Okay. This is it. You can even play king to e8.
Mm-hmm. I guess I would play F5 anyway, no? Regardless.
No, but then
If
I
I
have
want to
rook
keep the
a3
game-
check. Rook a3 check.
King E4.
Rook c3. Rook d8, sorry.
Rook D8.
Srinath proudly showing that.
Srinath was
Actually, we
so
should
fast.
show the
yeah.
whole thing, yeah. King F7,
Before even
Rook
you said
D7.
Rook D8, the move was on the board.
Little bit annoying.
Yeah, but maybe if this is not the point, then maybe you should. You don't
Yeah,
have to
then
play
No,
Rook
this
D8.
idea with F5 is very interesting, yeah. Very interesting way to create something.
Yeah. Domination.
And I
This
guess
reminds
it's
me of
not
your game
totally over.
between in this World Cup first round. You are playing some guy. You had
Fire.
this 4 versus 4, yeah.
Fear.
No, some other guy. I don't remember his name. Some Catalan. I think it was from some Catalan. And
World Cup. Not
World
this
Cup
one.
first round. No, Vidit. I'm saying Vidit.
Yeah, Vidit only. Vidit played
Yeah,
fire
played-
against fire, fear against the
I
first.
don't think it
Oh
was
yeah,
fear.
in the rapid. It was fear in the rapid.
No, it was classical game. This was 4 versus 4, I think, which on the king side. Our first round or second round, I don't remember because it was about 2600. This guy was.
Second
Little
round
bit-
was against Adiban.
So first round, definitely first.
Yeah, it is fear in the rapid, I think.
Here in the rapid section.
So maybe
Yeah.
the previous World Cup. No, this
That
was
was
classical
Wesley
game.
So
I'm
in the
very
third
sure.
Oh yes, Alan Pitchett. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
That one.
Yeah.
Catalan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Catalan.
Catalan OP.
And somehow that time the pawn structure was like E5, F4, G3, something like this. Yeah, you're dominating on the dark
Yeah.
square.
Yeah. By the way, Ishan in the chat has asked, is Fabi winning? Looks like it. Oh. Both of them are winning non-stop, yeah. Fabi and Nepo. Nepo's
Yeah.
win seems effortless. Fabi is grinding it out. That's the only difference.
So knight
And,
C6 is thinking, and also probably Fabiano would have a think, yeah, after B4.
Yep. So I guess there's a good time to just get an overview of the games. It's only 2 games, but let's have a quick overview. And we have 2 decisive results. We have 2 results so far, 2 games which are over already. Jan Nepomniachtchi solidifying his lead with a win. He moves to 5.5 out of 7, which once again at the end of the first half of the candidates is the highest score. And since 2013, whoever has led candidates in the first half has went on to win it. This has been the tradition so far. And Jan Nepomniachtchi leading the Fabiano Caruana in the second spot with 4 out of 6. And he has this position against Teimour Adjabo just after 40 moves. with where he has just taken king into f6. He has taken the pawn, and he looks set to play catch up. He looks set to keep the lead within reaching distance, only half point. And the game between Ding and Alireza, Ding with the white pieces, is also not over yet. It looked like it was going towards a draw, but we have this position after 9c6 check. And we saw some interesting lines here with white playing the pawn to f5 and then bringing his king in. So it's not totally over. Some pressure for white, would you say?
Yeah, definitely. Black still has to play few more precise moves to completely say that it's draw. It's equal, but it's not draw yet.
Right. And with that, we'll go in for a short break and be right back.
Sorry, I would like to take you both. So he's more comfortable waiting. He's more.
Want to play rock, paper, scissors? Alright, one.
1, 2, 3.
Oh.
You were wrong.
Yeah, you cheated. It's right, yeah.
Okay. S4. 1, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 1. But now, okay.
That's three. Make it three, so everybody's used to it.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Does that mean I go first? Or?
Yeah, you go first.
So the rules are very simple. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and then 6. And you have to just place 1 second per ball, okay? So teams are Arvind Chidambaram and Rahul VSS versus Grandmaster Arjun Kalyan and woman Grandmaster Divya Deshmukh. Okay, let's do a toss. Team captains, Arvind Chidambaram, Divya, toss. Order even. Who won the toss?
Yeah, we won the toss.
So Arvind won the toss, and you would like to? You would like to ball first. Please come in the frame. So we have a bowler here.
I don't know.
This is one. The game is very. Yeah.
You should keep different from him.
Yeah. You have to just try to dodge. Okay. Ready?
Get out first. Okay.
Start.
Out.
Duck out. Oh no. All right. We have another batsman here, Arjun Kalyan. 3, 6,
out.
11. Oh, wow. 6. So the target is 7. And who do we have as a bowler here? Arjun Kalyan.
Okay, here comes the batsman.
Rahul VSS, all-rounder. All right. Start. 4. Oh, 2. Okay, 2. 3. Target is 7. 6.
Dang.
You can't duck out. What are you telling me?
You can also use bad words. He doesn't mind.
All right.
Video will mind, no?
Win.
Wow.
6 is there. So obviously first match we know Arvind Chidambaram has won. Team Arvind Chidambaram and Rahul VSS. We have second round. Do you want to change teams or keep the same teams?
No, I don't want to be on his team. No one, but why does no one?
No one wants to be in this team.
Arjun, don't worry.
Come on, man.
Don't worry, Arjun. What we can do is let's put Arjun and Arvind this time. Rahul and Divya. All right, ready? Okay, toss time. Arvind versus Divya. Toss. You choose to ball.
Yeah, we choose to.
And Divya.
Start play first.
All right. 7.
Hey, wait. Okay, yes.
10.
From now on, same timing.
Okay.
10. 14. 19. 20. 19. All right. Good performance. Next. 25.
Let me count, no?
28.
Out.
Very good.
All right. 28. And now Team Arvind.
I can't even count, no?
All right. Start. Arjun is batting. 6. 6.
6 is unlucky number. What?
Target is huge.
Target is.
What is the target? 29 plus
28.
28. 29 to
No,
win.
28. Yeah, we 29.
1.
So what's the total? 7.
7.
7, huh?
7.
10.
10.
Wait. No, let me think. Okay. Out.
Oh no.
Okay.
Bye, guys.
Bye. All right. Thank you, Arvind. Thank you, Arjun. Thank you, Rahul.
Richard, thanks for joining us regardless of the result. What was the result that if decisive, so to be a factor that made you play on?
I don't know. I guess I should throw away my computer because I'm pretty sure the line is bishop d6 instead of bishop h3, queen takes a7, then bishop h3. It's a draw. So I figured I should be better here because, okay, it was not, I should play on, but I played so badly. Even afterwards, I'm probably just worse. So I guess, I kind of tricked myself. I was trying to figure this out, like how to defend afterwards, but I got really upset about this, that I played on. No one knows for what reason exactly, and positions clearly seems dangerous. And also many other small things which were not going my way before the game already. So clearly it was extremely stupid from me to play on, regardless of what's the evaluation of the position, what to do. Yeah.
So you don't think it was just your chess style or character that wanted to fight?
Maybe, but okay. I mean, it's more like I wanted to lose than anything else. So at least we'll see now, okay, if I will do the same tomorrow because I have another fight. So you're really curious.
That's what we were speculating on. And do you mean that you played badly and there were better ways to play even after you refused the repetition, or it's just the repetition itself?
Okay, you tell me. I don't know. I mean, I guess there was better ways to play because I don't think White is losing on the spot yet. But I just started to miss very strange things. I guess this happens. Yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot, Richard, and good luck in the following White game.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Chess.com India's coverage of the 2020 FIDE candidates round 7. And I'm back with Grandmaster Raunak, Grandmaster Abhijit Gupta, and just a couple of moves since we went into the break. Let's have a quick overview of all the different games. And once again, to remind, 2 results already taken place. Jan Nepomniachtchi in the lead, 5 out of 7. An important win with the black pieces. And Jan Christoph Duda drawing against Hikaru Nakamura. 2 games remain. Ding Legend against Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana, who is chasing Jan Nepomniachtchi half point behind if he wins this game. And I think that's going to be the most important game in this round. Let's have a look at let's have a quick look at the Ding Legend Alireza game, where f into e5 has just been taken. What are your impressions, guys?
I think the line we saw with knight d5 is just a draw. Yeah? There's no play.
Right. So knight d4, yes, knight d4 king e5 and
knight b5 and
knight
threatening
d5.
rook d5.
Yeah. Also, it's important that you cover this rook a3 check.
And then if you move your rook, I'll give rook e1 check and come back with the knight.
Yeah.
Right. So draw, likely prediction in this game. And with that, I think we can move on to the Fabiano Temur game and stick to this, the most important game. And a quick update. This was the position after 40 moves. And white had broken through on the king side. He managed to take the g7 pawn. Then he took the f6 pawn, creating the f passed pawn. Black started creating counterplay on the other side, started galloping with his b pawn. b3 played, rook d2, stopping the b pawn. And now a5 played by Temur. We had this question before the break, didn't we, Abhijit?
Yes, we did. And we were sort of predicting to move king somewhere, either to e6 or to g6, so that we can start pushing our pawn, f pawn, to all the way to the queen. And also, I would like to say another thing, because before the break, we were talking about that the person who was leading after round 7 usually wins the candidates. And I was just scrolling through, some of the old candidates, because for some reason I remembered that the candidates which Karyakin won, it was always very topsy-turvy. So I was just checking through the results. Of course, I didn't remember exactly, but so I checked. So after round 11, there were 2 people who were leading the field. Can you guess, both of you, who was leading after round 11? After round 11, this was 2016 candidates, which Karyakin won.
I was like some 2000 guy, not even following chess.
I was some 2400 guy, badly following chess.
King G6 played by the
But I think why does
Ronak, if you had to guess,
Okay.
Why does information just decay through your head like this when you get old?
And let me give you a hint. It was not Karyakin who was one of those.
Yeah, this I know.
It was Vichy and Fabiano who were leading the pack up.
So I was half correct.
Okay, Fabiano was the safest guess. Okay. So.
Yeah, because even the last round he was leading with Karyakin, and then he lost that game, and Karyakin.
So is that an exception?
Could be, but after round 7, Karyakin was also leading the field.
Yeah.
So not really, but it was a very topsy-turvy. So the thing was, Fabiano beat Anand beat Karyakin, and it was just going back and forth here and there, and eventually Karyakin managed to pull through. So anyway, this position we have. And how do you play as black?
King A6, I still don't find it obvious how to play. Like if F6 I can take and push B2, so that's probably not working.
So maybe I can take.
Oh, he went King E6. Okay.
He played King E6. Okay.
Yeah, he played King E6. Understandable, I think.
Let's say the same thing. I think he didn't go to G6 because of some B1 check, like Queen can promote with the check.
Yeah. Very nicely pointed out that once, if King is on G6, once you Queen, maybe you can show it in some lines. So,
for example, like King A6, you cannot push F6,
Yeah.
Not like this.
I think you're muted also.
Yeah, just a crude way of showing it.
Yeah. But in general, you don't want to put your king on the same diagonal with the pawn is queening. So King E6,
King
but
E6
still,
still push F6, F7, without worrying.
Yeah, actually, let's show a realistic variation. Yeah, like King G6, King A6,
King A6,
F6,
takes and
B2.
And
also the question
E7?
is, if the king is on E6, can you still push F7?
Oh, but this is not winning anymore.
Wow.
Yeah, Rook B7, Rook B5, yeah?
Yeah, I thought we can still queen, yeah? So Rook takes B5, King B5, F7.
Oh, wow.
Queen and King G7. And somehow, somewhere, Black will find a perpetual.
Or is this pawn coming?
Yeah.
It can also.
Queen B4.
So Queen takes
A4.
A4. Probably another pawn, yeah? Yeah. Yeah, but now where do you go with the king?
King G8 and
King G8 and King G8, Queen A2.
King G7 and King G8.
Solved.
Yeah.
Wow. So it is not so simple, yeah, as we were thinking earlier.
Yeah, but with the king on E6, I think he can still push the pawn. Like King A6, F6 for
Guys, but the thing about that whole variation we saw, King G6, King A6, can't you just take Rook into C7 first and then do all this?
A4, let's say.
So F7, maybe you give up the Rook.
And A3.
And A3.
Okay, Bar agrees.
It reminds me of one of the old classics again. One of the Fischer's game where, Black didn't do, I think Taimano didn't go for this sacrifice and he lost very quickly. But instead, I remember like reading Kasparov's analysis where you could just run away with the pawns and somehow get a perpetual, something like this. How good are you with your classics, Srinath?
Bad.
I didn't ask.
But I think better than this generation.
I mean, they are just 16. Yeah, you cannot blame them.
Yeah, but I think I knew more when I was 16.
Petrosian games. The old one.
No wonder you're so solid.
Yeah.
So okay, let's try to win. Yeah. So king e6, king a6, then f6.
Rook d7.
Yeah, exactly. So rook d7, you
b2. And here my question was if f7 wins or not. Oh,
sorry,
okay.
f7, yeah, not rook b7.
Let's try to refute rook b7.
So maybe this is the best move.
Why is this lost? Knight b5. Ah, knight b5. Bishop e4, just b1 queen. No. Why is this lost? Rook c4. Yeah, rook c4 is clear.
Yeah. And we don't have very good square. Bishop is sort of overloaded. It also has to guard the rook on b7, also control the square b1. So yeah, not at all easy. Not at all easy. But maybe your line, yeah.
F7 is the only move then.
Yeah. And it's no wonder Fabiano thought for like about 20 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, now it makes sense.
So king e6, and probably maybe we can go back, Srinath, that position. So king e6, king a6, f6 takes, rook takes b2, f7, b1, and f8. Surprisingly, king is quite safe on this square.
It's like opponent's camp. Yeah, still he's so safe.
Yeah.
And queen e1, you go to d6, I suppose. You attack the rook.
Yeah. You can also go to f6 to be honest.
But then I don't know. I'm worried about some checks.
But which one?
Queen h4, let's
King
say.
G6.
Then king g6. You're running this way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
But again, not an easy line to see right from the beginning. Yeah.
Maybe it's tough to judge it. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, generally, you don't want to go here because you just feel like you said, it's difficult to judge in the sense that king is so weak, but somehow white is dominating the board.
But actually, now I like his king e6 decision. It's much more simpler, more forcing.
Yeah, they have taken rook d7 already. Yes. King a6 and yep.
We might see the line we checked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I also play rook d8 here? Just out of curiosity.
Just eliminate this b3 pawn.
Yeah.
A4?
No.
b2?
Yes.
Rook
b2
a8.
Yes. Rook a8 and rook b8, and I just capture this. I think Fabi will win this.
Yeah. Very safe to say.
Yeah. A4 then.
Ashwin in the chat greatly enjoyed all your move-by-move analysis, especially in Caruana Raja game, close to time control. It was amazing to see them play out almost exactly like you said. Thank you, Ashwin. I think it's someone we know, by the way.
Really?
Sorry, what did you say?
I think it's someone we know, Ashwin.
You know how Divya would have responded to that comment?
Yeah, I know.
So, I mean, you cannot comment like Divya, yes, I know. You have to put some context. I think she would comment, yes, thank you, in spite of Srinath, yes. We are finding the best moves.
Yes. I can imagine that.
Do you think I'm firing too many shots at you in like just using Divya's name here?
Well, it's like what the Dark Knight says at the end, because I can take it.
it's not the hero we deserve, but the hero we want. Something like that.
Exactly. Again, if Divya was here, that would have been met with something savage, but
Which hero
I
you're
think
talking
I
about?
can. I think it's probably a good idea to rest before tomorrow's stream. Before she comes back on tomorrow's stream.
Yep. Yep.
Raunak, you can say thanks from here also.
Okay, you already said, huh?
Yeah, I had to fill in because you were not saying thank you.
But also instead of Rook D8, the line which Ronak was saying F6.
That's
F7,
more entertaining, yeah.
Yeah. But if you see Rook D8, you play Rook D8 or you still go for this?
No, I
line?
think you play Rook D8 if you see Rook D8.
Yeah, it's safer, yeah, somehow.
But I don't want to see Rook D8. I want to see F6.
You want fire, yeah?
Yeah.
And in the game between Ding Firuja is nothing really is happening. So yeah, it's good. We
Not yet over.
This one.
But waiting to be over.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's have the live position for a bit. Maybe something else can be possible for either side.
I don't know why both of them are playing. Both of them maybe want to draw.
You mean Ding game, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess after this draw, both of them are sort of 90% they're out, yeah, of any sort of contention.
Sure. Firuja for sure, because he's even -2.
Which would also be Raja's score if he loses this one.
Yeah, I think.
But he seems to be completely out. Yes, he is not playing bishop, not seeing bishop h2. Maybe he didn't look at it. It's even worse than sometimes not playing it also. I don't know, like.
Yeah, I think it was just a result of defending a worse position for a considerable time, and then he saw a bailout and he took it.
Right.
But for now, it seems that like for Nepo is running away with the tournament.
Don't lose hopes on Caruana yet, Raunak.
No, I have hopes for even second place. So.
And Caruana has white pieces in the second half.
Yes.
Against Nepo.
Yeah. I mean, Vidit did make this point about, you have like 6 whites in a world championship match and still they all end in a draw in most matches. But having said that, it's a different format, yeah. And you can also argue that in World Cup, you have only one white to defend against, but many times people don't end up doing it.
Yes.
Yeah. Also in World Championship match, it's like you just need one win, yeah, to win the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Here, even after +4, I don't think Nepo can rest himself that, okay, if I make alters, I'll qualify for sure.
Especially not if Fab is chasing him like this.
Yeah. I guess yesterday's results, 6 rounds results was very crucial for Fabi. Winning with black pieces and playing such a game, even Vidit pointed it out, yeah, that the level of play he has shown in this candidate is quite commendable.
But yesterday he played this Queen D3 idea, which was very interesting, but I don't really see the point.
Yeah, neither did we, but that's what happens, yeah, when you play against best players in the world. Sometimes, if maybe Fabi would have reacted differently, then we would be talking about, oh, what a move, yeah, Queen D3. But the way he reacted, it was it feels very natural also, but yeah. So what is happening? Raunak, are you a superstitious person? Do you call yourself a superstitious person, or you don't care in general?
No, I don't think I'm so superstitious. Maybe some days I am, but usually not.
So what are your superstitions?
Like, okay, if I'm wearing something which is working, I'll just keep on wearing that. I just don't care what
Like
people.
Hikaru.
Yeah,
Or Hikaru is doing it like Ronak.
both.
No wonder Ronak was supporting Hikaru. So in this,
Meanwhile, some questions from the chat, earlier questions which we couldn't address. Are we going to have the third Olympiad team? We don't know yet. We'll know for sure in a few days, but we are not sure about it. Will Abhijit be a part of it if it happens? Yes. If there's a third team, then Abhijit will be a part of it. He will
not
play
sure,
in a...
Srinath. Not sure. I don't know if I'm qualified or not. First of all,
you are. If
right now
there's
I'm
a third
India.
team.
I'm India number 18. Just
Yeah, but you
just
made a
above
good
you.
jump in...
But I don't think they are counting this list, so that's why I'm not. I mean, next list. I think they are just counting this.
But
list,
it's
which I-
rating average, so of course you make it.
No, the thing is, the time I lost rating, they are starting from that list. And when I'm gaining rating, they're not using that list. So in between 3 months, I lost like about 20 odd rating. So I don't know.
But you got it back in one go, yeah. So.
But they are not counting that.
Yeah,
no? That is my problem.
And in any case, we'll get to that. We'll make an announcement when it happens, which should be in a few days, in about 3 or 4 days.
Yeah.
And there's also a question to Ronak. When you spend time on chess every day, how much time do you spend with engines and databases, finding obscure lines and new ideas? And do you do this only before tournaments, or is this like a daily thing?
No, I divide days. So let's say, for example, today I didn't do opening at all. I calculated for around 6 hours straight. But yesterday, whole day I worked on opening. So I just divide my
Wow.
time.
It's a lot of calculation to do.
Yeah. I would get super tired. Yeah. Just,
Yeah, 6 hours of calculation.
But I remember, I think I also shared this story earlier in the stream that for this thing not getting mentally tired after 6th or 7th hour of the game. I remember Kramnik, doing 6 hours straight, some sort of openings and something, and then going for a swim. And there he was also solving some puzzles, like some chess positions while swimming. And after 6 hours of intense opening work. So that's how he was doing his 7th hour of preparation for the World Championship matches. Oh, he has played F6.
Right.
We have an update.
Raunak's wish is
Yes.
their command. Meanwhile, GK has a question. What is the closest candidates tournament to your knowledge?
The one I mentioned was pretty close.
2016, yeah. 2016 was pretty close.
And after that, I guess it was just one-way race. Yeah, last time also. Then
I don't know about this 1953 Zurich and all. That was so before my time.
That was not candidates. Yeah, that was interzonal, the tournament you're talking about.
Really? I thought it was candidates.
Yeah,
Okay.
someone wrote a book, yeah, Bronstein or someone.
Yeah. Maybe it was interzonal.
I'm pretty sure it is interzonal, but maybe chat can find that out.
But Magnus Karyakin match was also super close.
Yeah, matches all have been close actually.
Apart from the last one,
yeah. It was a candidates tournament.
Yeah.
And if I had to, answer your earlier question about the most memorable game from the candidates, I think this Reshevsky Petrosian comes. It is something I've seen so many times. It's pretty easy, this rookie 6 thing.
I sort of, I wanted to ask you, was it this game or was it some other exchange sacrifice?
Yeah, this game. It's pretty easy for, I think, this generation, but to do it in 1953 was, I think, something mind-blowing.
So your mind was actually blown, yeah, when you saw this?
Absolutely, because these were concepts which I really struggled to understand through my teenage, the concepts of colors, colorist patterns, these kind of things. A lot of things took me very, very long time to understand. which
What do you
the
mean by
next generation.
color pattern?
So he made this exchange sacrifice with Rook E6,
Yeah.
putting everything in the dark squares, right, and gaining control of the light squares.
Right.
That was the
like
exchange
this.
sacrifice.
Right,
So to
right.
understand those kind of strategic concepts, it took me a lot of years to understand it. Which the next generation, they just understood it in like 2 years just by playing 3+0 on chess.com.
Or 10 seconds plus 1 second.
I remember one game Arjun played against Zvagintsev in Grand Swiss, yeah? So Arjun is just like waiting for him to sacrifice in exchange. He takes it and defends it and just wins the game. And the funny part is his opponent thinks it's like a must. Yeah, if you don't do it, it's like lack of understanding. And this guy is just waiting to take
Rook
it.
into E3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Arjun is perhaps the greediest chess player in terms of grabbing material. What do you think?
Changing, I feel.
Also, it depends how do you work when you were a child, like when you were growing up. So, like probably for us, Srinath, we didn't work with engine so much. I mean, at least I did not. So I used to see all these old games which you're mentioning also. So for me, that was a truth. Yeah, that was like what supposed to be
Classics.
right. Yeah, not what supposed to also be right. It may not be right also, but for me, still somehow that thing is the correct way. But if you work with engine and they sort of keep on saying, those kind of things are rubbish, so you do have to agree with it. Although for us, it's a little bit difficult to do that because we have been born up or we have been brought up like that. So yes.
No, at some point I started checking the old classics with engines, critically, and I found out a lot of examples which were shown as model examples were actually incorrect moves in the starting position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot. But
for example, even this game, Petrosian game, yeah. If you see it with the engine will say it's winning maybe even at 1 point for white.
Yeah.
Out of the opening.
And the way to equalize much earlier was so much different. Some bishop g4, bishop at f3 happens. Which is why when people ask me which books do you recommend and stuff like that, I say don't read books. Because the information out there is just not interactive.
You say just read the algorithm of Stockfish.
No, I think there has to be some active process of training. Either you're actively solving, actively questioning, it has to be interactive. You have to put your brain at work in a critical way, not books. What I found it does to people is, as you said, they think it's the truth and they just accept it without critically questioning it. And I think this can be quite counterproductive because you end up with all the wrong concepts.
Yeah, very well put there, Srinath. Actually, never really thought about it. Because
someone in the chat said he has read this Kramnik's book, My Life and Games. That's one of my favorite books, by the way.
Yeah, mine too. Like I have when I was a kid, I read it. I don't know how many times. Like I just went through with that book, to all my tournaments, and then whenever I was getting time, just going through games again and again. Actually, what are your recent favorites chess books, Ronak and Sheena, both of you?
Do you want to go first?
Gelfand series.
Oh yes.
Positional dynamic.
I like his first book actually.
Nice.
Like I really liked his first book. I mean, other books were also great, but the first book was just to another level. Like I read it like it was in one journey. Like somewhere I was traveling, then just on a flight, just read it, and then I don't know. Like then I have read it like 3-4 times more. The first one.
Also, so Ramesh's recent book is very good, I think, for calculation.
Right.
I want to get that. I haven't yet bought it, but I've been meaning to order it.
Where do you buy your books, Srinath?
So I used to buy it mostly electronically, but sometimes I just buy. You just order it from online. Just go there order it from online, and But very few. I bought very few physical books in the last few years.
Mhm.
But some of the books I like. There's this book called "Move First, Think Later" by Willy Hendricks. He's an international master from Netherlands, and his book really made me re-examine a lot of old conceptions I had about chess.
Shrinath is hinting towards me. But what to say?
Or Nepo.
There was another book similarly, Tukmako's book, like
Coaching Chess
Risk and
Stars.
Bluff in Chess, or something like Risk and Bluff or Bluff or Risk, something like. Let me just find out.
No, like
It
move
was-
first, think later is basically it's not exactly what it literally means. Yeah, the book's concept, its premise is based on this exact thing what I was saying. Like for example, you say you have a certain explanation about a chess person. Like for example, bishops are better than knights when the passed pawns are involved. General thing, but his premise was if what the books do is they take a concept and then they try to justify the game with that concept. But what you should be actually focusing on is the moves, the patterns of moves, which is involved, rather than just knowing something in general and then trying to apply it. And he gives so many different examples towards that, like these Kasparov's games in this bishop e3, knight g4, knight off, where he goes g5, g4, h5, and stuff, which the books at that level would generally say don't do these things. But his concept is like, you have to know these patterns, like this g4, h5 thing. And that's basically where chess knowledge comes from. And in more recent times, he wrote this book called On the Origin of Chess Moves, which basically means, where the moves comes from, the thoughts, the understanding, where it comes from. And when I was growing up, I was about 12 years old, 14 years old at that time. I also used to think that, for example, my positional play, my strategic understanding would improve if I memorize stuff like you control the center, pair of bishops is better.
We have a move.
And
we have a move. B2. Yeah, go on.
I don't know what he was thinking. It was like
F7 also. So your line, Ronak, your line is coming up.
Yeah, I thought he'll just play it in like 10 seconds.
I mean, they are playing candidates, yeah. So
But
can give them some
suppose
slack.
he cannot do anything.
And Nepo is not playing, yeah?
Yeah, so go on, Srinath.
Yeah, so I had this misconception, in my opinion, that you read general principles and that's how your chess improves. Later, I came to understand that that's not exactly it works. Your chess understanding comes from knowing chess concepts, pattern recognition. Like you just see this position and you know that certain things. You just see these patterns, and that helps you calculate better. That improves the quality of the moves you see, because you know what to look for. You know what to look for because you have seen so much of similar things earlier. So that's those things I learned by starting from this book, Move First, Think Later.
So the book I was talking about was the Risk and Bluff in Chess. It's about the art of taking calculated risk. Was also quite interesting because in that Tukmako was saying that, let's say if you have a bad position, there is no point, by just sitting on it, because eventually a better player will grind it out. So you would be like, make your position even worse than what it already is, and then try to bluff your opponent through it. It had some degree of fun also in it, and also made a little bit of sense, and also like it's like different perspective, yeah. So you always want to go at least read it once.
Tukmako is a great coach. I like some of his books. I think one of it is Coaching Chess Stars, where he talks about his experience of coaching the Ukrainian team, then working with Anish, and I think something about Fabi also. This book I haven't read, but again, the point is when you have a position, like let's say you're Raja and you're defending this position, you don't make decisions by saying, I have a bad position, I'm going to bluff now. Or you don't make a decision saying, I have a bad position, I'll just sit tight now, right? You base it on concrete situation. You base it on calculation. Which is what I have against books in general, that you can't give these general solutions and prescribe it, because that's just not how reality works.
Yeah, at times you really need to bluff, because anyway you are lost, so you just keep playing fast and try to bluff whatever.
So let's say here, I mean, of course, the bluff didn't work for Raja, but at least he sort of created some sort of chaos on the board. Like if you would have seen 10 moves before, we were not able to come up with a plan for black. Yeah.
Right.
And at least,
True.
of course, Fabiano is a strong player. He saw through everything, and I mean, he's
Especially
a
King
favorite to
E6.
win. Yeah, he's a favorite to win this. But to navigate, through all this complication to come to this position, it's not that simple. Also, so in a way, it makes sense also. But you're also right in the sense that chess is actually a concrete game. So you play move
Yeah,
per
Abhijit,
move. Yeah. Mhm.
talking about that, how does this line continue? Like queen.
Queen
Then I
G6,
trade
you can
queens.
go King E7, I think.
Queen G6, I thought just also queen. I cannot go queen F6.
Yeah, I
then
thought
you
queen
run.
Again,
F6.
take an A4 could be some.
But then I always have rook 8. No, maybe rook C7.
That's true, but I thought you can just try to mate black, since he has no checks.
King E7.
But this should be so much simpler, I feel. The line
Yeah,
which I'm seeing. It's like, why go here?
Bar disagrees, so there is something there.
This
Also,
is
Ronak,
cleaner.
if you are wide, would you play this line or the line you're suggesting?
I would play King E7. But
you
it
would play
depends
King
if I'm playing which format. Let's say classical format without 40 move rule, I'd play King E7.
Let's say instead of Fabiano, you are there playing against Taimur.
I think King E7.
Okay.
So there's a tendency to finish off the game, yeah, concretely. Give no chances.
Yeah.
See finish, take it.
Yeah.
I think that's also normal, no? When you're younger, you try to
No, I
base
mean,
everything on
it is
calculation.
normal in general as long as there is no other option. I mean, if I don't see that this end game, which I was suggesting, is not really good, then probably I'm forced to go here. Yeah. And vice versa. Yeah. Like if I see this is really bad, then I would go for the end game.
For example, even Fabi went to this F7 line. Yeah, he could have played Rook D8, but he went for a more concrete line. I think that's
Probably
just nature.
also because that he must have been thinking about the other move order. Like if black had gone King A6 first, then probably he had to go for this line. So he was like, okay, I've already spent calculating it. Seems to be winning. Why, look for something else.
Right.
But you're also right in the sense that it could be like in your nature. Yeah, maybe you want to go for complications, or
But
maybe you
Fabi
want to
is the
simplify.
guy who likes concrete lines, I feel.
Yeah, I also feel so.
Right.
But do you think at that level, there is an incredible amount of concrete calculation anyway involved, regardless of who it is?
I think so, because I remember once Magnus said, yeah. So we are talking about some sort of preferences, yeah. If you want to go for direct lines, or if you want to simplify things. So Magnus said it very nicely. Having preferences means having weaknesses. So what he was trying to say is like you have to be more universal to be very strong player. So you cannot say that I like this position more than that. It's like you can say, okay, I like better position, be it complicated or positional or simplified position. Queen G6 has happened. So let's see what
Fabi
where he
does.
goes.
Chat, what do you think? King E7 or Queen F6? Let us know in the chat.
I mean, we would like to see King E7 on the board for sure. But personally, I would play Queen F6 any day of the week.
No, but you should also see a reply for black. No, King E7, what do you do? King B5.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like some racing
and King
kings.
Saxon. And King.
Yeah, if you can't see the end here, you have to.
Wait, why did you spoil it so fast? Such a nice looking position, you just spoiled it.
I just
King
give
E7,
checks.
Yeah, King E7, King B5. Now what happens? Also, King B5 is not an easy move to think about.
No, I think
Only
it's
move,
most,
no?
yeah. first.
Yeah, I mean, when
Otherwise,
you
you're
think
just
deeply into it, like when you suggest king b5, I was like, oh, is it possible? But yeah, if not, then I
you're
understand.
getting
Yeah,
mated.
true. I understand, Srinath.
Raunak, really? You'd go king e7, king b4, king e7 here, looking at king b5? I don't see the end of this. Queen f6 feels so much simpler to me.
True. I agree, but yeah. Depends, yeah. I told you which format.
maybe
Like, I think if you can see the end of this variation, I understand. But
No,
if
maybe
you
there's
don't-
no end. You just keep playing, but then I understand it's much more trickier.
Yeah.
I
then
can
to
say
go into
whatever.
this-
It's not my game.
I mean, still should be completely winning. Yeah, maybe just queen f6. Still saying that you have rook a7 now without allowing all those checks. Oh no.
Bad drops. Or can
Bad
I
drops.
just
I don't know
play some move? Just play, I don't know, g4, but g4 makes this bishop on f3 unprotected. That's the only problem. But
Could be
sure.
g4 is a move. Yeah.
But this f3 bishop is what I'm skeptical about.
I mean, I would never consider g4, to be very honest. I mean, not consider, if the position comes that maybe I will consider g4, but it seemed like king b5. Yeah, if the position comes, maybe I would play king b5.
Yeah. After seeing the bar, g4 is forced.
Yeah, I don't see why someone would choose this over queen f6.
Right.
Also, let's say I go a4, I still don't see. Yeah, a4.
a4 f5 I cannot play. Yeah?
I mean, you can. I don't know.
I don't know. No.
You chose king e7, g4, and now you're asking me to find a move, right?
No one responsible for
Rook e5 check.
Rook e5, king d8, queen b6. Yeah, and it's getting.
Still, it's actually the king is running, but okay. Like rook c7.
Yeah.
Yeah, but why on earth would you get into this winning of queen f6?
No, you don't play g4. You don't play f5.
Oh, he's not going automatically queen f6. So maybe he's also thinking about this line king e7.
It's tempting.
Yeah, I would spend some time.
I would just think for a couple of minutes and just go queen f6 and try to understand what is happening. This rook d8.
But queen f6 also you have to calculate. Be sure,
queen
yeah.
e8,
Like takes.
Even
a4.
queen e8 you have to calculate.
Yeah, but queen e8, king d6, then you don't have check, yeah.
Or rook e7 also, yeah, and somehow
also rook e7, yeah. I mean, yeah, but these moves are not very difficult.
Right. Oh no, rook e7 is.
Rook e7. Yeah,
Queen
it's not so
g8.
easy, guys.
Queen g8.
Queen g8, king d7. So
is there some rook c6 check here?
Bishop c6.
Yeah, I thought
c6, queen f6. Pawn and
queen and potentially.
Oh wow, this is a
queen
nice sign. Maybe it's good to show. So rook c6.
But rook c6 check king e5, I thought.
Okay, let's just show bishop c6 at least, no? So takes, king somewhere, queen f6, knight d5, and takes a4 and black queens first. And
what king e5? There was queen b8, Srinath.
Yeah, king f7, yeah. There.
Yes. He is not.
Like king f7.
What do you say?
What king e5? There is what?
Not here.
No.
Like previous
you said
rook
c6 something you
queen
said.
b8 is there.
Okay. Yeah. Rook c6, king e5, queen b8.
So it's actually forced draw.
So yeah, he has to calculate.
So maybe it's not so simple. Yeah, queen f6. So queen e8, king d6. Probably the only move. Yeah.
Yep. And that line, like where we played f5, maybe let's just try to figure out what's the best move. Yeah, because it looks very interesting.
After g4, yeah.
Yeah, but
simpler. But
the thing is, queen f6, king f6, a4, rook d8. Can I play rook a5 now? Is this
but I
very
can always
short
harass your knight, yeah? Like rook c8, how do you...
a3?
I give my rook and then this should be easily winning, yeah?
You can just give this rook and take the h6 pawn and just win it easy.
Yeah. Or even just run with the pawn, yeah? Just f5 and just...
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is the winning line, yeah. Rook c8, you have to calculate until this.
Yeah, once you
Here
see
is
knight is
over
going
knight.
somewhere, then you can always control with the bishop, this diagonal.
Yeah.
Should not be very difficult.
No, I feel he's calculating queen e8, not queen into f6.
Right. But queen e8, there are only two moves, yeah, rook e7 or king
Yeah,
d6.
like we know
Yeah.
it's winning, yeah, but maybe he's not so sure, yeah. So that's why he's trying to look for some options.
What are you thinking about? So can I go knight a4 here? Just
It's
to
also
keep the
rook
position?
c4, yeah. Both are possible.
Rook c4 also with the same idea, not to let the king go anywhere.
And some checks maybe somewhere.
Can I play rook a7, queen g7?
Wow, what a tactic.
What?
Rook a7, yeah.
But maybe
Queen
king
g7.
d6.
Wow. Wow. Beautiful. Beautiful tactic.
And now how to finish off?
Plus 8, so I assume it's lost.
Maybe rook a8.
No,
Oh,
rook
then
8, rook c6. Rook c6, bishop c6.
There's
Oh
a
yeah,
pin.
it's a pin, yeah.
Yeah, king e5 is important. No.
Yeah.
Srinath scares me at times. Yeah, he'll just spoil all the advantage in one move.
I have to show people, no?
But it was rook a8 like rook c6 was the only move, or is it over? Or? No, that's what.
What?
Oh, I know the move. Maybe we can guess. Maybe chat can predict a. I understand now. Oh no, sorry. I was thinking rook d4, but queen d4 is a check.
There is knight e4 maybe.
But king
Here?
d5, yeah.
Yeah. Bishop e4 is first, yeah.
What? King
Queen,
yeah, bishop
yeah?
e4. Yeah. Yeah, sorry.
I can feel, yeah, how tired you guys are.
Plus 18, guys.
But this is also lost, yeah. Queen d8, it's just nothing.
But if 94 is not there, what is it?
Very curious. I want to find it.
Yeah. So today you did all calculations, yeah, for 6 hours.
Yeah, I'm so
So
tired.
you should be able to figure it out.
That way, you guys also did it.
No, we were just moving on
Can't say
the
we did all
instructions.
calculations today.
Yeah.
There are a lot of other things in between.
There is at least one line which I can see, which is knight d5.
But that doesn't work, yeah. That's the problem.
King d5, rook c6, rook e8, knight c7. Check first.
Yeah, but
King
even
e5.
knight c6, there is some rook b8 maybe. Like, yeah, instead of rook 8, there's also rook b8. Yeah.
Also rook b8. You are right. You are right.
Should be easily.
Queen b8, queen c6. This is insane. Let Fabiano do what he wants to do.
Oh man. Look, people
Oh, but
see knight
just
b5.
go-
Yeah, knight b5. James Fisher said in the chat, but king d5.
Yeah, so
Just go
maybe
back. Just go back.
position.
Just one move back.
Yeah. So curious to find it.
The hell. So chat, you look at the initial position and you're like, oh, +3, Fabi is winning. But actually, chess is not that simple, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Still unable to figure it out.
For a second, I forgot that it's black to move. And I was thinking queen into c3 works, right?
Oh gosh. Even there you are blundering. Okay, great.
Oh my god, what is the move, guys?
Literally, queen does not have any other square.
Oh. I think
Queen
it's,
e4.
Oh,
No, queen e4 just takes and king d5.
Yeah, queen e4 also rook b8. I mean, there are moves. Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen
I think rook f4. Rook f4. Srinath, rook f4.
Man, this is insane.
You started this line. I wanted to play rook d8, get it
Yeah.
over with rook a8.
But this is such a nice trick. Queen f4, knight b5, and you take the rook.
Yeah, and you have to play king, and then you take the rook. Wow.
Yeah, someone
Mind-boggling
suggested rook
calculation.
f4 in the chat. James Fisher.
James Fisher again. Yes.
No surprises. Fisher saw it.
So after rook b7, king. What was the line? Yeah. Rook b7, king a6. Maybe instead of rook a7. rook
I
a8.
don't even see where the variation starts.
So it was after queen e8, king d6, rook c4.
Someone in the chat said श्रीनाथ भाई को इतना रोस्ट मत करो बच्चों homework ज्यादा मिलेगा.
See, the thing is, the people who roasted me just got kicked out of the stream today without even getting a chance to say bye. So,
Okay, so let's continue because I am finding this position very interesting. So rook c4, and what was the line? Rook a7, rook b7, yeah?
yes.
And king a6. And how do we win now? Maybe rook b7, just in case. I mean, you can always repeat. So what happens now?
Okay.
Queen,
Maybe
Queen
we can
G7.
ask chat.
Queen g7.
Doesn't seem
Knight
to be right,
b5?
yeah?
Knight B5, yeah.
And gone, yeah?
Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh!
Gone.
From +5, it becomes -7.
So, chat,
you have to-
these are the dangers of this position for white, which is why you need to be very careful.
Yes. What else? I mean, what can you do here? I want to suggest a move, but I'm too scared to suggest anything.
Yeah,
more.
same.
It seems like, then again you have to say, these kind of dangers.
Either you have to get it absolutely correct.
Guys, this is not a class. You can say whatever you want.
Maybe rook e7, yeah? Because I'll have at least one check, whatever you do.
Oh, we have a nice comment about Ronak. Ronak stream में रौनक ला रहा है.
Okay, it's winning. I can stay happy. No one can.
Not yet, no? Queen d8, again you go king e6, yeah?
Yeah, I'll just run away to f7 and. Oh gosh, this bar
Queen B6 check, I think.
Queen.
No, you have king e5 check, yeah? We are just
Yeah.
blind.
You, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
to go
that's
king
all
E5.
you. I told you I'll give a check whatever you do.
Arey, you said king e6, I'll run to f7.
Fine.
How do you run to f7 from king e6, e5?
Before I said I'll give a check, so I saw king e5 and then I became like you.
I thought you said
let's
give
go
a check
back.
with black.
Let's go back after rook e7. Just, I'm still not sure whether it's over. Like, so rook e7, queen c8 if I go.
Still check, like king e5 check.
King d5. The move I wanted to suggest instead of rook e7 was, I'm not sure whether.
Queen f6 on the board, by the way.
Yeah. So just go to one move back. I don't know if it works, but
I think we are going to see something similar because this is black's best chance.
Queen
Does
f6.
rook c7 work? Does rook c7 work here?
Ooh.
And whatever you do next, I'll give you a check here. Turner.
Yeah, that's how you have to play this position.
Really? What do I do next?
Yeah, whatever you do, actually. Not king b5.
Queen f8, yeah. Oh, we have a result in between Ding versus Firuja.
It's a draw.
No prizes for guessing that.
Yes.
No prizes for
just-
guessing this as well.
Literally no prizes. for
This though
guessing all
people
these
can
things.
guess.
Yeah,
Win
if you
some
guess a
diamond
draw and it
membership or
happens,
something.
you get a prize.
Okay, so we have three results. Out of them, one was decisive and two draw, and we are hoping this will be a decisive one as well. So Queen F6 out of 15-minute thoughts, and I mean he just has 18 minutes to make what? To make 12 moves, which is okay in this position.
I think if he makes 12 correct moves, it will be over. Whatever.
I think 5 correct moves it will be over.
Yeah.
But it has come to the point where you have to make 5 correct moves.
And you have to play Queen E8 check, yeah? Pretty straightforward for black.
Yeah.
Well, he might also start to think about this, rook getting behind after this endgame. Queen F6 takes.
Yeah, but
And-
what?
What?
He did that, did he?
No, he did not.
Oh no.
Oh,
No, no,
okay.
I'm
He
just
just
saying-
started playing with that piece. I thought he captured something. I think he will see Queen E8.
he already saw
sorry, Queen F6. I think he'll see Queen F6 under his whole rookie for
I have another question for both of you actually. What do you think, how far Fabi has gone in his calculation when he played King E6?
I think he only checked Queen E8. Queen F6, he is pretty sure he'll win, but he
No,
checked.
when he played King E6.
And
I
from
think,
there-
I think Raunak can answer this better.
From there, I believe he saw till Queen, yeah. Like to this position, he saw King E7 is at least there and he won't get mated.
Yeah, I also think so. That he's safe around here
And now, till where did he see?
Now
Till the
it's
end,
tough
what we
to
saw.
say,
Do you think he saw all those what we saw?
No chance.
Because I don't know how many takes back we had.
Yeah.
If it was up to Sheena, then White would have lost at least 5 times.
No chance. He saw all of that. He might have seen some simple line where he can just win, but no chance he
Yeah.
saw everything.
Yep. He's still quite focused, so maybe he still sees something which he's not completely sure about, Fabiano. So generally, Raunak, during a game, let's say you saw a winning line. So do you just stop everything? I mean, you just stop your brain, or you are still?
If it's such a position, I would be not sure, like not at all sure. But if it's like some material plus, let's say a pawn up or 2 pawns up, I will stop.
Let's say 5, 6 moves or 10 moves before when the end game arrived.
Yeah.
And if let's say if Black doesn't find all these moves, then probably you would stop your brain, yeah, because
Yeah, if I see a clear plan, what I'm going to do for next 5 moves, I'll stop.
right. And Sheena will probably stop after move number 10.
The 11th move, +6 to -6.
Guys, you also need someone who can show how things can go wrong. You can't just show how things can go right. That skims through so much of information.
Art of commentary.
Exactly.
Also in life, generally, good thing doesn't happen to like all the time. Yeah, most of the time, like even like as a sports person, I guess you will have more failures than success. So you have to know how to come back from those failures.
True.
Yes, Srinath?
True. Absolutely true.
And probably.
And
that's
once
why-
again, you need examples. You need to set examples in every possible way. So you can't just be all.
We can't all just make bad moves. Yeah, somebody also has to make.
Yeah, exactly. There has to be a balance.
And talking about balance,
Yeah.
we have the man again. Vidit Gujarati has just joined us.
Has he joined?
Yes, joined.
Oh, oh.
So with it is getting interesting, yeah.
Unmute, my friend, unmute. No
my
sound.
mic was on mute. Sorry. Yeah, it did get interesting, and I thought like, okay, if there's a chance, I'll join in. What do you guys think of the current position?
Oh,
Srinath has blundered at least 5 times, so there's still.
Okay,
Also,
you guys can test me
Okay.
before telling me what went wrong. So at least less blunders than Srinath.
So Queen E8 check. What do you
How
do?
do you play after Queen E8?
I thought instead of Queen F6 was King E7 possible, by the way. Just
King E7, King B5?
I don't see the board. Can you share me the...
Yes,
The
I'm
same.
just sending.
Yeah.
I'm just sending you 1 minute.
I think it was...
Yeah.
Till that time, I'll open the chat and see.
This is what I suggested, but after King B5, we didn't see a clear way.
Ah, really, yeah?
I wanted to play G4 here, but then it's not clear already.
Yeah, I thought King E7 during the game, yeah. During watching it live. Because no more checks suddenly.
But okay, after King B5, how do you find an end to this? Where do you stop your calculation?
I don't start it yet. I haven't started.
But yeah, it was getting difficult. So we thought that Queen F6 was simpler. But then even that was getting difficult.
Really, yeah? How?
So Queen F6, Queen E8. Srinath, maybe you have to move on the board. Okay.
Yeah.
Rook E7 or King D6 we were checking. Rook E7 was a draw here, right? Can you find the draw? It's easy.
I think we should change the title. Instead of Vidit predicting, it's Vidit's test.
Yeah. But I like it. I enjoyed it. So
you like to be tested, huh?
Negative. Can I play Queen G8 or no? Queen G8, King D7, King A7, King D6. Ah, okay, Rook C6.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I just missed that knight D5 is there in the end, actually.
Yeah. So this line we saw, then we thought, okay, King D6 is the only way to make progress. Yeah. Now Srinath will show his skills.
So King D6 now.
Rook C4 was a problem.
Yeah? Rook C4, yeah.
C4. Yeah, Queen E8 played.
Queen E8
played in the game. Okay, so we are in the right direction. Okay, let me think. Such a complex position.
Crazy position. Crazy.
You don't have a threat though here.
Yeah, I'm just keeping your king in the way that you don't give a check.
Like if you would get a move, you would play A4, A3.
Probably, yeah.
Or maybe A4, King A5, yeah? Running with the king.
King A5, I'm not sure.
Queen E5, you can have it.
I also... Okay, it's definitely very complex. Okay, so Rook C4.
The thing is, no, in every move, something new is coming in.
Why can I play F5?
You could.
And then Queen E6.
Let's see. Oh, maybe. Oh, it works. This is much simpler than what we were looking at.
And if Queen E3?
E7, Abhijit suggested Rook C7.
Sorry, rook
Yeah,
c7
rook
and
c7 was very
No, I
strong.
said rook a7. Okay. No, first we
What
were
of queen
looking at
e3?
rook a7.
queen e3 again. I can move queen to e6. No.
There, I think
no.
Vidit showing us.
Oh,
queen c5. Queen c5. Queen c5.
Finally, Srinath is so happy. Yeah. Full stream is getting roasted. Full stream people are like, you're blundering this left, right, and center.
I mean, I had to ask queen e3 3 times to set it up.
But also, if you play like knight e4 instead of queen e3, is it so simple?
Where?
Instead of queen
just
e3?
knight e4 takes queen e4.
Yeah, like now I'm threatening rook c6.
Maybe rook c7, yeah, like that time.
Yeah, but
rook d4 check,
so
king
clear.
c5.
I mean, if you find rook c7, I don't think it's very difficult.
Crazy move.
Let's say a4 still.
But king d7.
But guys, why did you ruin it by saying rook c7?
No, we didn't check this. We are also on the go.
No, I mean in the first position, initial position.
No, you know how we came to that move. Let's go back. Let's show him actually. First, I suggested rook a7.
Okay.
I mean, but king b6, and we were again sort of stuck. Yeah, what to do?
Yeah.
Because rook 8 was not a good move.
Do you want to find that out? Why?
Yeah, that would be very interesting.
Oh, this is tough.
This is crazy. This is again crazy.
Okay, give me some time. Give me some time. No, I think that was fine. No,
yeah,
that was fine because now suddenly the orientation changed. Yeah, this is fine.
Srinath is worried, yeah, that maybe you will blunder mate in one. Okay.
No, I'd be happy if Vidit doesn't suggest king c6.
See, I get Chesscom is inviting me, so I have to give them content. That's why. Okay.
रौनक is happily chilling, yeah. अब मुझे नहीं सोचना पड़ रहा.
क्या मुझे फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा क्या?
अब मुझे सोचना नहीं पड़ रहा. This we really struggled. I don't know for how long.
Yeah, I was really helping in between by eliminating all the moves, so
yeah,
they could find the only one remaining.
So Vidit, go tell us your thought process.
Yeah, I mean right now I was thinking if knight e4 check works, bishop e4, queen e4, right. And then I was thinking queen b2, then there is rook b4.
But queen d8 is just a mate. Yeah?
Shina, maybe it will be good if you can go on the board.
Yeah. Queen d8 wins on the spot, yes. Yeah.
Right.
Queen d8 wins. So in the initial position, rook c6 check doesn't work. Yeah.
Yeah, because you should be take and go not king e7, but king e5. Yeah, Srinath.
Huh?
So in initial position after rook c6, you take and go king e5. Yeah.
Yeah. Not king e7. Yeah.
Someone in the chat wrote the move, but okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not reading
Don't
chat.
look at chat.
No, Fisher only wrote, no? That time
Yeah. I have a feeling that Fisher is the...
And queen e8 was played on the board. So...
It was played a while ago, no?
Yeah, it was played a while. Yeah. So queen e3 again, queen d8 is there all the time.
This is a really nice move with it.
This is crazy.
Whatever it is, it's not very obvious.
For sure.
Yes.
The move.
Now what are you looking? Are you looking for some patterns or like what is your thought process in general? Like just think aloud, no? Whatever your brain is going through.
मैं यहाँ पे क्यों आया? No. Looking at all forcing options, like all random moves like rook f4 and all this stuff, like trying to seeing if something works, but I can't really put my finger on something right now.
No, you guys were calculating chup chap when you had this position, yeah? Suggesting a move only when you were sure that it's not a blunder.
No, I
And-
suggested even rook d4. I mean, what? And I sort of hold up queen d4 as a check.
Yeah, true.
That's how you calculate, no? You don't tell me 18 once.
Oh.
Srinath.
Kitna?
I think some move was played by the way in the game, just to for
Yeah,
King
audience.
d6, king d6, king d6.
King d6 was played just to
Correct.
show the audience. Yeah, we should show it. Who want to watch it live? Yeah, and from
this
here
is-
we went to that line.
Yeah.
This is fantastic. So now we can have the analysis board also.
I have like so many moves out here in the variations analysis. And I don't know where what starts and where what ends. You cannot promote variation. But
You
yeah,
can,
rook
no?
c4. Oh, you can?
I think so.
No, you can't. I at least I don't know how to. It's the correct way to put it. So rook
Also in the
c4, rook
chat,
a7 check.
Ashwin said that it's amazing that you guys are so fresh and sharp at midnight. I think it has to do with the position, no? That you
Yes.
have to be fresh to understand what is going on.
Thank you, Ashwin.
So,
No, but I think
yeah.
this is the easiest part of the commentary, no? Just talking moves. Analyzing things. For me, it is.
Right.
What's the toughest for you, Srinath? Not blundering, yeah?
Brutal. Brutal.
I think we should change the
That is
scene
the
and have
toughest part.
like, you know, yeah, this is better.
Brutal.
That is the toughest part.
So while Timur is thinking, Vidit,
Only
again,
11 minutes? Like how many moves they can...
11 moves.
11 moves in this position? It's insane. One wrong move.
It will
and
not
it's
reach
gone.
11 moves. I think it will finish in like 5-6 moves either way.
I really can't see the draw after rook 8, to be honest, you know. It's
But
taking
you
me a
saved
long
the
time.
move, no?
You didn't.
I did see the move. Rook f4, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only
Queen
move that.
f4, knight b5, knight c7 over.
Knight b5,
1
queen
second.
8.
Queen 8 check, yeah?
Yeah, queen 8. Oh, queen 8 is the point. Yeah. As unnecessary flow में fork भी दे रहा था. Yeah, queen 8. Yeah. This is what I missed. Yeah.
Knight c7, you probably saw queen c7 and left, yeah?
Just, I mean, it did not look right. Knight c7, knight 8, bini, queen d6 check, so many checks. So I left it. Queen 8 I missed. Yeah. Right. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. What's the live board now?
Same, King d6.
King d6.
King d6.
And you can see that it's a 49th move up top, and you can see that 3 minutes has been spent on this.
By the way, this bar is so misleading. Like if people just joined in and they would think that Fav is totally winning. He is, but it's not easy at all.
Yeah. I mean, 10 moves before, it felt like Fabi should win, but we didn't know that he would win like
Yeah.
or even if he wins, like he would win like something like this.
Let's say you go rook a7 and king b6, you can very easily play rook 8 and miss rook f4 if you don't know there's something.
Yeah. Easily. And I don't know if Raja will also find rook f4. No, I mean, no, I'm not doubting his skills, but with the time left.
Yeah.
And after such a long game, and it's not an easy move. So that's why.
I can see myself playing rook 8 just out of intuition and blundering rook f4.
It's such a
No,
nasty
rook f4
way
is-
to.
It's very easy thing to miss.
By the way, did Fabi play all correct after move 40, or did he miss something, or how was it actually?
I think we can take it back, yeah, after the first time control maybe once.
Yeah.
So
Technically speaking,
he did
King
play
f6
it right at some point.
Oh,
B3.
rook c4 played in the game. Rook c4 played.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, let's just stick here.
It's too
let's
interesting
just
to
not
go
do it.
away. Yeah. So you guys said Rook C7 is the best move here, yeah?
Yeah, or
We
you
don't
can
know.
repeat and do it.
We don't know.
Actually,
But at
Rook
least the
E7, Rook
bar was
B7 is
okay with
super
it.
cool, yeah? Repeat twice and then play Rook C7. So you also make the time control.
What did we say for Rook E7 here? We also
Rook
saw
E7 was also a move.
And Queen D8.
I think hang on, I should go back to the.
So Queen D8, we saw King E5.
Rook C4 here.
Yeah.
And now Rook E7.
Queen D8. And
I
somebody
have this
suggested King
after
E6
Rook
here. Yeah?
E7, King D6. And now Rook E7. Queen D8 check.
Yeah.
Here King E5 is important.
I mean, isn't it like the only move?
King E6 can also be an option,
move,
but it goes
But
Queen
why
B6.
would you play King E6?
Raunak, you can answer that.
No, it was you who did it, not me.
It doesn't make any sense.
Some people
play
some people want to tuck in their king on F7.
But King E5 with check, no? You remove it.
No, the statement I made after Rook E7 is whatever you play, I'll give you a check. And the guy plays King E6 and then tells me that King E6, yeah.
After Queen D8 check, he literally told King E6.
So the
My
tongue
God.
slip.
What
Oh,
did
he
I play
played-
check, yeah?
He played something. What did he
Rook
play?
C7. He played Rook C7.
Rook
Dude, he plays Rook
C7,
C7.
yeah.
It would be so cool
Boss.
to play Rook A7, Rook
Crazy,
C7, and then Rook
man.
C7.
Crazy. He spent
Why-
2 minutes and played Rook C7.
Why
Also,
he
you
didn't
make-
want to give check?
Yeah, you reach time control sooner, no? Also.
Itna cool. Who stays itna cool, yeah? I mean,
No,
9
if you see Rook
minutes.
C7, you would give 2 checks and then play Rook C7. No?
Yeah. Also, yesterday I saw that against Alireza, I saw a win which led to an exchange of queens and it looked winning, but he went for something which allows knight to G6. Just by one move, it's winning. And
Yeah.
I was like, okay, not very
Calculation
normal.
OP.
But also shows like how confident he is, like generally in this tournament. And
He's in great
al-
shape. Great
yeah,
shape.
also like you were saying, no, matlab, his games are quite nice and one of the person who is playing quite well in this event.
Indeed, for sure.
Is it still over? Like King B5? Rook C4, just King C4 and...
But at least I have Queen E5, yeah. So I will go some endgame and I will try to win.
Yeah, your Queen E5
Yeah, Queen E5 simply over, yeah.
takes FE, yeah?
I am trying to exchange queens. I don't know for how long. Ronak is not letting me exchange queens. He's like, this is better. Let's see this line. That is it.
Rook D4 check, King E6, yeah? Or E7 even.
Or E7 even, yeah.
No, I didn't want to allow Knight D5.
Knight D5.
But okay, I think the pawn is way too advanced actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rook C7 is very clean. Very clean.
And he didn't
Fabi,
spend so
good.
much time on it, yeah.
Good stuff by Fabi. Good stuff.
How can the game continue actually? How can Black?
Yeah, I didn't see a move apart from King B5.
How is this endgame with Knight E4, Bishop E4, Queen E4, Rook C4, Queen C4? Maybe not Rook C4. But in general, yeah, this endgame. Is it worth a try?
Yeah. Queen endgame is always worth a try. But is there some immediate chance like King D7?
D7, King D5.
Queen E5. No, Queen E5 seems too much here, yeah? I'm 2 tempos down.
Start with
than
a check,
usual.
I thought. But King A4, yeah?
And then Queen one more, huh? And then he Queen's A1.
We also have done.
And then finally Queen H6.
I think that would be bad technique, no?
No, Queen A7 and then...
That would also, I'm not sure whether it would win. That technique is different, but because you give Queen A8 check, Queen B7 check, take on G2.
Yeah, Queen endgame with 2 pawns up, not always winning, yeah?
So I guess Knight E4 is more practical than King B5.
But I don't know this position. Let's say I just take Rook C4.
Queen C4. F5 you want to?
F5 maybe, yeah.
A4.
A4.
I don't know. queen e6, let's say, just to continue.
Yeah.
Thinking, yeah.
Live position is not updated, no, on the screen. Now it's updated.
Now it is.
Vidit is ruthless, yeah.
Why? What did it do?
Nothing. Yes, say.
Yeah, this queen endgame seems to be winning, yeah.
Sam in the chat is going like a smashed like every time someone said to smash like button. So far, I've done it 14 times. But guys, on a serious note, do hit the like button just once and not anymore. If you want to do it a second time, do it from an alternate account.
Exactly. So that's what you do, Srinath, yeah, in your streams. I don't know, yeah. This Divya's, this thing is rubbing off.
Interesting.
I'm not like this. At least on stream.
By the way, any other tries for Raja in the starting position apart from knight e4 and king b5? Rook c7 is very powerful move. I don't see
a
actually.
move.
Yeah, me neither. Rook d4, king c5. Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah. And in general, if you can give a check.
But rook d4, maybe queen d4.
Yeah, and bishop b7, king c6. It wins or not?
Queen f8.
No. Queen f8 check, yeah.
What?
No,
Okay,
rook
rook
d4,
d4, Srinath.
queen
Queen
d4, knight
b5.
b5. Knight b5, Srinath. First. King c5.
And now queen f8.
Queen f8.
Still winning.
No,
It's
bar
two
is
maiden 3.
it's lost. No, yeah.
No.
Slow to update.
That's what I was saying. No, this is very misleading.
King
But rook
c5.
d4, just king c5, no?
Yes,
Yeah,
that is the point. Yes.
Srinath
Wow.
is so smart, yeah. Rook d4, king c5.
Someone in the chat asking if queen b8 is a move.
King
Queen
d7 check,
b8.
no?
And rook b7.
Yeah, cleanest. Take the queen, then no need
The
to
queen
calculate.
first, yeah.
Or also you can play queen e5 and rook c4. I think you win queen in
Take
a
the
better
full
way.
queen, yeah. Mhm. Yeah, I think now it's getting a little bit cleaner, yeah. Clearer also.
Yeah. Rook c7 was a good move. Do you think he'll play knight e4 or king b5 if you given a choice?
I think knight e4 because king b5, queen e5 is just feels like that's it, no? Also, both moves doesn't give black so much hope, but
Yeah, that's the problem with bad positions. All the moves seem bad at some point.
but if I were black, I would probably play knight e4.
Queen in games, you scare him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. What would you do?
Why did I come here again? I would think. Why do I have this position? Why I played second move a6? Why not play normal line? But yeah, Raja.
But this opening
Struggling.
price, was he really trying to get some sharp position or what? I didn't understand what.
No, I think it was more of avoiding preparation of Fabi in, let's say, Berlin, or he didn't want to be a target, kind of. That's why he changed, and they had the same coach, so probably he was a bit worried, like he would know what could be the lines there and stuff like that.
True.
Also, does this reasoning also make sense to you that Fabi is one of the few guys who has been consistently entering Berlin endgames with white pieces, and also once in a while he's also winning.
He used to enter, like I think in 2017-18 he had made lot of work in Berlin endgame, and that gave him 2 or 3 wins. Where he must have probably worked for 3 weeks on Berlin endgame to get these 3 wins. Yeah, that's how it worked. But he developed a great understanding of those structures. But what was your second part of the question?
So my question was like, does that also scare your opponent in a way that that maybe against this guy this could be a not a very practical opening?
Yeah, like especially let's say Raja has worked out all the lines. Maybe Berlin endgame is one of the lines where you have to know more details than usual. But not everyone with white also goes there.
No, exactly.
Like then you don't recheck it often. Most of the people play rook e1 or d3, and there it's a middle game. But in endgame, it's different kind of position. You need a lot of finesses. Yeah. Queen e5 will be played.
Yeah,
I mean, should I would
played king b5.
Yeah. Or do you think we will see this endgame with rook
Queen
c4,
f5?
king c4? Oh, I was thinking rook c4, king c4, queen e6, and then another one, queens.
Oh, does it queen?
I don't know whether it wins or not, but I mean, good chances to win. Yeah, you control the knight and.
Right. This also seems to be good. Yeah, there's no way to stop it.
No, but
don't take it.
Let's give it a moment. Yeah.
No. Even without the bar, I think it should be winning. No. King just goes to g6 and bishop on f3, like rock solid.
Yeah.
So many wins. No, I thought you meant to play queen f5 in the starting position.
Oh, force king b4 and then rook c4?
Rook c4, king c4, queen a5. Take the last pawn also.
Okay. Also makes a lot of sense.
Start with what here? Queen f5.
Queen f5, yeah.
King
b4, rook c4, king c4, queen a5. Now no passed pawn. Now you play aram se.
Okay.
And lose with knight b5. So that's why you have to give a check, guys. Queen c5 check first and then take the pawn. Queen c5 check and then take it.
Just don't take it. Just play queen e5.
No. Queen c5 and then you take, no?
Greedy weedy.
But still queen f8 and
queen f8, king moves, no?
Yeah.
So you can go queen b8 maybe and take f4.
See, this is Srinath was in hurry to take the pawn.
Yeah, you take the pawn now.
But you can just play queen
f5. Yeah.
With less time.
No, queen f5 is still king e3.
But queen e5 is simpler. I mean, I think Fabiano. I'm a little bit.
So let's make a guess. He's about to play move.
Queen
What?
e5. Queen
Srinath.
e5.
Srinath.
Queen e5.
He does it. Vidit का time ही नहीं आया, पहले चल गया. Yeah, so takes. I guess the only move he could be worried about this rook endgame, but it looks also quite simple. Yeah, the pawn is too far advanced.
But king e6 is also winning, so he can decide later.
True.
Okay, rook d4 check has to be played. No other move.
No, king e6.
But king e6, a4, what do you do? Like king. It's the same thing, no? You have to eventually. Yeah, king f5.
Rook c3. Rook c3.
Yeah. Yeah.
7th.
Yes.
Is it 7th? Huh?
Yes.
And
for us,
or you just go.
We started at 6. Sorry,
king b4. What do you do? King f5 or what?
Yeah. I think now it's relatively easy. Yeah. Very hard to go wrong with white now.
Yeah.
Ronak is laughing. It's still possible.
Do you think the game will still continue after the third time control, or it will be over?
No. I think it will be over in a few moves.
Yeah.
3 minutes remaining for Raja to make 8 moves, and I think the end will be very quick.
3 moves till pawn reaches 8 square. So
Yeah.
and he has to make
Good
8
point.
moves.
This is a good point.
Yes. Yes, guys, it's still going on. Is this the longest match of this candidate so far? I think no. The second day was longer, no?
Yeah.
Hikaru's game against Raja.
Aliriza.
Even Raja game was very long.
Hikaru Raja, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. But generally, this is how it is. Yeah. One game goes quite long, while all other.
But last 2 days it was fairly like comfortable days.
Last
for
2
us.
days was quite chill.
Actually, you know what? My prediction is that in the second half, the games will be less interesting than the first half.
But it will be
Because
longer.
the energy.
No, energy.
Hello?
Not
What?
really.
Oh, okay.
Rook C7. Okay.
What happened?
In between, it stopped at Rook C6 check for a second.
Srinath, you did that, no?
ये क्या है? And if it's King C6, it's Vidit, huh?
No, you are controlling the screen, no? So
But Raja and Fabi are also controlling some things.
What does he want to play? Knight A4 or what? Still bishop C6.
also
It's
another
over.
good
I
point
think
to make
resign
is
and
that
Knight B5, Knight D6.
yeah, but okay.
But just bishop D1, bishop B3.
Yeah.
Yeah, then resign.
Yeah, no, I think it's just great game by Fabi, I must say. Yeah, superb technique from start to finish. Yeah, very good game, very high level, 2800 level game. No chance given.
No, you are absolutely right that in the sense that Fabi's games, his play overall is quite impressive.
Yeah. Should we have the full player cam as we are about to approach the finish? Just 1 minute remaining for Raja, and I think we're going to see the end very, very soon.
Yeah, I think he just reach out with his hand.
Yeah. So also get an update on the live question. And Fabi's winning moment in the round 7 of the candidates, with which Fabi moves into half point proximity of Jan Nepomniachtchi, who's leading with 5.5/7.
Yeah, completely. I think it's done.
I was hoping that he will extend his hand when I was just about to finish that, but no one cooperates with me.
Looks like he wants to play 1 or 2 moves more.
Yeah, but okay, 1 minute for 7 moves, even if he finds a way, he's not going to.
There's Knight B5.
King B7.
Knight D6.
Fabi is in great shape for this tournament.
And poor Temur, yeah, he played 2 of the longest games, and in both of them he lost.
But I mean, to be honest, it felt like he's really out in this tournament.
Yeah.
Also in Norwich, he was out. Somehow
If
I
you
don't
had to
feel.
pick one between Fabiano and Nepo, who would you pick?
I would. I thought that Fabi is playing better chess overall. More than Nepo. Of course, Nepo has played well, but he also got into worse positions. Whereas Fabi did not seem to be in that danger even once. So considering that, I would pick Fabi. I think half a point ahead, yeah, Nepo?
Yeah. +4 and +3.
Yeah.
And
So I would pick Fabi.
Fabi, of course.
He already told us, no? First Hikaru, then Fabi. These are 2 contenders for him.
But it's polite to ask, And Abhijit, you?
I would pick also Fabi.
3-0 for Fabi.
You, Srinath? Let's be polite to you for a change.
I think I'll go with Nepo just to balance things.
But it's not
3-1.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's it.
Resigns.
Yeah.
Great game by Fabi. Very high level.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
And also, you should give credit to Temur I mean, he didn't play such a great game, but he did put up a great resistance at some point.
Yeah, I think he's defended well in this tournament. In many against Rapport also, when he was worse, I think he found when he was in some trouble, he found his way, but just didn't find a win. And I think there was also the game against Ding, yeah, where not the best defense maybe, but when he had a chance, he took it when he was defending, when he was worse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what do you think they're discussing right now? That what will you have for dinner today? Because in Vacancy, they only have like 2-3 decent restaurants. So you sort of meet each other, you know.
Yeah.
There. So any last words with it?
See you tomorrow.
And Ronak?
Same.
No, I was just tweeting actually. Yeah.
Tweeting?
Yeah.
Hikaru tweeted something.
Maybe it's recap.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
All right, guys, do follow Vidit Chess on Twitter to get that tweet. And Abhijit, your closing words for the day?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, it was such an exciting day today, and also I felt that we don't give enough credit to the person you know who is losing also, because he is giving us a lot of fight, and probably had he not played this e4 c5 knight f3 a6, this O'Kelly line or whatever it's called, probably we won't have seen such a high class game from Fabi. So yes, credit also goes to him, but like Vidit was saying, Fabi just
It takes
played,
two to tango.
correct. And yeah, the way Fabi played was completely mind blowing. Like amazing game of chess from him. And before we wrap up, do you want to have a quick look of tomorrow's pairing?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, let's
I'm
have a look at
excited.
the standings. And there we have it. Two people just pulling away from rest of the field, yeah? Do you think it's safe to say that it's going to be one of these two?
For sure, for sure.
Vidit, Ronak, what do you guys think?
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that.
That the fight will be between both of them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the reasons why I thought the second half, the games might be less interesting because the other players might lose their enthusiasm to come back, you know? Like they would
And
see like
motivation.
Ali Reza, for example. But okay, he's still young, and so that's why, I mean, it could be off. But the first half was just amazing games.
Yes, and that brings an end to the first half. As we mentioned, a two-horse race, Jan Nepomuceno and Fabiano, 5.5 and 5 points each. And the pairings for tomorrow: Rapport with the white pieces against Duda once again, Nepomuceno with the white pieces against Dinglish, Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces against Fabiano. He will look to get that one back. Hikaru still not totally out of contention, 3.5 out of 7. And if he wins one, he could get back. And the battle of the players in the last place, Ali Reza Firouzja with the white pieces against Taimur Rajabo.
Oh, Raja has
So-
black again, yeah, tomorrow. Going to be tough.
Yep. Raja has black again, and Nepo has, I think, faced. He's, I think, had 3 whites and 4 blacks. I'm not sure, but let me
Yeah.
just confirm.
I think Nepo might try to play e4 and try to find some idea against Ding's Italian because it's very narrow there. I don't think he will play d4 or something because his Ragozin or Semitarash is just too good. Maybe in Catalan because Dingliren always goes bishop before check. But I think more likely that e4 and some small idea in one of the Italians. And what is the other one? Rapport Duda. Okay, nobody. I have never been able to predict Rapport's openings ever, what he plays. So that I'm going to pass on. Naka. Oh, Fabi. Oh, this is going to be interesting. So I realized that Hikaru doesn't really play d4 nowadays. either he goes e4 if he wants to play for something, or knight f3, but I don't think he'll play knight f3 here. He could, but I think e4 is his move. And Fabi has played e4, e5, right, so far?
Yep.
Yeah, so I guess something in that sort would happen tomorrow. I think that will be a good game. If Hikaru really, can find something in the opening, then it would be a great fight. And
Right.
Firuza
Also,
Rajabov.
Nepo will have 4 whites out of the next 7 games, and Fabi will only have 3 out of the next 7. So that's also another factor in favor of Nepo Nishi.
I think the crucial white would be against Nepo himself. Yeah, like Fabi in the written game, Fabi plays white against Nepo.
Yeah,
and that will be day after tomorrow on Monday. So with that, we have a wrap on the round 7 of the 2020 FIDE candidates. Thank you so much, Vidit. Thank you so much, Raunak and Abhijit. It's always wonderful with you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.